Today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. On April 27, 2024, a 55-year-old man set out for what he thought would be a peaceful day of fishing near Myrtle Beach. His chosen spot was along the Lambert River, deep within the quiet expanse of Lambert State Park, a place he often visited to escape the noise and pace of everyday life. Unlike the crowded beaches and bustling boardwalks of the city, this park offered something different: solitude. He set up his fishing gear along a remote, overgrown section of the riverbank, surrounded by thick vegetation. As he cast his line into the slow-moving water, the only sounds were the rustling of leaves and the distant hum of wildlife. But then, something changed. He heard it. Faint, restrained, almost ghost-like, the sound of a woman crying. It wasn't hysterical or loud, but soft and uneven. It came from across the river, somewhere within the dense underbrush. The man paused, alert. For a moment he considered investigating, but quickly second-guessed himself. Maybe it was just someone having a quiet moment, a private breakdown in nature. Respecting their space, he turned back to his fishing line. Then, silence. The crying stopped, and the forest returned to stillness. The man exhaled and tried to ease back into his rhythm. But just as he did, a sound rang out. Sharp, sudden, and unmistakable. A gunshot. It echoed across the river, slicing through the quiet like a blade. In that moment, the tranquility of the park was shattered, and what began as a peaceful retreat was now the front line of a mystery that would soon grip the entire state. This sound jolted him into action, making it clear that something serious might have happened. Feeling compelled to investigate, he decided to move toward the area where the sounds had originated. He navigated approximately 200 yards through dense vegetation before arriving at a small, cleared section of the riverbank. There, he encountered an unusual sight: a backpack lying on the ground, accompanied by a pair of sunglasses and a cell phone. The immediate area appeared deserted, with no signs of anyone nearby. The man inspected the belongings, but found no evidence of a struggle or anything else alarming, such as blood. This only heightened his sense of unease. Curiosity and concern drove him to open the backpack, hoping to find clues about its owner. Inside, he discovered a wallet containing identification, cash, credit cards, some personal items, and a small Bible. Despite the contents, there was nothing that explained the strange sequence of events. Realizing the situation could be far more serious than he initially thought, the man promptly contacted emergency services. Law enforcement officers arrived approximately an hour later. After conducting a preliminary survey of the scene, they began a broader search of the surrounding area. Later that same day, a second report came in from another park visitor who stumbled upon something even more unsettling. Myrtle Beach, located along the Atlantic coast in South Carolina, is renowned as a popular tourist destination. While the city's population sits at approximately 35,000, it swelled significantly during the summer months with the influx of visitors. Myrtle Beach is famous for its expansive sandy beaches, upscale resorts, and a variety of entertainment options, including fine dining, golf courses, and attractions such as one of the largest aquariums in the region and a towering Ferris wheel. Beyond its appeal to tourists, Myrtle Beach is home to numerous churches that play a central role in the local community. One of the most notable is Solid Rock Church, located in the heart of the city. Established as a spiritual hub for those seeking guidance and support during challenging times, Solid Rock quickly gained popularity. The church offers not only traditional services but also educational and recreational programs tailored to the community, including youth activities. At the core of Solid Rock's mission is Pastor John Paul Miller, appointed in 2009 at the age of 35. He brought with him a wealth of experience in spiritual leadership, known for his charismatic approach and deep involvement with his congregation. John Paul quickly became a beloved figure. He was married to Allison, and together they raised 3 children, along with 1 child from a previous marriage. The Miller family lived in a house near the church, allowing them to maintain close ties with the community. That same year, the Francis family joined Solid Rock Church. Angelita and Michael Francis, along with their daughters Micah and Sierra, had recently relocated to Myrtle Beach and chose the church as their spiritual home. For 14-year-old Micah, the church became a significant part of her life. She quickly formed friendships and immersed herself in the youth programs, many of which were led by Pastor John Paul. This involvement helped Micah integrate into the local community. Micah's older sister, Sierra, also participated in church activities, though her role was less prominent. Micah, on the other hand, stood out for her enthusiasm and faith, which did not go unnoticed. Her active engagement in church life provided opportunities to connect with other young members of the congregation. One such individual was Jeremy, a participant in the same youth programs as Micah. Over time, their relationship grew closer, and after several years, the young couple decided to marry. Their union appeared to be a perfect match. Their shared dedication to church activities and the strong support of their families seemed to lay a solid foundation for a happy life together. The wedding was held at Solid Rock Church, officiated by Pastor John Paul himself, underscoring its importance to the community. The ceremony was a joyful event, drawing a large number of congregants. Both families expressed their pride in the couple, viewing their marriage as a reflection of family values and spiritual unity. At that time, Micah and Jeremy were filled with optimism about their future, one they envisioned as centered around shared faith and mutual goals. After their wedding, Micah and Jeremy became even more deeply involved with the operations of Solid Rock Church. Micah took on administrative responsibilities, handling paperwork and coordinating events, while Jeremy focused on youth sports programs. He managed the church's flag football team and contributed to the development of other activities for teenagers. These roles allowed them to spend significant time together, which seemed like a seamless extension of their marriage. However, a few months after the wedding, the first signs of strain began to emerge in their relationship. The demands of their shared responsibilities at the church started to take a toll on Micah. Unlike the period before their marriage, when they had more time to focus on each other, their lives had become centered around work. Jeremy, deeply committed to his role, began to dedicate less time to providing emotional support for Micah, leaving her feeling increasingly isolated. Adding to the tension was Micah's growing involvement with other members of the church community, including the pastor's wife, Allison. As Micah took on more responsibilities in the administrative office, she became an indispensable part of the team. This blending of her professional and personal life created additional stress in her marriage. While their relationship appeared outwardly harmonious, the underlying issues continued to build. The couple chose not to share their struggles with others, maintaining an image of a happy union. Yet those close to them began to notice subtle cracks in their relationship. These early signs of discord would later lay the groundwork for more significant challenges that would alter the course of their lives. After several months of working in the administrative office, Micah was promoted to a new role as the personal secretary to Pastor John Paul Miller. This decision was attributed to her organizational skills and her eagerness to take on more responsibilities within the church. The position required her to work closely with John Paul, including frequent one-on-one meetings and consistent communication to fulfill her duties. As Micah transitioned into this role, she began spending a significant amount of time with the pastor. John Paul valued her dedication and enthusiasm for church activities. Over time, their professional relationship evolved into more personal interactions. What started as discussions about faith and life eventually turned into more intimate conversations, forming a close emotional connection between them. This shift began to create tension in Micah's marriage. In 2016, everything changed abruptly. John Paul's wife, Allison, unexpectedly returned home early one day and discovered him in a compromising situation with Micah. This incident sparked a major conflict within the Miller household. Allison demanded an explanation, leading to a heated argument between the couple. Upon learning what had happened, Allison also chose to inform Micah's husband, Jeremy. The fallout from this event had repercussions that extended beyond the two families, impacting the church community as well. While those involved agreed to keep the details private, rumors of the affair began circulating among the congregation. Church staff and others close to the families noticed changes in the behavior of both John Paul and Micah, as well as the increasing strain between them and their spouses. Despite attempts to maintain a facade of normalcy, the conflict became impossible to hide. Both Allison and Jeremy filed for divorce around the same time. The process was deeply challenging and emotional for everyone involved. Allison left the church and relocated from Myrtle Beach with her children, seeking to rebuild her life away from the events that had shattered her marriage. Jeremy, for his part, ceased his involvement with Solid Rock entirely, choosing to distance himself from the church. A few months after the divorces were finalized, John Paul and Micah publicly announced their relationship. They openly declared themselves a couple, igniting another wave of discussion within the congregation. For many church members, this was a devastating revelation. The pastor, who had previously preached about the importance of family loyalty, was now at the center of a scandal that undermined his reputation and eroded the trust of some parishioners. In 2017, a year after beginning their relationship, John Paul Miller and Micah officially became husband and wife. Their wedding took place at Solid Rock Church, where John Paul continued to serve as pastor despite the lingering controversies surrounding his prior actions. The ceremony was attended by close friends, family, and members of the congregation. For many, it was seen as an attempt to restore trust in the pastor and mend the community's fractured perception of him following the revelation of his affair with Micah. For Micah, who was 23 years old at the time, the marriage marked a new chapter in her life, along with increased responsibilities within the church. Becoming the pastor's wife placed her in a leadership role where she was expected to mentor and organize within the congregation. Many church members viewed this union as an opportunity for both the church and its pastor to move forward, leaving the mistakes of the past behind. Immediately after the wedding, Micah embraced her new duties at Solid Rock. Beyond her administrative work, she became an active participant in church programs, focusing on organizing missionary trips and charitable events. One of her key projects involved missions to Kenya, using funds raised through donations. Micah oversaw the construction of schools, providing essential educational opportunities such as English and math instruction. These trips to Africa became a significant part of her new life. Micah personally managed local educational programs and coordinated the delivery of humanitarian aid. Her initiatives garnered strong support from the congregation, many of whom enthusiastically participated in these efforts. Micah's dedication and energy made her a symbol of activism within the community, inspiring others to engage in charitable work. In addition to her mission work, Micah began leading classes and seminars at the church. Her presentations focused on topics like family values, personal faith, and overcoming challenges. One subject particularly close to her heart was addressing domestic struggles. She spoke publicly about this issue, drawing attention not only from church members but also from a wider audience. On social media, Micah frequently shared content on her platforms, emphasizing the importance of respectful relationships and the need for support systems for those experiencing hardship. Micah's efforts gradually began to rebuild John Paul's reputation. While many in the congregation still harbored criticism toward him for his past behavior, Micah's proactive involvement in church and community activities helped shape the image of a stronger, more forward-thinking ministry. Her work became a cornerstone for Solid Rock, fostering youth engagement and promoting both spiritual and social growth. Despite Micah's dedication to maintaining both her marriage and her work alongside John Paul, tension within their relationship began to escalate over time. It became evident that their union, initially rooted in mutual understanding, was facing significant challenges. The core issues included increasing control from John Paul and his interference in both Micah's personal and professional life. One of the first signs of trouble was frequent disagreements over finances. John Paul assumed complete control of the family's bank accounts, restricting Micah's access to funds. While he justified this as a means of safeguarding their finances, it became a source of stress for Micah. She felt stripped of independence, especially given her active role in church and mission projects. Additionally, Micah began to notice her connections with friends and family becoming increasingly limited. John Paul criticized her for spending too much time with her family and accused her of being overly involved in matters he believed detracted from their marriage. He also began monitoring her phone calls and messages, leaving Micah with a constant sense of being under surveillance. These controlling behaviors added to the strain in their relationship, creating an environment where Micah felt increasingly isolated and constrained. psychological manipulation within Micah and John Paul's marriage escalated to include threats. Micah confided in her sister, Sierra, and close friends that John Paul used her past mistakes and vulnerabilities as leverage. One of the most distressing instances involved personal photographs that he allegedly threatened to expose if she attempted to leave the marriage. These tactics deepened her fear and uncertainty about ending their relationship. Amid these challenges, Micah began taking steps to break free from John Paul's control. She reached out to Sierra for support and shared her intention to file for divorce. Together, they visited an attorney who started preparing the necessary documents. However, when John Paul became aware of her plans, the situation worsened. He confronted her, refusing to discuss divorce terms, and insisted that their marriage must remain intact to protect the church's reputation. Unable to find common ground, Micah temporarily moved in with her family to escape the pressure. This time away gave her a brief reprieve, allowing her to reflect on the severity of her situation. However, John Paul convinced her to return, promising to change his behavior. Despite his assurances, the problems persisted. One of the most alarming incidents occurred with Micah's car. She contacted the police after discovering that all 4 of her tires had been slashed, and a GPS tracker had been placed underneath the vehicle. Micah strongly suspected John Paul's involvement, although there was no concrete evidence linking him to the act. His sudden appearance at the repair shop heightened her suspicions. The pressure from John Paul intensified. He pushed for Micah to be hospitalized, claiming her behavior had become erratic. Based on his assertions, doctors diagnosed her with a psychological disorder and recommended treatment. Micah, however, maintained that her recent actions were driven by a desire to reclaim her independence, not by instability. After her discharge, she filed a police report, alleging that John Paul had used her hospitalization as a means to undermine her autonomy. Micah's efforts to end the marriage faced significant obstacles. Despite support from her family and legal counsel, the divorce process was drawn out. John Paul continued to exert control over her life, leaving her in an increasingly vulnerable position. April 27, 2024, marked a turning point in this story. On that day, Micah left her home without informing her family or friends of her plans. The events that followed, pieced together from surveillance footage, phone records, and discovered evidence, revealed a sequence of actions leading to her untimely death. Surveillance footage confirmed that Micah visited a gun store earlier that morning. Store employees later described her as calm and composed during the visit. While completing her purchase, she engaged in casual conversation with the clerk. She left the store carrying a small case containing a legally purchased handgun. The receipt and payment records confirmed that she had made the purchase herself. After leaving the gun store, Micah drove toward Lambert National Park. Surveillance cameras captured her car along the highway leading to the park. Data from her mobile phone revealed several search queries for secluded locations and park areas, indicating that she had carefully planned her destination. Upon arriving at the park, Micah parked her car and walked toward the river. After some time, she made a call to emergency services. During the call, she stated her intention to end her life and requested that her location be shared with her family. The recorded call, later released to law enforcement, captured the somber tone in her voice, though it lacked any signs of panic or distress. Less than an hour later, a passerby fishing nearby reported hearing the sound of a gunshot. Responding officers discovered Micah's body along the riverbank. Nearby, they found her belongings, including a backpack containing identification, a phone, a wallet, and a small Bible. The handgun used in the incident was recovered in the water close to the scene. The investigation concluded that the firearm showed no evidence of other fingerprints. Based on the collected evidence, authorities determined that the gunshot was self-inflicted. It was also confirmed that Micah had arrived at the location alone, and no other individuals were captured on surveillance footage trailing her. The official police report listed the cause of death as self-inflicted harm. However, this conclusion raised concerns among Micah's family, who argued that she had not exhibited any signs of depression and had maintained an active lifestyle. They pointed to her recent efforts to finalize her divorce as evidence of her determination to start anew, despite the official findings. Micah's tragic death stirred widespread attention and gave rise to numerous theories, about what might have led to the event. With so many unanswered questions, the story resonated deeply, affecting both her loved ones and the public. The central argument raised by Micah's family was based on information she had shared with her sister Sierra shortly before her tragic passing. Micah confided in Sierra about the pressure and manipulation she faced from her husband John Paul. According to Sierra, Micah had even warned her that if anything happened to her, John Paul would be responsible. These claims were further supported by entries in Micah's journal discovered in her apartment after her death. The journal contained detailed accounts of her troubled relationship with John Paul. She wrote about emotional and psychological mistreatment, constant control, and threats. Micah described how John Paul frequently used her past mistakes against her and threatened to expose personal information if she attempted to leave him.
In addition, both her family and the community began to scrutinize revelations about John Paul's conduct, including potential inappropriate relationships with other women in the church and allegations of financial misconduct. Some members of the congregation claimed that the pastor may have misappropriated funds meant for missions, using them for personal purposes. These accusations fueled a wave of rumors and conspiracy theories on social media and in the press. Speculation about John Paul's potential motives became a heated topic of discussion. His history of questionable behavior, such as allegedly placing a GPS tracker on Micah's car and threatening to release private photos of her, intensified public criticism.
Some online users accused him of indirectly contributing to the tragedy, while others put forth more extreme theories suggesting a staged crime. Despite the lack of direct evidence, the accusations against John Paul drew the attention of both law enforcement and the public.
He became a focal point of widespread condemnation, even as authorities found no grounds to open a formal case against him. Micah's family's persistence and the details that emerged from her life kept the story alive, creating an atmosphere of tension and mistrust. After Micah's tragic death, the police immediately launched an investigation to uncover the circumstances surrounding the incident. However, it quickly became clear that local law enforcement would struggle to handle the case alone due to the widespread public attention, pressure from Micah's family, and numerous allegations against John Paul. The FBI stepped in to assist. Their involvement was driven by the complexity of the case and the need for an impartial examination of all aspects. The key focus of the investigation was the firearm found near Micah's body. Investigators confirmed that the handgun was purchased by Micah herself on the day of her death, supported by surveillance footage and financial transaction records. No evidence suggested that anyone else was involved in the purchase. Similarly, footage from the Lambert Park parking lot showed no suspicious vehicles or individuals who might have been following or accompanying her. Despite confirming that Micah had acted alone, the investigation expanded due to public accusations against John Paul. The FBI began a thorough review of his past, including his financial activities and interactions with church members. Evidence surfaced suggesting possible financial improprieties. While no formal charges were filed, these findings heightened suspicions surrounding John Paul and prompted further inquiries. One of the most discussed aspects of the case was John Paul's potential role in contributing to Micah's deteriorating emotional state. Her family provided investigators with her journal, which detailed instances of manipulation, threats, and psychological pressure allegedly exerted by her husband. While these entries did not lead to criminal charges, they raised serious questions about whether John Paul's actions might have played a part in the tragic outcome. The investigation also explored allegations of John Paul's inappropriate relationships with other women in the church community and his overall reputation. Several witnesses came forward with claims of questionable behavior by the pastor that may have negatively impacted those around him. However, none of these accusations were substantiated with sufficient evidence to hold him accountable. As of now, John Paul remains formally uncharged, though his standing within the church community has been severely damaged. He has been removed from his pastoral role, but reportedly continues to receive payments from the church's budget.
This decision has sparked mixed reactions among the congregation. Some have called for a complete severance of ties with him, while others argue that the allegations remain unproven.
This tragic story has also left a lasting mark on Solid Rock Church itself. The controversy surrounding Micah's case has eroded trust in the church's leadership, leading to a significant decline in attendance and casting doubt on the effectiveness of its internal structures.
Many former active members have publicly expressed their disappointment and ceased participation in church activities. By the conclusion of the investigation, many questions remained unanswered. The primary focus centered on the extent of John Paul's influence on his wife's emotional state and his potential responsibility in the events leading to her death. While law enforcement has not found sufficient grounds to press charges, the public continues to follow the case closely, debating new theories and emerging details. This story remains a deeply painful chapter for everyone involved, serving as a poignant reminder of how devastating hidden conflicts and unresolved injustices can be. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. This is Mike Mansholt, a 17-year-old from Germany whose disappearance and death still leave more questions than answers. At first glance, Mike was just a regular teenager, healthy, adventurous, and full of life, but what happened to him in the summer of 2016 was anything but ordinary. In fact, it's one of the most chilling and unexplained cases in recent European history. When Mike's body was eventually discovered at the base of a cliff in Malta, it weighed only 35 pounds. Just months earlier, he had weighed nearly 5 times that. But that wasn't the most shocking detail. What horrified both investigators and his family was this: nearly all of Mike's internal organs were missing. His heart, brain, lungs, liver, stomach, pancreas, bladder, and intestines, all gone. Even stranger, there were no visible signs of trauma, no open wounds, no cuts, no signs of surgery or animal attack. His body was somehow hollowed out. So how does a seemingly healthy, happy teenager go missing on a solo trip and end up dead in a state that defies logic and science? What or who was behind this? To understand how Mike even ended up alone in Malta, we have to look at who he was. Born on August 20, 1998, in the city of Oldenburg, Germany, Mike grew up in a family that loved adventure. His parents, Bernd and Suzanne, eventually separated and started new families of their own. Mike lived with his mother and half-sister, Maria, but remained close to his father, who had a huge influence on his love for exploration. Mike was no stranger to travel. As a child, he went on a 700-day sailing trip across the Atlantic with his father. They explored Iceland, Scotland, the Caribbean, living life far from the ordinary. That spirit of adventure stayed with him. By 17, Mike had already been to several countries and was known for being independent, respectful, and level-headed. He was calm and quiet, but curious, always searching for the next experience, the next horizon. But on what was supposed to be a short solo vacation to Malta, that curiosity would meet something dark, something none of his loved ones could have imagined. And to this day, no one knows what really happened to Mike Mansholt. In July 2016, 17-year-old Mike decided to travel alone for the very first time. His destination, Malta, a beautiful island country in the Mediterranean Sea, just 58 miles south of Sicily, Italy. With a population of around 500,000 and just over 120 square miles of land, Malta is a popular summer destination known for its beaches, warm climate, and low crime rate. Mike flew there to visit his girlfriend who was attending a language course, and obviously he was very excited to visit her. The meeting with his girlfriend took place on the 8th of July 2016, when Mike landed on the island of Malta. Wasting no time, he headed straight to Valletta, the capital city where she was waiting. The two were overjoyed to be reunited, and the island seemed like the perfect setting for a romantic and adventurous getaway. They spent the next few days living in the moment, laughing, exploring, and soaking in the Mediterranean sun. Together, they wandered through colorful streets, relaxed on golden beaches, tasted new foods, and admired Malta's historical charm. It was the kind of trip that felt almost magical, the kind that lives on in your heart long after it ends. But for Mike, the trip wasn't ready to end just yet. As their final day approached and his girlfriend prepared to fly back to Germany, Mike had a change of heart. He realized he had fallen in love, not just with the experience, but with Malta itself. He wanted more time to explore its hidden corners, meet new people, and continue the journey on his own terms. So he made a choice. He gave his girlfriend a warm goodbye, promising to stay in touch, and then informed his parents that he wanted to remain on the island for a few more days. Back in Germany, Mike's mother, Suzanne, was at home, while his father, Bernd, was on vacation in Croatia with other family members. Neither parent hesitated when Mike told them about his change of plans. They trusted him deeply. As mentioned earlier, Mike wasn't just any teenager. He had been traveling since he was very young, visiting almost every corner of the world. His parents often said that he was unusually mature for his age, calm, independent, and resourceful. Mike had a quiet confidence that set him apart. He knew how to handle situations that would rattle even some adults. So when he told them he wanted to stay a bit longer, they didn't worry. They believed in him. After his girlfriend flew back to Germany, Mike was ready to experience Malta in his own way, solo, spontaneous, and unfiltered. He checked into a hotel in Slima, a lively coastal city on the northeastern edge of the island. If you've ever been to Slima, you'll know it's a hot spot, bustling with tourists, lined with stylish cafes, restaurants, and boutiques, and always humming with activity. It's also the most densely populated city in Malta, which means something's always happening, no matter the time of day. Mike booked a room at the Astro Hotel, a well-known place in the area that was popular among solo travelers. It wasn't too fancy, but it had everything he needed. A clean room, decent Wi-Fi, and a view of the Mediterranean. It was the perfect base for a young adventurer wanting to explore the island at his own pace. On the morning of the 18th of July, things started off pretty normal, or at least they seemed normal. Hotel surveillance footage captured Mike leaving room 105 at exactly 8:39 a.m. He looked calm, casual, just a guy starting his day. Around 9:10 he was seen again at the hotel reception desk. He asked a few questions, nothing unusual, just small talk with the staff. Probably about local attractions or bike rentals. He was polite, smiling, the same laid-back vibe he always carried. After a brief chat, he headed back upstairs. He stayed in his room for almost an hour. Then at 9:55 he left room 105 again, and that's the last confirmed sighting of Mike in the hotel's security footage. He was wearing a blue t-shirt with a black backpack slung over one shoulder and his phone in hand. He looked ready for another adventure under the warm Maltese sun. Inside his backpack, he had packed the essentials: his GoPro camera, a portable charger, his ID, a credit card, and some cash, just enough for a day trip. It was a bright, cloudless day, the kind that makes you want to explore every hidden corner of the island. From there, Mike walked to a nearby port where he rented a mountain bike. It was a blue and black Lombardo Sturdy, perfect for off-road trails. Just minutes later, at exactly 10:11 a.m. that morning, he sent a voice message to his dad via WhatsApp. His voice sounded upbeat and chill. He talked about the bike rental and how he was planning to cycle around the island. He mentioned the steep hills and how he might need to walk the bike in some parts. Mike even promised to send a photo soon, but that picture never came. And that was the last anyone heard from him for a couple of days. No one heard from Mike, and at first no one freaked out. Mike was always the adventurous type. He loved exploring on his own, soaking up new places and living in the moment. It wasn't unusual for him to go quiet for a while. Fast forward to July 27th. That was the day Mike was supposed to fly back to Germany. His mom, Suzanne, and his sister Maria headed to the airport to pick him up. They stood at the arrival gate, scanning every face that walked through, expecting to see Mike rolling in with his backpack and a big smile. But Mike never showed up, at first. They figured maybe he had a layover in Frankfurt and had landed there instead, but then Suzanne's anxiety kicked in. She tried calling Mike's phone, but it went straight to voicemail. She kept calling, hoping for a different outcome, but it was the same every time. Nothing. Her gut was telling her something was off. She called the airline for answers, and that's when she got hit with a bombshell. Mike had never boarded the plane. He had missed the flight completely. Now panic set in. Suzanne rushed to the police, filing a missing person report in the early hours of July 23. The authorities immediately took it seriously and put things into high gear, coordinating with the Maltese police. As Suzanne tried to piece things together, another shocker came her way. A German detective working on the case got word from the Maltese authorities. It turns out they'd already been searching for Mike for days. He had actually gone missing long before Suzanne realized something was wrong. On July 18, the very day he rented that mountain bike, Mike had never returned the bike, which he was supposed to drop off the next day. He also never came back to the Astra Hotel to check out or grab his things. Concerned, the hotel manager reported Mike's disappearance to the Maltese police on July 20. While the search for Mike was in full swing, his family in Germany had no idea what was happening in Malta. No one from the Maltese authorities had contacted them about Mike's disappearance. Some say it was because they didn't have the family's contact info. Others claim it was just negligence. Either way, Mike's dad, Bernd, was blindsided when he found out. Without wasting any time, he paused his vacation, grabbed Mike's brother Daniel, and hopped on the first flight to Malta. Though panic was setting in, Bernd tried to stay calm, thinking maybe Mike had missed his flight, lost his phone, or something like that. The family held on to hope, convinced Mike would turn up any minute. But what was really eating at Bernd was that Mike's phone was off, and there was no sign of him anywhere. Bernd stayed in constant contact with the authorities and even joined the search. The police combed every inch of Malta, checking ferries and small aircrafts, while flyers with Mike's face were plastered everywhere. On the 24th of July 2016, Interpol stepped in, and the case went international, with Germany and Malta working together. Then, on the 26th of July, 8 days after Mike vanished, the Maltese police got an anonymous tip. The caller said Mike was last seen near the Dingley Cliffs, 820 feet high in a hot spot for tourists. The guy who rented Mike the mountain bike had even mentioned that Mike had talked about visiting the Rabat catacombs nearby, so it was likely Mike had passed through that area. A full team was sent to the cliffs. Sniffer dogs, paramedics, firefighters, and Bernd and Daniel rushed there too. By the time they arrived, reporters were already asking questions, and emergency crews were on site. The search dogs soon picked up a scent, and after hours of searching, the unthinkable happened. Mike was found, but not alive. His body was discovered at the bottom of the cliffs, hidden under some bushes in a rocky outcrop. The bike he rented was found 98 feet above him, totally wrecked. Mike's body was sent in for an autopsy, and investigators found his sneakers and sunglasses nearby, but Mike was barefoot. His backpack containing his phone, laptop, GoPro, money, and credit cards was nowhere to be found. And the strangest part? Fresh hay was found near his body, as if someone had stepped on it and left a piece behind. But it couldn't have been Mike. He was barefoot, and his sneakers were found several feet away. When they asked a local farmer if he knew anything about the hay, he simply said he didn't. Bernd, Mike's father, wasn't about to let anything slide. After speaking with the farmer near the cliffs, he could tell something was off. The farmer seemed overly nervous, almost like he was avoiding the questions. When Bernd asked if he had seen anything unusual, or if he knew where Mike's backpack might be, the farmer kept insisting he didn't know anything. But Bernd wasn't buying it. His heart was shattered over the loss of his son, but he refused to break down completely. He needed to get to the bottom of what had really happened. Mike's brother, Daniel, was hit the hardest. Unlike some half-siblings who struggled to get along, Daniel and Mike were inseparable. They had been thick as thieves, always dreaming about traveling the world together when they grew older. But now those dreams were ripped away, leaving Daniel with a pain that was impossible to ignore. When Suzanne, Mike's mother, heard the devastating news, it felt like she was trapped in a nightmare she couldn't escape. The idea that her son was gone was simply unimaginable. Mike's sister Maria was crushed too. The bond they shared was unbreakable, and now she would never see her brother again. And then there was Mike's girlfriend, who had already arrived in Germany, waiting eagerly for his return. She had been counting down the days, dreaming of finally being reunited with him. But in the blink of an eye, those plans were shattered, and the future they had imagined together was lost forever. Back then, this case didn't just shake Malta, it rocked the entire world. With Malta having a relatively low crime rate, something as tragic as this was completely unheard of. The news spread like wildfire, capturing the attention of media outlets in both Malta and Germany. But as the investigation dug deeper, even more strange and bizarre things started to unfold. Mike had always been obsessed with documenting his travels, filming every moment, which is why his GoPro was so important. If he'd captured anything on that last day, it could have been the missing piece to crack the case. But when Mike's body was found, only 3 items were recovered: his sneakers, his sunglasses, and the GoPro case. The case was attached to his belt, but no one knew whether it was empty or if the camera was inside. The GoPro itself was nowhere to be found. The moment Bernd, Mike's dad, arrived in Malta, he immediately asked about the GoPro. The lead investigator told him she had seen the GoPro case on Mike's belt and that it had been cataloged. But when Bernd went to check at the Astra Hotel where Mike stayed, all of Mike's belongings were handed over, except for the GoPro case. It didn't add up. Bernd couldn't shake the feeling that Mike had taken the case with him, and the camera, possibly holding crucial footage, could be the key to unraveling everything. But the next day, things got even stranger. All the police officers involved in the investigation suddenly denied ever seeing the camera case. They claimed nothing of the sort had been collected. Bernd was stunned. How could they deny it, when the lead investigator herself had confirmed it? When he confronted her, she stuck to the same story. There was no case. Something was definitely fishy. Just when it seemed like the case couldn't get any weirder, the police made a statement declaring that Mike's death was an accident. According to them, he had simply fallen from the cliff while riding his bike, but the way Mike's body was found didn't add up to that explanation at all. If he had fallen while riding, he would have dropped straight down, right? But Mike's body was found in a position that suggested he had fallen backward, which was nearly impossible if it was a natural fall. Despite all the inconsistencies, the police quickly closed the case, claiming Mike had fallen from a height of more than 30 meters and had somehow rolled to the spot where his body was discovered. But there was more. The coroner who examined Mike's body told Bernd that Mike hadn't suffered because he had broken his neck in 2 places, which caused almost instant death. But here's the catch. No x-rays had been done on Mike's body at that point, so how could the coroner make that call? Was he just guessing? A month later, the autopsy report was finally released. It confirmed through DNA testing that the body was Mike's. It also revealed that Mike had been dead for about 8 days by the time he was found, which meant he likely died the very same day he left the hotel to explore the island. But here's the most bizarre part. The autopsy showed that Mike had no broken bones. None. This was highly suspicious, especially considering he supposedly fell from more than 98 feet. If that were true, he should have at least broken an arm or something. So why weren't there any fractures? This revelation cast doubt on the coroner's statement and made Bernd's suspicions grow. A forensic examination of Mike's rented bike only deepened the mystery. The bike's condition didn't match what would be expected from a fall of over 98 feet from a cliff. Everything was starting to feel wrong, like pieces of a puzzle that just didn't fit. Then, just days before the official autopsy report was finalized, an employee from the morgue who had been responsible for Mike's body approached Bernd with a hushed warning. She told him that everything about Mike's death seemed suspicious. No broken bones completely contradicted the police's story that Mike had simply fallen from the cliff while riding his bike. She urged Bernd to think carefully about his next steps, suggesting that the police seemed to have no interest in pursuing the case any further. This only added to Bernd's growing distrust of the investigation. Desperate for answers, Bernd went to speak with the head of the investigation, the same officer who had first claimed to have seen the GoPro case attached to Mike's belt, only to later deny it. But this time, she refused to speak with him. She dodged his questions, and acted as though the entire matter wasn't worth her attention. This only fueled Berndt's suspicions. Why was the investigation being handled so poorly? Why were they denying even the simplest facts? He kept pressing the authorities about Mike's GoPro, believing it held the key to understanding what really happened. Just days later, the forensic department in Malta handed Berndt a camera, claiming it belonged to Mike. But what they handed him was an old Canon model from the early days of digital photography, not the GoPro Hero 2 that Mike had been using to document his travels. Along with the camera came a memory card completely destroyed. The authorities claimed it had been found inside the camera when it was recovered next to Mike's body. Berndt immediately knew this was not his son's camera. The authorities were trying to pass off an old, outdated camera as Mike's, likely hoping he would stop asking questions about the real GoPro. By now, Mike's family had grown deeply suspicious of the Maltese police. The lack of interest in the case, the inconsistencies, and the strange actions of the authorities were all too much to ignore. Berndt confronted some officers about who might have stolen his son's belongings. The officers, almost dismissively, claimed that no one from Malta would steal items from a body, suggesting it might have been a tourist. But then there were the phone records. The police claimed they had pulled location data from Mike's phone carrier only to report that they found absolutely nothing. No records, no trace. Everything seemed to be going in circles. Frustrated with the inconsistencies, the lack of progress, and the growing feeling that something was being hidden, Berndt was ready to make serious accusations against the authorities. But before he could take any action, he had to return to Germany to arrange his son's funeral and deal with the heartbreaking aftermath of the tragedy. Mike's body landed in Germany on August 17, 2016, and what was supposed to be a moment of mourning quickly spiraled into something out of a true crime documentary. The funeral home staff tasked with preparing his body for burial were immediately disturbed. Mike's body looked eerily deflated, like someone had let all the air out of him. It was obvious something was wrong. Even worse, he hadn't been embalmed at all, which was bizarre, considering his case was still under investigation. The smell was unmistakably that of raw decomposition, not the usual chemical scent you'd expect from a preserved body. The moment they realized this, the funeral home workers called the police. One officer casually mentioned that airport staff had already thought the coffin felt way too light when it arrived. That was enough to raise every red flag imaginable. Mike's body was quickly sent to the Medical University of Hanover, and what they uncovered was horrifying. His body weighed only 16 kilograms, that's about 35 pounds. When they opened him up, almost all of his internal organs were missing. His brain, heart, lungs, liver, pancreas, adrenal glands, right kidney, bladder, stomach, intestines. Every vital organ was stripped from his body. Only tiny scraps of his left kidney, diaphragm, spleen, and colon remained. No wonder he looked so deflated. He was practically empty. Now, yes, it's normal to remove organs during an autopsy, but here's the catch. They're supposed to be either returned to the body or replaced with something like cotton or sawdust. And if they're not returned, there should be a full report explaining why none of that was done. Mike's body was just left as an empty shell, with no explanation, no documentation, and no dignity. His family was devastated. His father, Berndt, wrote a heartfelt letter to the Maltese authorities begging them to send back his son's organs so he could lay him to rest properly. However, what he got back was shocking. The coroner claimed that animals had eaten the organs before Mike's body was found. Seriously? That didn't make any sense. The original Maltese autopsy made zero mention of animal bites or injuries, no claw marks, no chewed-up skin, nothing to back up that wild claim. And so, the German authorities stepped in. What once looked like a tragic accident was starting to look more and more like a crime. They opened a full investigation. The forensic team in Hanover asked for a copy of the original autopsy report from Malta, but surprise? It never came. And without Mike's organs, their second autopsy was already limited. But that didn't stop Berndt and Suzanne from fighting. They filed a formal complaint and demanded answers through their lawyer. They revealed an email from the Maltese coroner where he now claimed rodents had eaten the organs and that Mike's brain had liquefied. The parents were done with the excuses. They took the fight to court. and the German prosecutors began leaning into a more sinister theory. What if Mike was murdered? They also called out the Maltese coroners for doing an incredibly sloppy job. A new autopsy was ordered, even though the body had already deteriorated. This time, Maltese officials had to be present so no one could twist the facts. And once again, the findings were disturbing. There were no bite marks, no signs of rodents, just a small nibble on the neck and a faint abrasion on the forearm. Definitely not enough to explain the missing organs. Plus, it was reconfirmed that Mike's body had been fully intact when it was recovered from under the cliffs and transported to the Maltese morgue. Most importantly, the new autopsy revealed what might be the biggest failure of all. Mike had never been embalmed. Because of that, his body had decomposed too much, destroying any remaining evidence that could have pointed to what really happened. To top it all off, there was absolutely no proof that Mike had died from falling off the cliffs. Nothing matched the story Malta had been pushing. And just like that, a simple case of a missing person found dead had transformed into a full-blown mystery. Despite all of this, the Maltese authorities stood by their official version of events, that Mike fell accidentally, and dismissed all other claims as conspiracy theories. The first autopsy done by Malta's own forensic team included 3 people, including Dr. Mario, the country's chief forensic doctor. Dr. Mario, who had an impressive reputation, was there when the body was found and performed the autopsy himself. However, when Mike's parents and journalists asked for more details, Dr. Mario was strangely tight-lipped. He only responded to one email from Mike's father, Bernd, saying the organs were already missing before the autopsy, suggesting that rodents had eaten them. He also mentioned that Mike's brain had dissolved due to the sun's heat. Dr. Mario stated that he had shared this information with the head of the investigation, but the German forensic team didn't buy it. They quickly debunked the idea of rodents having eaten Mike's organs, as there were no bite marks found on his body. As for the brain liquefying in the sun, that was just plain absurd. According to the Germans, they pointed out that many countries have summer temperatures exceeding 40 degrees Celsius, and no one had ever seen anything like this happen. Furthermore, Dr. Mario had documented that Mike's body was found lying on his back, but the German team didn't believe he'd died where he was found. They theorized that Mike could have been alive when he hit the beach and crawled to a shaded area under the cliff. They even considered asphyxiation as a possible cause of death, especially because Mike's hyoid bone was missing, an indication of strangulation. By November of 2017, Bernd had had enough. He returned to Malta and tried to speak with the police and detectives involved in his son's case, but they wouldn't cooperate. He then filed a legal request to access all the case files, only to be told the judge was sick and known for being slow in approving judicial decisions. Eventually, Bernd was able to gain access to the documents through a German diplomat in Malta, but when he reviewed the files, several key pieces were missing. The autopsy results and photos from the crime scene had mysteriously disappeared. In January of 2018, the Maltese government finally caved under pressure from the German authorities and reopened Mike's case. The first documents related to the case were sent to Germany, and the German media began covering the story. Once again, the German parliament even started debating it. However, the new judge assigned to the case also concluded that Mike's death was due to a fall from the cliff, and nothing really changed. The German authorities, despite finding numerous inconsistencies in the case, found themselves at a dead end with the limited evidence they had. Most people who analyzed the case, full of holes and carelessness from the diplomats, investigators, and journalists, have serious doubts about the Maltese authorities' official verdict. Bernd became exhausted and disheartened by all the negligence and decided to stop pushing for more answers. He shifted his focus to his family, feeling that they would never truly know what happened to Mike. A German newspaper that had been following the case from the beginning even tried to revisit the story, but when they reached out to the Maltese authorities, they were met with silence. No one involved in Mike's case seemed willing to talk, almost as if they were trying to cover it up. Theories surrounding Mike's case are still floating around, one of the most popular being that Mike could have been a victim of organ trafficking. Mike was a healthy young man, and the absence of his organs has made many wonder if he was targeted by traffickers. According to this theory, Mike was approached while cycling through a remote area of Malta. The traffickers allegedly took him to a hidden location, removed his organs, stitched his body back up, and then dumped him off a cliff to make it appear as though he had suffered a tragic accident. Some believe that the Maltese authorities uncovered the truth, but chose to cover it up in order to protect the island's tourism industry. Another theory suggests that Mike was the victim of a robbery. In this version, thieves may have stolen his belongings and thrown him off the cliff afterward. Supporters of this theory claim Mike may have been strangled and that his body was later placed at the scene in a way that minimized visible trauma, again to avoid any damage to the island's reputation. If strangulation had occurred, authorities might have removed his hyoid bone, brain, and other organs to prevent the true cause of death from being discovered. There is also the possibility that Mike simply fell from the cliff by accident, and opportunistic passers-by took advantage of the situation by stealing his belongings. The least accepted theory is that Mike took his own life, a suggestion that was quickly dismissed early in the investigation. Everything about his life indicated that he was happy, full of plans, in love, and showed no signs of depression or mental illness. Mike Manshold's case remains one of the most mysterious and unresolved cases ever documented. The Maltese authorities continue to stand by their official version of events, that Mike fell accidentally, and dismiss all other claims as conspiracy theories. But what do you think really happened to Mike? Was it a tragic accident, or was he the victim of something far more sinister? Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. I survived. After his life was completely upended, Charlie Otero said, the BTK, the morning of January 15, 1974, in Wichita, Kansas, was extremely cold. Charlie Otero, then 15 years old, had no idea that he was entering a nightmare that would follow him for the rest of his life. When he and his two siblings walked home from school that day, Lucky, the dog, was outside when Charlie Otero first noticed it. It was incorrect. He had just walked home from school with his siblings, expecting to see their father watching the news and their mother waiting, possibly cooking. Their younger siblings might have been playing. Lucky, instead, was pacing outside in the cold. He felt his stomach clench. A problem existed. Charlie pushed open the back door and went straight to it. The silence in the house was too great. It caught his attention as soon as he entered the kitchen. On the stove, his mother's purse overturned, spilling its contents all over the place. His mother was very careful. She never left such things. His voice asked, "Is anybody home?" Stillness. "Charlie, come quick, Mom and Dad are playing a bad trick on us," said one of his siblings, with a voice echoing through the house. He felt a sharp sensation of fear in his chest. His heart pounded in his ears as he ran down the hall, and then everything stopped. On the floor was his father. He found his mother on the bed, restrained, motionless, strangled. Even they didn't look like it. Charlie looked around the room, trying to figure out what he was seeing. Plastic was wrapped around his father's head. Around his throat, a belt twisted. His mother had a pained expression on her face. Her body was bound with ropes that pierced her flesh. Only when his throat burned did he realize he was screaming. Something happened. "They're not moving. We need help," they exclaimed as they rushed out the door to the neighbor's house, the phone in his trembling hands. Police arrived. He had no idea how long it would take. Time had lost its sense of reality. When they came inside and discovered his younger brother Joey dead in a different room, he was outside. After that, Josie was nowhere to be found. Not in the hallway, not in the bedroom, not anywhere. Until they opened the basement door, she was invisible to Charlie. He was not allowed by the police. They later informed him, however, that 11-year-old Josephine was hanging from a pipe. To the station they brought him. He was informed about Joey and Josie there. He couldn't recall his words. He was unsure if he had said anything at all. "I thank God every day that I didn't find them," he would later say, because I don't know how I would have handled it. However, he was aware from that very moment that his family had been murdered. They characterized Dennis Rader as normal, courteous, and well-behaved. He was a loving father, a devoted husband, and an involved community member. Rader was a very ordinary neighbor in Wichita, Kansas. He was well integrated, had a steady job, and went to church. However, beneath this exterior was a predator, a monster who delighted in the rush of dominance, power, and death. He was known as the Bind Torture Killer. 1945 saw the birth of Dennis Lynn Rader in Pittsburgh, Kansas. He was raised in Wichita, where he passed for a typical young man. But there were sinister impulses simmering beneath the amiable exterior. When Rader was younger, he enjoyed killing and torturing stray animals. He dreamed of suffering, power, and control. After enlisting in the Air Force, he wed Paula Dietz in 1971. They were parents to 2 children together. Rader seemed like a typical family man. Nobody was aware of the desire to kill that was hidden beneath the surface. When he selected his first victims, the Otero family, in January 1974, that desire erupted. He had been keeping an eye on them for weeks, observing Julie's habits and the weaknesses in their house. Then he struck on the morning of January 15. Rader disconnected the phones and bided his time. The youngest, Joey, let the dog in through the back door, and Rader crept inside. Holding the Otero family at gunpoint, he fed them a false narrative about him being a California wanted man in need of only money and food. But his made-up story was far less ugly than his real intentions. Binding them all with the ropes he had brought, he pushed the family into a bedroom. Rader overpowered Joseph Otero Sr.'s resistance, securing his feet and wrists. He covered his head with a plastic bag after that. After Joseph chewed a hole through it, Rader covered him with another bag and watched him slowly suffocate. Julio Taros then made a fervent plea saying, "Please, save my son," in reference to Joey. It was a cruel illusion of mercy, but for a moment, Rader took the bag away. Shortly after, he used a rope to strangle her to death. Joey then arrived. The 9-year-old's head was covered with a plastic bag by Rader, who then added t-shirts and another bag. The child thrashed, gasping for air, and he watched until he finally stopped. The worst, however, was still to come. 11-year-old Josie Otero had been there for everything. Rader now ushered her into the basement. He wrapped a noose around her neck and fastened it to a pipe. Josie's feet were barely off the ground as he pulled the rope. With a cry, "Mama, Mama, what will happen to me?" she asked, her long hair getting in the way of his struggle, a question that still haunts people who hear it. In response, Rader said, "Well, honey, you're going to be in heaven tonight, with the rest of your family." It was frightening. He hanged her. He extended her agony by letting her toes hang just above the ground. Thus, as her body became motionless, he desecrated the scene in the most heinous manner imaginable, while he watched his accomplishment with the greatest satisfaction on his face. For 30 years, Dennis Rader escaped from justice. His confession, when he was eventually taken into custody in 2005, demonstrated how deranged his thinking was. Prosecutors showed him a macabre collection of mementos, including drawings, crime scene photographs, and trophies he had gathered from victims during his sentencing. Rader himself gave a very casual account of his crimes, making everyone who watched shiver, talking as if he were talking about a pastime. He remembered how he used a squeeze ball to train his hands to strengthen his grip for strangulation, how he broke into homes while posing as a phone repairman, how he made sure Josie's toes barely touched the ground to prevent her from dying too soon, and how he made fun of his victims' final words by imitating their frantic cries as "yada yada yada." Rader revealed in a particularly graphic moment that he meticulously documented his victims' roles in his sick fantasies. The only sound in the courtroom was the sobs of the victims' relatives, and he wrote that Josie was my star young maiden that I will teach sex to. After seeing a picture of his sister Josie hanging dead in the basement where he used to play as a kid, Charlie Otero, now an adult, started crying. He couldn't stand the sight and buried his face in his hands. Rader was given 10 consecutive life sentences, each with no chance of parole or escape, just a cell to spend the rest of his wretched life in. However, there was no real closure for the families of his victims. In the words of one victim's son, "What do you expect from a demon?" He had other victims besides the Otero family. Months after the murders of the Otero family, on April 4, 1974, Rader struck once more. Catherine Bright, 21, was unaware that she was being stalked by a predator in Wichita. Rader picked her out, observed her, and became familiar with her habits. He took the initiative and broke through the screen door when she left her house that day. However, the plan didn't work out. He hadn't anticipated the presence of her brother Kevin Bright, who was 19 years old. Taking out his gun, Rader made Kevin restrain his sister by giving him a rope he had brought specifically for this purpose. He led Catherine into a different room after that. He struggled with her, so much so that his usual technique of strangling her failed. Angry, he reached for a knife and gave her 3 stab wounds to the lower abdomen and back. Her body gave one last shudder and then went limp as she bled out. Rader strangled Kevin and then shot him in the head in an attempt to kill him, but Kevin resisted. He played dead, clinging to life until Rader departed, and then he escaped, running for his life with all the strength he had left. In contrast to the Oteros, Kevin Bright lived. The story of the man who went by BTK is one he lived to tell. But Dennis Rader wasn't even close to being done. Shirley Ruth Relford, 25, was the victim of Dennis Rader's deranged fantasies and was discovered dead in her Wichita home on March 17, 1977. She was stalked by Rader, who had followed her 5-year-old son home to find out where they lived. Once inside, he produced a pistol. An immediate and suffocating fear gripped the room as the weight of his presence drained the air. After tying up her 3 kids, he locked them in the bathroom and confined them. Their hushed screams and desperate banging on the door didn't deter him. He guided Relford to the bedroom, where she was so overcome with fear that she puked, with accuracy and what appeared to be a great deal of practice. He was unconcerned, though. He restrained her with the icy efficiency of a man who had done this before, binding her legs to the bedpost. Subsequently, the rope and the plastic bag were stretched tightly over her face. Her body twisted and writhed against the bed as he pulled. The muffled screams of her children just down the hall blended with her choked sobs. They pleaded for their mother, but Dennis's inner monster would not hear them. He had made up their minds already. He was also going to murder them. Rader only had their mother's dead body as a trophy, though, because the kids escaped before he could complete the rest of his scheme. And then he vanished into the night, reverting to the ordinary world in which nobody had any suspicions. Although he was still Dennis Rader, the family man, the churchgoer, and the courteous neighbor, BTK lurked in the shadows, waiting for his next victim. The next person Dennis Rader targeted was Nancy Jo Fox, who was 25 at the time. He had spent weeks observing her, learning her habits, and following her routine. Her single status made her a prime target. On the evening of December 8, 1977, Rader drove up to her house with a sense of excitement in his heart. Before sneaking inside, he cut the phone lines, a tactic he employed on nearly all of his victims. He then waited in the shadows of her kitchen. Nancy didn't realize the nightmare that was waiting for her when she finally entered the room. He pounced just as she was about to react. He pushed her to the ground while brandishing a gun. He told her to undress in an uncanny, calm voice. Despite the flash of fear in her eyes, she obeyed. She lay helpless on her bed while he bound her ankles and wrists, enjoying the control. Dennis fastened her neck with a belt. He gave her a slow squeeze, making her pain worse. Her fate had been decided the instant she entered that door, despite her struggle and gasp. Rader leaned close to her before she passed away and made a sick confession in a whisper. He was the one who killed Otero. He used a payphone the next day to dial 911. He said in an emotionless voice, "You will find a homicide at 843 South Pershing," and then hung up. Despite Nancy Jo Fox's death, the monster remained at large. In a letter to the Wichita television station KK on February 10, 1978, Rader took responsibility for the killings. He came up with a lot of names for himself, including BTK. He demanded media coverage. He asked, How many do I have to kill before I get a name in the paper or some national attention? In this second letter. The letter contained a poem entitled, "Oh Death to Nancy," a parody of the lyrics to the American folk song, "Oh Death." Rader claimed that he was motivated to kill by a supernatural force he named Factor X, which he described as the same force that drove Jack the Ripper, the Son of Sam, and the Hillside Stranglers. Additionally, he requested that the police reply with a covert message. During one of the station's evening newscasts, police chose to flash a subliminal message because they knew the BTK killer watched KAKE. "Now call the chief," the message briefly said, and included a drawing of an upside-down pair of glasses that had been discovered at the Fox crime scene. They hoped the message would persuade the murderer to come forward. But it didn't work. Dennis became obsessed with a 63-year-old woman named Anna Williams, and in 1979 he set his sights on her. He waited inside her house for hours, getting angrier every minute when she failed to come home in time. He was angry. He ruined his perfect plan. Inadvertently, Anna Williams avoided death that evening. His later killings became more sophisticated and purposeful. In 1985, 53-year-old Maureen Hedge was abducted from her home. After bringing her lifeless body to the church where he served as president of the council, Dennis Rader photographed her, twisted her corpse, and then disposed of it in a ditch. A similar horror was experienced by Vicki Wegerle, who was 28 years old. In 1986, she strangled herself. Dennis pretended to be a telephone repairman, which led the police into a false sense of security. The last person he is known to have killed was Dolores Davis, 62, who was strangled with pantyhose and then discarded beneath a bridge in 1991. The BTK case was no longer active by 2004. Prior to Dennis, who couldn't help but play the game again because he needed attention, the police had no leads and no fresh evidence. In an attempt to mock law enforcement and relive the times he had caused his victims to suffer, he sent 11 cryptic messages to local media between March 2004 and February 2005. In a letter to the Wichita Eagle in March 2004, a fictitious Bill Thomas Killman admitted to killing Vicki Wegerle in 1986. Photos of the crime scene and a copy of Vicki's pilfered driver's license were enclosed. Vicki's fingernails provided DNA evidence that the BTK killer was the culprit. Despite gathering the DNA of hundreds of men, police were unable to find a match. Rader kept up his sick game, dropping off packages at random places. One mimicked the murder of Nancy Fox by containing a doll that was bound and had a plastic bag over its head. He wrote in one letter, "They know nothing at all. I did it by myself and with no one's help. I can't stop it, so the monster goes on. Good luck hunting." He came up with his own nickname by concluding the letter with the words, "Bind them, torture them, kill them. BT." Lieutenant Ken Landwehr, the lead investigator, was threatened by a poem held by another. He left a cereal box in the parking lot of a Home Depot in January 2005 in the hopes that it would be discovered. He inquired about it in his subsequent message when it wasn't. After looking over surveillance footage, police discovered a man operating a black Jeep Cherokee, which was Rader's registered vehicle. But the last error was his own conceit. Rader asked police in February 2005 if it was possible to track down a floppy disk. In a newspaper ad, they replied that it would be safe. Rader sent a purple floppy disk to a news station playing The Bait. In just a few minutes, police were able to extract metadata that showed Dennis had last edited it at Christ Lutheran Church. After a brief search, they found Dennis Rader, the church council president. His Jeep was parked outside his home, supporting the police's presumption. Although they required DNA evidence, a warrant was issued. Rader's daughter gave them a pap smear at a clinic at Kansas State University. A familial match to the BTK evidence was confirmed by the results. This led to Dennis Rader's eventual arrest. "Mr. Rader, do you know why you're going downtown?" one of the officers asked him as he walked up to him. Dennis Rader had no hesitation in responding. "Oh, I have suspicions." Police confiscated a cylindrical container, black pantyhose, and computer equipment during their search of his home office and church. In front of the cameras the following morning, Wichita Police Chief Norman Williams said, "The bottom line, BTK is arrested. Following his guilty plea, Rader was evaluated psychologically by forensic psychologist Robert Mendoza. Mendoza determined that he had antisocial, obsessive-compulsive, and narcissistic personality disorders. Rader was a conceited individual who was completely devoid of empathy, obsessed with order and structure, and in dire need of praise. Because of his inflated sense of self-importance, Rader thought he was unique, above the law, and a genius who had managed to deceive everyone. He yearned for power, not only over his victims but also in the courtroom, where he described his atrocities in graphic detail while showing no remorse. Controversy erupted after his court-approved interview with Mendoza was aired on NBC Dateline. After suing Mendoza and his company for violating confidentiality, the Kansas Attorney General settled the case for $30,000, 0 cents. The assessment validated what the world already knew. Dennis Rader was a heartless predator who couldn't comprehend the emotional damage he inflicted. 10 counts of first-degree murder were brought against Dennis Rader on February 28, 2005. He first pled not guilty, but on June 27, 2005, he changed it to guilty, proudly detailing each murder as though it were a worldwide accomplishment. He gave a lengthy 30-minute apology during his sentencing on August 18 that he compared to an Academy Awards acceptance speech. He received 10 consecutive life sentences, each of which included a minimum of 175 years. At the time, the death penalty was not applied in Kansas. While chatting with officers about the weather on the way to El Dorado Correctional Facility, he broke down in tears when victim impact statements came on the radio. He now spends his days in a tiny cell with few privileges, confined in solitary confinement, a much more humane fate than what he inflicted on his victims. Dennis Rader's horrific nightmares and unexplained crimes have served as the basis for numerous fiction and true crime adaptations. Rader's double life served as the inspiration for Stephen King's novella, A Good Marriage, which was later made into a movie. Thomas Harris's portrayal of Francis Dolarhyde in Red Dragon was influenced by BTK. Law & Order SVU, Criminal Minds, and Netflix's Catching Killers and Mindhunter have all examined the case. Steven Wilson's eerie song Rader 2 and the thrash metal band Exodus, BTK, for their album Blood In, Blood Out, were both influenced by the monster's evil desires and the acts he committed to satisfy them. Even music has examined his crimes. However, Dennis Rader has committed more crimes. Nobody wanted to believe it, but in August 2023, authorities found evidence that Dennis Rader might have had more victims. As investigators searched his former Park City residence, they found possible trophies from other unsolved cases. The disclosures prompted them to re-examine long-standing icy disappearances such as Cynthia Dawn Kinney's. He admitted to 10 murders nearly 20 years ago. BTK, which he abbreviated for Bind, Torture, Kill, was his nickname. The notorious BTK serial killer is currently serving life sentences at a maximum cellity facility in Kansas, and new evidence has surfaced that could link him to more killings. Cynthia was last seen at the Osage Laundromat in Oklahoma on June 23, 1976, when she was just 16 years old. Before she disappeared, witnesses remembered a 1965 Plymouth Belvedere, which was faded and beige. After discovering an unsettling entry in Rader's writings, decades later, Sheriff Eddie Verdon linked him to the crime. Bad wash day. At first glance, the phrase seemed harmless, but authorities discovered that an ADT alarm system had been installed at a bank across from the laundromat. Dennis Rader had been in the area, working as an installer on the day Cynthia vanished. Even worse, Dennis reportedly admitted in his writings that he had fantasized about robbing a girl in a laundromat. Dennis, perhaps fearing the death penalty in Oklahoma, denied involvement, despite growing circumstantial evidence. How many more people are still out there, waiting to be found as victims of his vile fantasies? Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. Some people never woke up from the nightmare that was Los Angeles, even though it was the city of dreams. Black women disappeared in South Central's forgotten areas, only to be discovered abandoned like rubbish in alleyways. The news hardly hit the front page. The killer was slow, strategic, moving undetected and in plain sight while the cops paused. Then, suddenly, the murders ceased. The streets fell silent once more, for more than 10 years. No more headlines, no more bodies. The predator seemed to have just vanished. Monsters, however, don't simply quit, do they? Because he returned years after everyone had given up searching. In South Los Angeles, the bodies continued coming up, stabbed, strangled, and dumped like yesterday's garbage. As headlines focused on the rich victims of Richard Ramirez, commonly known as the Night Stalker, who had haunted California for nearly a year, the authorities ignored the fact that something was amiss, that someone was out there targeting women. South Central women were forgotten. No task force was organized overnight, and there was no citywide fear. These were low-income black women who were either drug addicts or sex workers. Their fate had already been determined by society. The killings persisted, despite demonstrations calling for action outside LAPD headquarters. There were too many victims and too many killers, and the case had become confused by 1986. The investigations soon faded into silence as the so-called Southside Slayer Task Force started to dwindle. The city went on. For years, a nameless predator that the city hardly acknowledged was held responsible for the killings in South Los Angeles. However, detectives started to grasp the unthinkable as they tried to make sense of the dead that were accumulating. One individual did not do this alone. Too many victims, too many patterns. It was terrible. The story of the Southside Slayer was a convenient way to describe an issue that no one wanted to deal with. In actuality, however, there were other murderers who preyed on the same forgotten women while hiding in the same hunting areas. Some vanished into the background, while others were captured. A sea of indifference drowned out their deeds. And one of them was hiding right in front of everyone. He was a father, a husband, and a former city worker. He helped fix automobiles on his block, joked around at backyard barbecues, and shared beers with his neighbors. He was just Lonnie to those who knew him. However, underneath the exterior was a man who concealed his horror behind a facade of normalcy. And you know what those who are consumed by an insatiable desire for power do? They prey on the weak and the most vulnerable members of society. He had always been dark. For decades it had been present. When Franklin and 2 other service members were stationed in Stuttgart, West Germany in 1974, they deceived a 17-year-old girl into getting into their vehicle. She believed she was doing them a favor. Rather, they transported her to a far-off place and made her endure a terrible experience that she would never forget. She was attacked by them for hours, but Franklin erred in judgment. Thinking fast, the girl asked for his phone number while seeming as though she was interested in him. Overconfident and haughty, Franklin handed it to her. His arrest resulted from that one mistake. He served time for the offense and was dishonorably discharged from the U.S. Army in 1975, but he continued where he left off, back in South Central Los Angeles. Arrests for theft, assault, and battery ensued. He was incarcerated, but not long enough. Each time, he reintegrated into society as if nothing had occurred. Furthermore, Lonnie Franklin Jr. had opportunity outside of a jail cell, which was even more perilous than freedom. Los Angeles was rife with crime, addiction, and citizen neglect by the 1,980 SCAs. Many women were left vulnerable, particularly those who were already dealing with poverty or substance abuse, and entire communities were suffering. A few vanished. Later, some were discovered dumped in vacant areas and alleys. Many, however, were just never seen again. Authorities paid little attention even then. There were no pressing alerts or unrelenting inquiries. For them, these were merely regrettable figures in a city already rife with bloodshed. However, Franklin took note, and he made the most of it under the shadow of a chaotic city. He lived a normal life during the day and gave in to his deepest desires at night, continuing to be the monster he was for years. He was an amiable neighbor, a mechanic, a husband, and a father. Nobody had any suspicions. However, the world would finally learn the truth about Lonnie Franklin Jr., and they would be appalled. Fear had descended like a dense, oppressive fog over South Central Los Angeles by the mid-1000s. 9,000 ADS, black women, underprivileged women, and women who seemed to be uncared for were all going extinct. Later, their lives were forgotten without even making the news, and their bodies were discovered in abandoned lots, alleys, and dumpsters. The streets were filled with whispers. One of them was a murderer. A faceless predator known to the authorities as the South Side Slayer is thought to have committed at least 13 murders between 1983 and 1985. Women who had fallen between the cracks of society were the victims. Many were struggling with addiction, and many were compelled to engage in sex work in order to make ends meet. The crimes were referred to in the newspapers as the Strawberry Murders, after the colloquial phrase for women who traded drugs for sex. However, until September 1985, the LAPD strategy lacked urgency, citywide warnings, and a focused task force. The LAPD eventually acknowledged what the community had known for years, that someone was chasing women in South Central. During a press conference at that point, they begged for assistance. They said they will look into it. However, it was too little too late for many. Margaret Prescott was the most irate person. Week after week, she and other activists gathered outside police headquarters to call for action. They criticized the department for not alerting the public sooner. They drew attention to the blatantly unfair distinction between this case and the one involving Richard Ramirez, the Night Stalker, that was widely reported. Everything was involved in that investigation: manhunts, news conferences, and an abundance of resources. The police went to great lengths to find Ramirez, who was terrorizing affluent white areas. However, the victims in South Central were not wealthy, they weren't Caucasian. And it meant they didn't matter, based on what Prescott said, and rightly so, about the authorities. By January 1986, there were 15 bodies. Pressure mounted on the LAPD. The case was given to more detectives. The agency established what they named the South Side Slayer Task Force, presently collaborating with the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Agency, LASD. It sounded good. It sounded grave. However, no arrests were made, and no significant progress was made. As a result, Prescott and her team decided to take action. The Black Coalition Fighting Back Serial Murders was the new name they adopted to formally represent their work. They compelled the Los Angeles City Council to double the reward for information from $10,000, 0 cents, to $25,000, 0 cents in March 1986. They didn't let up. They had no intention of forgetting these women. Then, however, something altered. There was conflicting evidence. It took more than one individual to come up with the designs and techniques. One serial killer had been pursued by the police for years. They now understood how much awful the truth was. In South Central, there were multiple predators. 4, possibly even more. Suddenly, the LAPD faced a more serious issue. All of a sudden, a network of serial killers overlapped, using the same hunting grounds and preying on the same vulnerable people. The South Side Slayer Task Force began to disintegrate by the end of 1986. Millions were being spent by the city on an investigation that had no conclusive results. Additionally, the task force was reduced by the next year. The stream of hints had slowed. Leads were not moving. One of the task force commanders, Lieutenant John Zorn, acknowledged it. At this stage, the flow of clues is virtually non-existent. In other words, the cops were given up. The murderers were still at large. And he was watching Lonnie Franklin Jr., the worst of all. He waited, and that monstrosity was only beginning. The killings in South Central had been ignored for years. There were no answers, no cold cases, and no victims. The quiet of law enforcement was deafening, even when the streets of Los Angeles were still screaming with rage. But a breakthrough broke the hush in May 2007. A few years later, Janisha Peters, a 25-year-old woman, was discovered dead. A startling revelation was found by detectives after running the DNA evidence. At least 11 additional unsolved homicides from 1985 shared a DNA profile with her perpetrator. This was a single man, But the Southside Slayer was a group of people. A covert task force known as the 800 Task Force was established by the LAPD in the same year. The robbery homicide unit's 6 investigators worked in quiet. Not only were they looking into a serial killer, but they were also looking into a ghost, someone who was invisible but whose evil was still plaguing the people of Los Angeles. Because this predator had remained undiscovered for more than 20 years, they believed that he was no longer killing. The murderer had disappeared, only to resurface 22 years later. 4 months later, the secret was revealed. The story was exposed by LA Weekly investigative writer Christine Pellicek. She revealed the existence of the task force, the link between the new murder and the old one found in the DNA, and, most damning of all, the silence. Police Chief William Braden and Mayor Antonio Villaraigosa had remained silent. There was no public warning, no news announcement, and no admission that a serial killer had been prowling their neighborhoods for more than 20 years. Additionally, some families learned the facts for the first time from the LA Weekly piece. Their daughters had not simply vanished. Years earlier, they had been brutally slain. The pressure was increasing by September 2008. At last, representatives from Los Angeles came forward with a $500,000 0 reward for information on the murderer. The public still didn't know much, though. There was mystery in the case. The case was then highlighted on America's Most Wanted on November 1, 2008. Now there were more eyes on the case, increased pressure, more inquiries. At last, Chief Bratton gave a press conference in February 2009. He named the murderer the Grim Sleeper, a moniker LA Weekly came up with. Why? Because the majority of serial killers don't do what this murderer did. At least it appeared that he had stopped. Between 1988 and 2002, there were no known homicides, no bodies connected to his DNA, and no hints. He was gone. Then he struck once more in 2002. That wasn't all, though. A 911 call from the 1980s was also made public by Bratton. Police had been contacted by a witness who said he had saw a man disposing of a body. He described everything in great detail, including the van's license plate number, which was associated with the now-closed Cosmopolitan Church. The Grim Sleeper was still at large despite the proof being there for decades. Pellicek then managed to interview the sole survivor. In March 2009, Inetra Washington was her name. She characterized him as a nice, tidy, somewhat geeky black man in his early 30s. He was dressed in khaki pants and a black polo shirt. He did not appear to be a monster. She had seen his face, though. She had survived the ordeal of being in his vehicle. The LAPD was finally getting close after decades of silence. At last, the Grim Sleeper's history was coming up with him, and he would not vanish this time. The fact that the police already knew his name was the scariest aspect. They simply were unaware of it. Franklin was convicted of a felony in 2003 and given a 3-year supervised probationary period, which would have been an ideal time to get his DNA, but it never happened. A year later, California approved Proposition 69, which significantly expanded the state's database by mandating DNA samples from all criminals and those arrested for specific felonies. Franklin's was not one of the thousands of samples that were gathered. Probation staff neglected to get DNA samples from individuals on unsupervised probation between November 2004 and August 2005. They were overburdened with both labor and resources. And the Grim Sleeper remained buried in that small gap. The LAPD had DNA from several crime locations by 2010. Their killer's genetic fingerprint was known to them. However, there was no match when they ran it through the system. However, they later experimented with family DNA analysis. They sought for relatives, someone in the database who shared enough genetic markers to be closely linked to the murderer, rather than a perfect match. They discovered Christopher Franklin at that point. In 2008, Christopher, the son of Lonnie Franklin, was found guilty of a felony firearms offense. The DNA was near enough to identify his father, even though he was too young to be the murderer. They now required evidence. Franklin was dining at a restaurant when an undercover policeman was dispatched there. His task was to obtain the DNA of the murderer. He pretended to be a server and surreptitiously gathered up everything Franklin came into contact with, including plates, cutlery, and a pizza crust. They conducted the tests back at the lab, and this time there was no question. It was him. The murderer was Lonnie Franklin. Lonnie Franklin Jr. was taken into custody on July 7, 2010. He was accused of 10 murders, 1 attempted murder, and a special circumstance allegation for numerous homicides by the Office of the Los Angeles County District Attorney. However, the misery didn't end there, since investigators discovered something much worse than they had anticipated when they searched his house. Police discovered 180 pictures of women in Franklin's home, some of them smiling, some of them terrified, and some of them unconscious. And that was only the start. There were hundreds of hours of video and more than 1,000 photos of women of all ages, including teenagers, middle-aged women, and even older ladies. Many of them were naked, poised, and vulnerable, and the majority were black. A few of them vanished from view. Whether they were survivors or victims was unknown to the LAPD. Chief Charlie Beck then said something horrifying. "We know this, but we don't even know if they are victims. There were nearly a dozen verified murder victims during Lonnie Franklin's more than 2-decade reign of evil. We must conduct additional research." Desperate to identify the women before it was too late, the authorities made the photos public. Then, in November 2011, there was yet another shocking discovery. After going over hundreds of old case files, detectives came to a sobering conclusion. They thought Franklin was behind at least 6 more killings. In 2005, the bodies of 2 missing ladies had never been located. 2 more had been killed during that enigmatic 14-year period between 1988 and 2002, when everyone believed the grim sleeper had gone dormant. And 2 more had been found, in the 1,980. He'd never stopped, though, so there was no question now. He had recently improved his concealment skills. On February 16, 2016, Lonnie Franklin Jr.'s trial finally got underway after years of postponements. The families of the victims would now finally hear the facts presented in court, after a protracted quest for justice. The prosecution made their case for about 3 months. The concluding arguments then started on May 2. The jury began deliberating 2 days later. They didn't take long. They were found guilty on all counts on May 5, which was only a day and a half later. Prosecutors made yet another shocking revelation during the sentencing hearing a week later. They thought there were 4 more women, even more victims. Franklin was now suspected of killing Rolina Morris, Georgia Mae Thomas, Inez Warren, and Sharon Alicia Dismuke. On January 15, 1984, Sharon Alicia Dismuke was discovered dead in South Park, Los Angeles, at the age of just 21. Nobody at the time connected the grim sleeper to her murder. Investigators didn't notice the strange parallels until decades after Franklin's arrest. The manner in which she was murdered and the manner in which her body was abandoned. Everything was in line with his signature. Inez Elizabeth Warren came next. On August 15, 1988, she was shot while she was 28 years old. When first responders discovered her in an alley in Gramercy Park, Los Angeles, she was still alive, but it was already too late when she got to the hospital. She was first not seen as a grim sleeper victim, just like Sharon. After Franklin was apprehended, investigators took another look, which changed everything. Alicia Monique Alexander was only 18 years old. Her entire life was still to come. However, that future was taken on September 11, 1988. Another young life was brutally taken when her body was discovered discarded in an alley close to 43rd Avenue and Western Avenue in Vermont Square, Los Angeles. Georgia Mae Thomas was unique. Years later, when the grim sleeper was purportedly asleep and inactive, she was murdered. She was shot and left for dead in South Park, Los Angeles, on December 28, 2000. And until Franklin's trial compelled investigators to re-examine her death, her case remained unresolved, just like the others. There was Rolinea Adele Morris after that. On September 10, 2005, Jane disappeared at the age of 31. Her last sighting was close to the 9000 block of Southwestern Avenue in Los Angeles. Franklin possessed her Nevada driver's license, but she was never located. Even more unsettling are two sexual pictures of her that are hidden in his garage, among hundreds of other pictures. It was the last piece of proof linking his decades-long reign of terror to her disappearance. These women were more than a collection of names. They were friends, sisters, and daughters. Additionally, their cases were disregarded for much too long. Too many years passed before their killer was apprehended. However, there was no more hiding after the truth. Only after his arrest had investigators pieced together their ties to him, but their cases were not presented during the trial. Prosecutors were concerned that including them would make the proceedings take even longer. The jury's verdict was rendered on June 6, 2016. Lonnie Franklin Jr. received a death sentence. On August 10, 2 months later, the judge formally announced his conviction by reading out the names of all the victims he had been found guilty of killing. Franklin suddenly met an untimely end just as it appeared that justice had been done. He was discovered dead in his cell on March 28, 2020, with no visible injuries. The public was not given an official reason of death. The grim sleeper vanished in an instant, carrying with him whatever secrets he had kept in his bosom while he awaited his demise. It's difficult to pinpoint Lonnie Franklin Jr.'s exact murderous beginnings. According to the prosecution, Sharon Alicia DeSmoke was his first victim in January 1984. However, Deborah Jackson's murder in August 1985 was the first murder they could verify. Like she never existed, she was shot and left to lie on the streets. After that, nothing existed for years. No dead, no reports, no trace. It was as though the murderer had disappeared. Was he simply becoming more adept at concealing his crimes, or did he actually stop? For decades, investigators would be plagued by that question. In actuality, though, he never slept at all. Simply put, they hadn't yet located everyone. 2007 saw the death of his final known victim. By that time, a horrifying trend had become apparent. Nearly all of them were black women, many of whom worked as prostitutes. They were easy pickings, women who were already disregarded by society. Franklin was aware of that. Additionally, he exploited it. In the vicinity of downtown Los Angeles, the bodies were consistently discovered outdoors, discarded in alleys, and allowed to decay. And the same weapon, a .25 caliber handgun, was used each and every time. What was the actual number of women killed by the grim sleeper? We might never be able to adequately answer that question. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. These 6 women's strangled bodies were found in remote locations in Kansas City, Missouri, between 1977 and 1993. This is a whole distinct case, though, before you start assuming that it has to do with Anthony Sowell, the strangler from Cleveland, or Henry Wallace, the strangler from Charlotte, which we have already discussed. The truth was finally revealed by DNA research, but unlike the others, this murderer eluded justice for decades and continued to maintain his innocence despite being intimately connected to his victims. The story of seemingly innocuous individuals who turn out to be cold-blooded serial killers is one that we have heard repeatedly. One thing emerges from covering so many cases: the majority of these murderers preyed on women who were at risk. Why? Because they were aware of the grim reality even then. The police would not be concerned if a woman disappeared. And this instance is a terrifying illustration of just that. It all began with 17-year-old Stacy L. Swafford, who had fled her home and was attempting to make ends meet on the streets of Kansas City. On April 17, 1977, her body was discovered face down in an empty lot. Her strangulation was confirmed by an autopsy. Georgine Swafford, her mother, never really healed from the loss and died of alcohol poisoning, clinging to the hope that she would finally see her daughter again in heaven. Then followed Gwendolyn Kizine, who was only 15 years old and the youngest victim. On January 23, 1980, her body was discovered with wire wrapped around her wrists and neck, left behind in a building. Although he hadn't seen her in more than a week, her father had reported her missing just the day before. She had been working as a prostitute. Like the others, she died from strangulation. Another 17-year-old girl, Margaret J. Miller, was discovered in an open field on May 9, 1982, by a teenage guy who was on his way to his grandmother's home. When police discovered her, some of her possessions were gone, and she'd been working on Troost Avenue. The death was caused by strangling. Catherine M. Berry was not like the others. She was battling mental illness following the birth of her third child, not a sex worker. She took rides from random people while living on the streets. Her body was found in an abandoned structure on March 14, 1986, with a nylon stocking around her neck and covered in leaves. She had been strangled as well. 23-year-old single mother Naomi M. Kelly was attempting to change her life. She had been raising 2 kids and studying business when she was discovered in a dilapidated park on August 16, 1986, with a towel tied around her face and neck. Strangulation was verified by her autopsy. With the exception of her pink socks, Deborah Sue Blevins, 32, was discovered nude. She became addicted to drugs, and on November 27, 1986, her body was discarded in front of a church. She left behind a daughter who was 9 years old. The death was caused by strangling. On April 17, 1987, Ann Barnes was 36 years old when her body was found close to downtown Kansas City, precisely 10 years after the discovery of Stackiel Swafford. In addition to prostitution, she had worked as an exotic dancer and housekeeper. She had been strangled like the rest. On June 9, 1987, Kelly A. Ford was discovered in Roanoke Park at the age of just 20. After graduating from high school, she had relocated to Kansas City in the hopes of a better life, but she was also strangled and abandoned. On September 12, 1987, 19-year-old Angela Mayhew was found face down on the side of the road. Police eventually discovered hairs on her sweater that linked her murder to the others, proving that she had been strangled. On November 3, 1987, 36-year-old Sheila Ingold was discovered inside a van outside an auto repair shop. Her rings were gone, and strangling was once again the cause of death. On December 19, 1987, 30-year-old Carmeline Renee Hibbs was discovered in a parking lot. Like so many others, she had been strangled and abandoned. On January 11, 1993, 29-year-old Connie Lean Luther was discovered laying on a snowdrift. She had a shoelace around her neck. She had been reared by a single mother who had died the previous year, along with 5 other children. Women were showing up one by one, being beaten, strangled, and abandoned. No one was able to piece together the patterns that were screaming at the police. You have no idea how many more victims there were, if you believe that to be the worst of it. The aspect that will really enrage you, though, is that the offender was arrested for assault several times and was always released. These ladies may still be alive today if the system had performed its function, but it failed. And the man responsible for this nightmare, the trash collector Trangler, Lorenzo Gilliard. What's more frightening is that Lorenzo Gilliard wasn't some eerie figure who lurked in the darkness. A diligent garbage truck driver who worked his way up to management, a man with a good job, a cheerful smile, and coworkers who vowed he was one of the nicest people around. He was, in fact, the last person you would suspect. And that's the scary thing, since history has repeatedly shown that the most dangerous killers aren't the ones who lurk in the shadow. The ones that are hiding in plain sight are them. Lorenzo was one of 5 kids born and reared in Kansas City, Missouri. His violent personality was evident at school, even as a young child. He participated in sports with his brothers, but he wasn't limited to using his strength on the field. His size made him terrifying. He was known for harassing younger children. He dropped out of school before he even made it to the 10th grade because of his lack of self-discipline, subpar grades, and frequent absences. He met Rena Hill, a young woman in the middle of the 1960s, and they soon became a pair. When Rena became pregnant, their relationship took a serious turn, and they were married on November 20, 1968. However, getting married didn't make Lorenzo any less vicious. Rather, he became more involved in criminal activity and started acting in ways that were unsettling to women. He was arrested for assaulting and inappropriately molesting a girl he knew in January 1969. He was freed, nevertheless, following what the police referred to as a reconciliation arrangement, in which Lorenzo apologized and the victim withdrew her allegation. However, an apology would not prevent him from hurting additional women. His family history was equally unsettling, which only added to the horror. Lorenzo Gilliard Sr., his own father, was found guilty of rape in 1970. 2 years later, Lorenzo Jr. got into problems once more, this time for assaulting and sexually abusing a lady. Claiming he had choked her unconscious, she courageously recognized him in a police lineup. However, the authorities withdrew the accusations after determining that her testimony was insufficient. Letting him go was the one choice that proved to be disastrous. In 1973, Lorenzo's violent tendencies were ruining his own house in addition to frightening visitors. He was arrested that year for the physical and sexual abuse of his wife, who courageously told the authorities that he had been mistreating her throughout their marriage. However, justice was nowhere to be found when a black woman was the victim. As was to be expected, Lorenzo left with a fine and a divorce, rather than actual repercussions, such as jail time or a permanent sentence. Then he was free to repeat the entire process. This individual was absolutely disgusting. He not only mistreated his wife, but he also acted aggressively against other women in public. To make matters worse, the cops did nothing at all. He was then taken into custody once more in February 1974, this time for assaulting a 25-year-old exotic dancer. She recognized him in a lineup, but like before, a purported reconciliation deal miraculously dismissed the accusations. 5 months later, he repeated the action. He targeted a 13-year-old girl this time, a youngster. He attacked her close to the Missouri River. She was a friend's daughter. However, the accusations were dismissed once more after the girl made a revision to her story. Let it sink in. A 13-year-old was hurt by a fully grown guy, and he was still allowed to go free. But this time, if you can call it that, he received a small amount of punishment. He received a 9-month jail sentence after being found guilty of engaging in an illegal behavior with a child. Less than a year, 9 months, not even long enough for his name to be forgotten. In some way, he remarried after all of this. Naturally, though, that was short-lived. He was violent, abusive, and dangerous, and his second wife left him for the same reasons as his first. He then got married a third time in the late 1970s. Is it not unbelievable? Despite his bad deeds, he was still able to persuade another woman that he was worthy of marriage. He resumed his work in 1979. He assaulted a young couple this time, threatening to kill the woman's fiancé. He was recognized by both victims as their assailant. Nevertheless, a jury acquitted him at his trial in September 1980 for lack of evidence. He was arrested for serious abuse against his third wife a few months later. And you know what? A fee and another divorce is just another absurd punishment. That's all. Once more, he wandered freely. Then, in 1981, the situation reached a completely new and terrifying level. He assaulted his former spouse twice. He knocked out her front teeth the first time. He used an ice pick to stab her in the hand the second time. They must have finally locked him up at this point, correct? False. He was released on probation after being charged with third-degree assault. Then, in 1991, he was jailed again, this time for stealing. But he was released the following spring after posting $3,500 bail. He was ultimately sentenced to 4 years in prison for breaking his probation, not for his violent past offenses, his mistreatment of women, or his assault of a kid. Imagine that. Despite all the women he harmed and the lives he shattered, it was only a probation violation, not the blood on his hands or the years of trauma he caused, that ultimately led to his imprisonment. Another twist in this terrifying tale is that Patricia Dixon, his sister, was as lethal. She was given an 11-year prison sentence in 1983 after being found guilty of killing a client while working as a prostitute. Following his release from prison on January 10, 1983, Lorenzo was arrested for making bomb threats in Wyandotte County, Kansas, and was subsequently sent back in jail. However, like with all other instances, his incarceration was brief. He was back on the streets by the end of 1985, free to carry on with his life as usual. He was hired as a garbage man at Deffenbaugh Disposal Service in January 1986, where his father was employed in the maintenance division. He appeared to be a typical man with a typical job leading a typical life. However, Lorenzo's past was not forgotten at all. He was taken into custody and questioned on December 23, 1987, as a possible suspect in the murder of Sheila Ingold, age 36. As before, there was insufficient proof to keep him in jail, so he was released after the police collected a sample of his blood in the hopes that it might link him to the crime. Even after his fourth marriage in 1991, he was still able to persuade ladies that he was a good man. In addition, he was elevated to the position of supervisor, which allowed him to oversee several waste disposal crews in various Kansas City locations. However, even for people who believe they are untouchable, karma has a way of catching up with them. Lorenzo was accused of sexual harassment by a neighbor who went to the police in July 1996. According to her, the harassment began in September 1995 and lasted for about a year. However, no charges were filed against him, even after she came forward. As a result, she was forced to depart. When law enforcement declined to assist her, she was forced to relocate and uproot her life. When justice fails, victims have no choice but to save themselves. That is the truth of the world we live in. Then, however, an odd thing occurred. Lorenzo appeared to become silent. Since 1993, his name has not been associated with any documented crimes. People who knew him started talking about him favorably, as though his history had been cleared out in some way. That is, until 2001, when the Kansas City Police Department was awarded a federal grant worth millions of dollars to use modern DNA technology to re-examine cold cases. The truth eventually came to light at that point. When Lorenzo's blood sample from 1987 was analyzed again, there was no getting away with it this time. Sheila Ingold, whom Lorenzo Gilliard had been suspected of killing years before, was one of 6 women whose killings he was definitively connected to. That wasn't all, though. He was implicated in 6 further killings based on circumstantial evidence, making a minimum of 12 victims. The ladies he killed, all between the ages of 15 and 36, had been strangled with wire, shoelaces, or nylon stockings. Their remains were thrown out like garbage in parking lots, fields, vans, abandoned buildings, landfills, and snowdrifts. Nevertheless, no one had hurried to resolve their cases, in spite of the pattern and the astronomical number of victims. The fact that a serial killer was pursuing women in Kansas City had gone unnoticed. Why? Due to the fact that the majority of his victims were sex workers, women whose society had already rejected them. The news hardly mentioned their deaths. Their cases were dismissed. No national media attention, no public outcry, simply another woman discovered dead in a dump, hardly more than a historical footnote. There were more women whose lives ended in the same ruthless manner, abandoned as though they had no significance. In addition to the ladies we already know Lorenzo Gilliard killed, more victims were suspected by investigators, but not all of their identities were revealed. Then, on June 23, 2006, a breakthrough occurred. Gilliard was connected to another murder by DNA research. 26-year-old Austrian immigrant Helga Kruger came to America in search of a better life. Rather, she met a horrible and brutal end in February 1989. It was found that she had strangled herself with a towel. The uncanny parallels between her death and the others created a terrifying image, almost like a ritual. The true tragedy, however, is that no one made the connection for years. Because they were viewed as expendable, these women were forgotten. They weren't well known, they weren't rich, and many of them didn't have relatives who were actively looking for them. A few were not even listed as missing. For a man such as Lorenzo Gilliard, these ladies were ideal prey because they were social outcasts. And Gilliard's luck didn't run out until January 2007. Prosecutors made an agreement with his lawyer. The death sentence would no longer be an option if he consented to give up his right to a jury trial. Although it was a last-ditch effort, it gave him the best opportunity of escaping the worst punishment possible. The prosecution's case was based on DNA evidence that connected Gilliard to the murders, and the trial started on March 5th. There was no denying the evidence. He was at the scene of the killings since his DNA was discovered on several women. He never broke, though. All of the victims shared the trait of being discovered in remote areas. All of them were strangled. They all appeared to be having difficulty. Nearly all of them had experienced sexual assault, and they were all missing their shoes. It was a signature, a distinct pattern, and it led directly to Gilliard. Even when presented with forensic evidence, he continued to deny any wrongdoing. "I never met the victims," he insisted. However, how can you maintain your innocence when all of the prostitutes you have slept with die and your DNA is discovered on their bodies just before they are killed? Its haughtiness is astounding. Perhaps he believed that, like he had done for decades, he could talk his way out of it. Perhaps he believed that these women would be let down by the legal system one final time. His lies, however, were insufficient this time. At last, his luck had run out. On March 17, 2007, 12 days later, Lorenzo Gilliard was found guilty of 6 murders and given a life sentence without the chance of release. He was convicted of the murders of Carmeline Hibbs, Sheila Ingold, Ann Barnes, Kelly Ford, Catherine Berry, and Naomi M. Kelly. Even though there was evidence that connected him to other killings, he was not found guilty in some of them because they could not be proven beyond a reasonable doubt. But everyone understood the truth. Whether or not the courts acknowledged it, more than 6 ladies had been murdered by this man. Despite being one of Missouri's most prolific serial murders, almost anyone ever mentions him. Then, in a televised jail interview in 2018, British journalist Piers Morgan challenged Gilliard, bringing him back into the public eye. Morgan wasted no time chit-chatting. He asked him directly if he believed that people were foolish enough to accept his denials. Gilliard's calm was broken by the inquiry, and rather than respond, he tore off his microphone and hurried away. Despite receiving several life terms and being in his 70s, he still denies what he did. He continues to hold on to the falsehoods that gave him the opportunity to kill for so long. This story serves as a harsh reminder of the ease with which certain victims are disregarded. Because these women were forgotten in death and abandoned in life, it is crucial to remember them, to mention their names, and to keep their tales alive. Because if we don't, murderers like Lorenzo Gilliard will have what they desire. Victims who have been erased, issues that remain unanswered, and the satisfaction that no one cared enough to pursue justice. I'd like to know what you think about this now. Do you believe that the police were careless in repeatedly allowing Gilliard to walk free? Should they have apprehended him earlier? Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. Giulia Tramontano, 29, disappeared in the evening of May 28, 2023 in the small Italian hamlet of Sanago. Her phone abruptly went silent while she was 7 months pregnant, and she stopped answering calls and messages from family members. Her living partner, Alessandro Impagnatiello, was the first to report her missing. He maintained that he had no idea where his partner may have gone and that the apartment was empty when he got home from work. There were too many odd aspects in this case from the start. Giulia had left behind the majority of her personal possessions, and there was no sign that she planned to vanish in the near future. Even more concerning details were discovered as investigators started to piece together her last known activities. Giulia had a significant dispute with Alessandro the night before she vanished, according to messages she wrote to her mother, Laura Donna, and a close friend. She wrote that the issue was giving her a lot of distress and that she was quite disturbed. However, the most crucial query was still unsolved. What actually transpired that fatal night, and why hadn't anyone seen Giulia since, if she had indeed left the house alone? Investigators would start sifting through a labyrinth of lies in the days that followed, eventually revealing a sobering reality. On May 2, 1994, Giulia Tramontano was born in the little town of Sant'Antimo, which is in the province of Naples. She was raised in a loving, supportive, and close-knit household. From a young age, her parents fostered independence and self-assurance while adopting contemporary perspectives. Their lives continued to be anchored by family customs, and she could always turn to her home for support and direction. Julia thrived in the humanities while attending a nearby school. Her interest in real estate sprang from her fascination with architecture, potential investments, and the prospect of becoming a prosperous real estate agent. She sought a degree in the discipline after high school, rapidly becoming an expert in the industry because of her great communication skills and analytical attitude. She had established a strong reputation in the field by the time she was 25. However, this was insufficient for Julia. She envisioned living in a large metropolis with lots of opportunities. Her career in her hometown had plateaued by the time she turned 26. She became aware of the restrictions of the local market while working at a real estate brokerage. She decided to relocate to Milan after hearing tales from friends, as she felt the city would provide her with a promising new chapter in her life. She made up her mind before the end of 2020. Milan represented self-reliance, new relationships, and the professional advancement she so desperately desired. The change came swiftly. After packing her things and bidding her loved ones farewell, she left for the city she hoped would become her new home. In Milan, Julia threw herself into her work right away. The city's real estate market was competitive, fast-paced, and demanded perseverance and confidence. She rapidly adjusted, making contacts, going to networking functions, and closing sales. Although her new life was thrilling, she found herself yearning for something more: personal happiness amid her hectic schedule. She got to know Alessandro Impagnaiello during this period. They met at a bar in Milan where she was invited by her co-workers to celebrate a deal that had gone well. Alessandro was employed as a bartender at a five-star hotel's upscale lounge. He was a year older than Julia, gregarious, charismatic, and naturally able to connect with others. She was drawn to his charm and self-assurance. She felt as though she could unwind, temporarily forget about the demands of work, and just savor the moment with him. Their connection felt natural throughout the first several weeks. They talked about the future while dining at restaurants in the evenings and taking nighttime walks around the city. Although he admitted to having a son from a prior relationship, Alessandro reassured her that he was moving on from his past and was now seeking stability. Julia thought she had at last found someone she could be with for the rest of her life. They decided to move in together just a few months after their romance blossomed. Julia genuinely hoped that her relocation to Milan would lead to both professional and personal success. Though she didn't know what secrets Alessandro was keeping or how drastically her choice would alter her life at the moment, she was certain that he was the one she was intended to spend the rest of her days with. In 1993, Alessandro Impagnatello was born. Although he gave off an air of confidence, his life in Milan was anything from stable. He worked as a bartender at a prestigious establishment where he was frequently surrounded by celebrities, affluent customers, and prosperous businesses. This gave him the opportunity to meticulously create the image of a man used to luxury. He was adept at putting others at ease, fast to establish rapport, and a master of persuading. His genuine objectives were always concealed under his charm and laid-back demeanor. In addition to a reliable paycheck, his work at the bar gave him important social connections. He was skilled at putting himself in the best possible light, giving the impression that he was a man who aspired to be more. His co-workers perceived him as charming but a little shallow. He never really opened up, but instead kept up the image of having a light-hearted, carefree demeanor. He appeared to be living the dream to clients and acquaintances, but there was a lot more hidden beneath this meticulously maintained facade. There were no obvious warning signs when he first began dating Julia. On the contrary, he seemed to be receptive and considerate in the beginning of their relationship. He was fully aware of how to make a good impression and knew just what to say. However, Alessandro's actual character gradually came to light. Soon after they moved in together, the first red flags emerged. Alessandro and Julia used to joke around a lot, but over time his jokes became more scathing. He'd make remarks about her accent, implying in a less than favorable way that Southerners were different from Northerners. Knowing how much her favorite soccer team meant to her, he openly made fun of them. Julia initially dismissed it, believing it to be harmless joking, but as time passed, it became evident that his statements were not the only ones. The frequency of their arguments increased. Little things like the way she arranged their house, her responses to his remarks, and her responses to his inquiries caused Alessandro to become agitated. She would feel as though she was at fault because he would abruptly end talks or ignore her completely. He briefly became aloof and icy during those moments before abruptly returning to his normal self, acting as though nothing had occurred. Their new normal was this emotional roller coaster. He would be loving and attentive one moment, then utterly uncaring the next. Julia made an effort to comprehend what was going on, but she was never given any definitive answers. She was always in doubt, because Alessandro never talked about his feelings honestly. His second existence, however, was the greatest deception, the one she never anticipated. Alessandro had been living a lie for months, but Julia thought he was spending his nights behind the bar when he went for work. He began seeing Allegra, another lady, shortly after they moved in with. Allegra and he met at work. She was establishing a career in the hospitality sector, was younger, and spoke multiple languages. Presenting himself as a single man who had broken up with Julia years ago, Alessandro continued to live with her because of unforeseen circumstances. By convincing Allegra that Julia was already looking for a new apartment and would be leaving shortly, he expertly kept up this illusion. Allegra and Julia were unaware of each other's existence. He played a different part for each of them, slipping his lies so smoothly that nothing raised any red flags. With one, he discussed the future. With the other, he lived in the now, without ever thinking about the possibility that his deceit would be exposed. In the meantime, he and Julia's relationship was becoming more strained. She had a feeling something wasn't right, but she wasn't sure what it was. The uneasiness increased with time, but Alessandro continued his deception without realizing the truth was catching up with him. Julia began to notice physical changes by the end of 2022. She suspected something was off because of a missed cycle, strange cravings, and persistent weariness. She purchased a pregnancy test since she didn't want to wait. She realized she was expecting a child when she noticed two distinct lines appear. The news caused conflicting feelings. She had always wanted a family, on the one hand. Conversely, the past few months had been challenging with Alessandro. She knew she had to tell him face to face, though. With trepidation, Julia broke the news at the appropriate time. She had envisioned a variety of responses, including surprise, joy, and perhaps even mild terror. Alessandro's face, however, was still unreadable. After a few seconds of silence, he asked only one question. "Are you sure?" Julia sensed a cold detachment in his manner. He was uninterested and didn't inquire about her condition or how far along she was. It was impossible to overlook his indifference. He never mentioned it again in the days that followed. No interest in future doctor's appointments, no conversations regarding the future. Despite feeling abandoned, Julia clung to the notion that eventually he would accept the reality and begin to offer some assistance. Even as the new year got underway, Alessandro's disposition didn't change. Julia increasingly found herself thinking about her future alone in the nights. She continued working, attempting to divert her attention, but a sense of unease began to grow within. Of her. In the meanwhile, early in 2023, Alessandro's double existence took an unexpected turn. He found out that Allegra, his other partner, was also expecting. He was absolutely unprepared for the news. Allegra, like Julia, was unaware that there was another woman around. She genuinely thought she was in a committed relationship with Alessandro. But unlike Julia, Allegra wasn't sure if she wanted to carry the pregnancy to term. Alessandro realized that his well-planned lie was unraveling and persuaded Allegra that having a kid wasn't the right choice. He told her that he would support her in whatever decision she chose at that point, but he made it clear that it would be better to end the pregnancy. After much hesitation, Allegra finally consented. To ensure that this chapter was ended, Alessandro accompanied her to the medical procedure. He believed that now that Allegra's pregnancy was over, he could concentrate on handling what he perceived to be his larger issue, Julia's choice to become pregnant. Julia, however, was adamant on carrying her pregnancy to term. Unlike Allegra, even though he was emotionally detached, he made several attempts to get Julia to rethink her mind. This was a deliberate and private choice for her. She was ready to raise the child alone, even though she was aware that her relationship with Alessandro was failing. She was unaware that this decision would be the pivotal moment in her life. Alessandro became aware that he was losing control of the situation when Giulia refused to end the pregnancy. His plans were derailed by her forceful determination, which compelled him to find a different solution to what he perceived to be an issue. He started conducting methodical study on poisons. By the end of 2022, he searched the internet for ways to damage people without drawing attention to himself, determining which drugs were both efficient and hard to find. Chemical compounds from home items, plant-based poisons, and even extremely hazardous substances like cyanide and ricin were all included in his studies. But the majority of the solutions he discovered were either too hard to get or left obvious body traces. He finally decided on rodenticides, which are goods made to get rid of rodents. These weren't cause for concern and were freely accessible over the counter. Additionally, he discovered data indicating that some varieties functioned slowly, resulting in anemia, weakness, and internal bleeding, symptoms that may be misinterpreted for pregnancy issues. Alessandro started implementing his strategy in early 2023. In the hopes that Giulia's health would deteriorate over time, he began incorporating trace amounts of the poison into her food and beverages. She started having strange symptoms within weeks, including nausea, dizziness, acute abdominal pain, and persistent fatigue. Giulia told her friends she was feeling ill, but they thought it was a normal aspect of being pregnant. She was unaware that something far darker was taking place. Alessandro kept a careful eye on her condition, anticipating that the symptoms would worsen. But the poison wasn't having the desired impact. He was frustrated and kept looking for methods to make it more potent, but the results were still unsatisfactory. Even though Giulia was still feeling bad, the pregnancy was growing and her body was fighting back. Alessandro became enraged. Now that his first plan had failed, he had to think of another option. Being in charge was nothing new to Alessandro. He knew exactly what to say and how to persuade each woman of his version of events, so he meticulously planned his lies. Giulia thought that he was just going through a tough period and that he would eventually embrace the pregnancy. Allegra, however, was positive that his previous relationship had ended a long time ago. However, a single misstep destroyed his meticulously crafted illusion. Allegra's first warning sign was the uneasiness Alessandro displayed whenever the subject of his past was raised. He never revealed his social media, didn't talk about his past, and didn't bring up his ex. It didn't appear strange at first, but gradually contradictions began to accumulate. The actual pivotal moment occurred when she unintentionally stumbled upon recent images of him with Giulia on his phone. Their intimacy and the way they gazed at one another made it obvious that their relationship was far from ended. Allegra wanted to avoid making assumptions. Rather, she began to listen more intently, making notes in her mind. He frequently left in the evenings, saying he was working late, but his hotel coworkers said he had left early. He occasionally made reasons that didn't quite make up when he didn't answer his phone later. Alessandro was unflappable when Allegra finally confronted him about the pictures. He responded immediately. He asserted that Giulia was purposefully disseminating those images to mislead him with guilt because she couldn't accept their split. Allegra wanted to trust him, but there was something strange about the way he said it. His answers grew more and more implausible as she continued to probe. Alessandro suddenly modified his strategy after realizing he was losing control. Giulia wasn't just refusing to move on, he said. In fact, she had lied about being pregnant in an effort to keep him around. His current goal was to persuade Allegra that there was no baby at all. But her doubts were further strengthened by his urgency. Alessandro even created a fake DNA test in an effort to further cement his deception. He presented a modified file that he had got from the internet as evidence that he was unrelated to the child. At first, Allegra believed this account of events, but she continued to have her reservations. She had the unshakable impression that she was missing something. She made the decision to find out for herself a few days later. She swiped Alessandro's phone while he was sleeping, looked up Giulia's number, and messaged her. The response was practically immediate. Giulia didn't sound like a lady who was obsessed with getting even. Conversely, she was also in search of answers. Allegra proposed that they meet in person the following day. Both women knew that everything will change as a result of their conversation. The hotel where Allegra worked was the location of their rendezvous. Both of them felt a mixture of stress and resolve as they had prearranged a time. Julia was shocked to learn that the man she had planned a future with had been living a double life, and Allegra was still unaware of the full scope of Alessandro's deceit. The discussion began carefully. Allegra was the first to share what she had learned. She explained to Julia that Alessandro had promised her that his previous relationship was gone. She went on to discuss the purported DNA test that was used to prove the baby wasn't his. Julia paid close attention. Allegra calmly declared that the exam was a hoax after she had done speaking. The timing of her pregnancy fit their relationship exactly, and she had never recommended any tests. The fact that she and Alessandro were still living together and that he had never given her any cause to think their relationship was finished was more significant. Allegra's perception of the scenario grew clearer by the minute. From the start, she had been tricked. Her whole understanding of their relationship changed, and she was convinced of the truth for the first time. She was disappointed and hurt, but she didn't have any grudges against Julia. Rather, the fact that they had both been duped by the same web of lies became painfully clear. They talked for more than an hour. By comparing specifics, the two women were able to piece together Alessandro's deceit. They no longer viewed one another as competitors by the end. Instead, an unanticipated sense of unity surfaced. It was then that Julia made her ultimate choice. She was finished. She had no desire to remain with a man who had deceived her and concealed a second existence. Alessandro had no place in her future, which belonged to her and her child. She didn't wait for the ideal opportunity when she got home. She went straight to Alessandro and told him that their relationship was finished and that she knew everything. He reacted just as he was supposed to. He denied everything at first, but then he became defensive and said she was prying into his private affairs. But Julia was not paying attention to his justifications. She told him strongly that she didn't want to see him any longer and that she was going to Naples. She emailed her sister and mother that night to explain her choice. They offered to assist her in any way they could and gave her their entire support. Julia told them that she would return home in a few days, but that she had some things to attend to in Milan first. She had no idea it would be her last night. Alessandro became aware that he had lost control after their talk. All he had concealed was now revealed. Julia was aware of his deceit, manipulation, and double existence. She had decided to go since she no longer listened to him, no longer believed him. He was angry at her composure. He was unable to comprehend how he had found himself in a position where his deceit had been exposed, leaving him helpless. He sensed that he was losing both his command of Julia and his meticulously constructed persona. His whole existence may fall apart if she told anyone else. Their relationship reached a breaking point that day. Alessandro made several attempts to talk, but Julia ignored them all. Without emotion, she carried on packing her belongings. He became even enraged when she remained silent. Julia didn't react when Alessandro tried to persuade her that she was mistaken, that he loved her, and that she should change her mind. He became increasingly irritated and increased his voice in an attempt to get a response, but she would not argue. He became enraged beyond control when he learned her choice was definitive. Taking a knife off the counter, he hit Julia in a blind rage. She had no time to respond. Even though the strike was quick and accurate, he was unable to halt it. Panic and fear of being seen drove him to continue, losing all self-control. 37 wounds from stabs. Standing over her body, Alessandro gazed at the truth of what he had just done. He had to dispose of the proof, now. He was unable to let things alone. He was aware that blood left traces. He realized that merely concealing the body would not enough. In an attempt to destroy the evidence, he pulled her to the restroom, poured alcohol on her, and set her on fire. However, the flames did not act as he had anticipated. The remains were not destroyed, but the fire left them burning. Panic struck. He had no strategy. After grabbing cleaning tools and rags, he began washing the blood off the walls, the floor, and the furniture. Despite his repeated efforts to scrub, the stains persisted. The apartment continued to resemble a scene of a crime. He was certain that he could find a way to avoid blame, even though he knew he wouldn't be able to completely remove any evidence of what had transpired. He had no idea that detectives would soon put all the pieces together and reveal his guilt. Alessandro's initial response was to hide his tracks after realizing what he had done and seeing Giulia's body in the restroom. After his attempt to burn the evidence failed, he needed another strategy. Her disappearance was staged as the initial step. He chose to give the impression that Giulia had departed of her own volition. He snatched her phone and started messaging her friends and relatives in order to do this. He had to give the impression that she had decided to go on her own, since he knew they would be concerned if she disappeared without warning. She needed some alone time. He emailed her mom. Just enough information was included in the brief and ambiguous message to prevent suspicion. He then claimed in a message to one of Giulia's friends that she had departed but wasn't prepared to discuss her destination. He wanted to give himself some time so that it would appear as though she had just chosen to vanish. But it was not the end of his scheme. A few hours after the crime, he went to the police himself and reported Giulia missing, since he knew that someone would eventually sound the alarm. After an altercation, he said, she left the house and never came back. His account was straightforward. She was gone when he returned from work that morning. He purposefully included facts to give his story credibility. He suggested that she might have left town on her own when he informed investigators that her money, passport, and personal things were also missing. Investigators paid close attention, but something didn't feel quite right. His manner was suspicious. He spoke with too much assurance, as though he was aware of the questions that would be posed. He seemed unnervingly calm, in contrast to Giulia's friends and family, who were in a panic and desperate search for solutions. Alessandro concentrated on concealing the evidence while the cops conducted a search. He realized he couldn't keep her remains in the bathroom for very long, so he initially left them there. He covered them with plastic wrap and transported them to the garage during the night. He moved the remains several times over the course of the following few days. He put them back in the garage after first hiding them in their building's basement. He was attempting to find a permanent solution to get rid of them, but the longer he put it off, the more he made blunders. Investigators started examining his claims closely, speaking with neighbors and searching for contradictions. Even though he thought he was still in charge, he was already being pursued by the police. The police followed the usual procedures for a disappearance case when Alessandro reported Giulia missing, but the first significant evidence was found in his car by forensic experts, who found blood traces. Even though he tried to sanitize it, police were able to find biological evidence thanks to current forensic technology. Giulia was the owner of the blood, according to a quick analysis. The second piece of evidence was discovered in their apartment building's communal rooms. There were light reddish stains in the hallway and on the stairs that, at first glance, appeared to be dust or liquid spills. Chemical analysis, however, showed that these were remnants of blood that had been partially cleansed. Alessandro's peculiar behavior was also observed by investigators. He showed no real worry, unlike most people whose loved ones go missing. Furthermore, he didn't actively contribute to the dissemination of information regarding Giulia's disappearance or contact her family to seek for assistance in finding her. He did nothing more than follow the official procedures for reporting someone missing, which increased suspicion. Detectives' examination of his electronic gadgets was a significant turning point in the investigation. They confiscated his iPad, computer, and phone. They discovered something startling. They first discovered search records from months before to the crime. He had read papers about how to injure someone covertly, studied the effects of various toxins, and looked for information about poisons. Even why some harmful drugs would not function as intended was questioned in some searches. He had presented Allegra with a fake DNA test, which was another crucial piece of evidence. A forensic analysis verified that the file had been downloaded from a website that let users to update medical records, and that the document had been edited. Alessandro's version of events was unraveling as the evidence grew stronger. As they pointed out irregularities one by one, investigators increased their pressure. He initially insisted he didn't know anything and stuck to his tale. However, as the police questioned him, they revealed more information that he was unable to avoid. They confronted him about his own search history, showed him pictures of the bloodstains, and called in witnesses who claimed to have heard shouting and loud noises coming from their flat. Authorities' analysis of Alessandro's movements in the days after Giulia vanished marked a significant investigative breakthrough. According to surveillance footage, he made several trips to the garage in the days following her disappearance, moving suitcases inside before leaving without anything. As the evidence grew, Alessandro's account started to fall apart. After a while, he broke down and showed where he had concealed her remains. Police found Giulia's body in an overgrown area close to Sanago on June 1, 2023. The remains had been attempted to be burned, but the procedure had been stopped, according to forensic analysis. Experts were able to identify the cause of death and obtain solid proof that connected him to the crime, in spite of his attempts to hide his identity. Italy was rocked by the news of Giulia Tramontano's terrible fate. Her story served as yet another heartbreaking reminder of the perils posed by people who appear as loving partners in a nation where cases of gender-based crimes have long been a major worry. Nationwide protests broke out after Alessandro Impagnatella was arrested. Women protested in the streets, carrying posters calling for harsher punishments for offenses involving domestic violence. Calls for structural changes to better safeguard persons in danger were heard at memorial marches in Milan, Naples, Rome, and other cities. Carla Tramontano, Giulia's sister, spoke out at one of the protests, calling on lawmakers to address the startling number of instances in which people are not held accountable until it is too late. In the meantime, police and forensic specialists sought to comprehend the offender's psychological makeup. Following a psychological evaluation, Alessandro's behavior was found to be problematic. According to the findings of court-appointed psychologists, he had strong narcissistic tendencies. He displayed no regret for what he had done, and his conduct during the court procedures and interrogation revealed a profound lack of empathy and egocentrism. He ignored the feelings and experiences of others, seeing them only through the prism of his own self-interest. His only motivation was to keep control over people around him and preserve his own reputation. Any power outage set off a quick and hazardous reaction. Alessandro made every effort to seem sorry during the trial, but neither the public nor Giulia's family were persuaded by his statements. He insisted that it was an act of impetuous wrath that he hadn't fully understood he was committing, saying he didn't understand how he could have done something so horrible. Prosecutors, however, produced a wealth of evidence, including his fake police report, attempted poisoning, fabricated DNA tests, and internet searches on poisons. The premeditation of the crime was demonstrated by each of these factors. Allegra collaborated with the authorities once Alessandro was apprehended and made public. She gave him her texts, which demonstrated that he had lied to Giulia and to her. She also testified about his persistent attempts to control her and the phony DNA test. Allegra was one of the witnesses at the trial. She was contacted by prosecutors to verify important information, including how Alessandro concealed his secret life, how he had misled about Giulia's pregnancy, and the justifications he used as the truth started to come to light. Allegra appeared extremely upset, according to people in the courtroom. She understood that the truth might have been revealed too late if she hadn't unintentionally discovered those pictures on his phone. She talked about her remorse toward Giulia during her testimony, despite the fact that she knew she had also fallen prey to his deceit. Allegra tried to disassociate herself from the catastrophe after the trial by avoiding the spotlight and refusing to talk to reporters. She reportedly left Milan and relocated to a different place in an attempt to start over, away from the memories associated with this case. Alessandro was convicted of first-degree murder with aggravating circumstances by the court. These included the crime's brutality, the victim's ongoing emotional abuse, and his willful attempts to obliterate evidence. He received a life sentence in prison. It was stressed in the judge's closing remarks that such offenses could not be justified as the result of uncontrollable outbursts or brief emotional discomfort. Over the course of several months, Alessandro's actions showed a clear and intentional aim to get rid of Giulia. Her situation turned into a heartbreaking reminder of the risks associated with people who treat their partners like property. However, Giulia's tale was not ignored. It provoked indignation and joined a larger campaign to save those who were still alive. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. When people live together for a long time, it's not uncommon for them to reach a breaking point in their relationship during these periods. Tensions often rise and mutual accusations start flying. Claims of manipulation, toxicity, controlling behavior, and even narcissism. But while some of these struggles may pass with time or counseling, there are situations where one partner, often a woman, remains trapped in a deeply destructive dynamic, facing emotional and physical mistreatment day after day. The real question is, how can we tell the difference between a temporary crisis and a situation where someone is in real danger? The Summers family became one of the most complex and debated legal battles in recent years, taking over 5 years to reach a conclusion. On the surface, they appeared to be a happy, united household, by all accounts a picture-perfect American family. But behind closed doors, what unfolded was something far more disturbing. What seemed like an ordinary domestic situation hid a reality so unsettling, many struggled to accept it was even possible. As the story unraveled, it was revealed that when the head of the family was faced with divorce proceedings initiated by his spouse, he refused to accept the separation. Instead, he devised a calculated plan to retaliate, one that went far beyond typical legal disputes. He manipulated his own sons and daughters into taking part in his scheme, turning them into instruments of control and convincing them that their actions were in the best interests of the family. Elisa Jill Summers was born on February 18, 1980, in a suburb of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. She grew up in a modest middle-class household. In 1995, at the age of 15, she met a boy named Trevor Stephen Summers, who was 2 years older. They both attended the same high school, often ran into each other outside of class, and shared many mutual friends. Their connection began as a friendship, hanging out at gatherings, talking between classes, and spending time with other students. As time went on, they grew closer, discovering shared interests and similar outlooks on life. However, they didn't start officially dating until 2 years after they first met. Their relationship developed gradually. Both were focused on finishing school and figuring out their paths in life. Their parents supported the relationship and approved of the person their son or daughter had chosen. Friends and classmates admired them as a sweet, balanced couple, sociable, kind, cheerful, and loved by many. They enjoyed planning thoughtful surprises for those around them and were often the center of attention in their friend groups, with some people even quietly envying their happiness. In 2001, 4 years after their romance began, they tied the knot. Elisa was 21, and Trevor had just turned 23 by then. They had already been through enough to feel confident in starting a life together. Everyone believed they were headed for a long, happy marriage. The newlyweds moved into a modest home in Philadelphia and quickly began building a life together. In 2003, they welcomed their first daughter, Arden. 3 years later, Elisa gave birth to their son, Landon. Over the next several years, their family grew to include 3 more daughters, Bree, and sons. Elisa chose to put her career on hold and devoted herself to raising their 5 kids and managing the household full-time. From the outside, the Summers appeared to be the definition of a happy, tight-knit family. And to be fair, in the early years that was the reality. But as time went on, things began to change, and not for the better. Trevor had taken on the role of sole provider early in their marriage, and as the family expanded, the pressure on him only increased. Elisa was a full-time stay-at-home mom, and the financial responsibilities fell squarely on Trevor's shoulders. In 2004, they moved to Florida, where he launched a landscaping company, but the business struggled from the start and eventually shut down just 3 years later. Following that, the family relocated to Alabama. There, Trevor opened a small used car rental and sales shop. Despite his efforts, that venture also failed every couple of years. The Summers family packed their belongings and moved to a new state so Trevor could attempt yet another business. But time after time, those attempts ended in failure. Over more than a decade, Trevor dabbled in a wide range of ventures: real estate, pool maintenance, flower and souvenir sales. but failure seemed to follow him at every turn. Each attempt left him deeper in debt, yet Elisa never lost faith in him. She stood by his side, offering unwavering support through every setback. No matter where they moved, the couple remained outgoing and friendly, quickly building new circles of acquaintances. Their home was always open to guests. Elisa cooked warm home-style meals, while Trevor enthusiastically pitched his next business idea, assuring everyone that this time it would work, that this project would finally bring them success. But as their household grew, it became harder and harder to make ends meet. Due to a poor credit history, Trevor was repeatedly denied loans, and aside from Elisa and their sons and daughters, no one really believed in his entrepreneurial dreams. He even asked relatives to co-sign loans, but most dismissed him as unreliable. In truth, Trevor struggled to commit to any one path and kept hopping from one idea to another, hoping that something would eventually pay off. In 2015, the family returned to Florida, this time planning to settle down for good. The constant moves had taken a toll. Arden and her siblings struggled to adjust to new schools, couldn't make lasting friendships, and were under a great deal of stress from the instability. The parents eventually decided to switch them to homeschooling, thinking it would solve the problem and offer some consistency. Their eldest daughter, Arden, helped Elisa manage the household and often looked after her younger brothers and sisters. She had always been what people might call a daddy's girl, incredibly close to Trevor. She trusted him completely and saw him as the best parent in the world. But over time, the dynamic within the family began to shift. Although things were deteriorating, Elisa continued to pretend everything was fine. As Trevor's business ventures kept failing, he became more frustrated, anxious, and, at times, displayed troubling behavior. He started fearing that Elisa might leave him for someone more successful or financially secure. These thoughts began to consume him. Eventually, Trevor's behavior became increasingly controlling and domineering. He started accusing Elisa of being unfaithful, without any evidence. He grew suspicious of her every move, became jealous of anyone she spoke to, friends, neighbors, even casual acquaintances. Simple greetings on the street would spark confrontation. As tensions grew, Trevor demanded she delete her social media account and forbade her from creating new ones. He regularly checked her phone, reviewed her call logs and messages, and insisted that she remove every male contact, even longtime family friends. He also began controlling what she wore. At first, he told her not to wear certain outfits he considered too revealing, even though they weren't. Then he took over choosing her clothes entirely, forbidding her from using makeup and insisting she wear only modest, dull, and conservative outfits. Fragrances and any kind of jewelry, aside from her wedding ring, were no longer allowed. Trevor didn't stop there. He continued to tighten his control over Elisa in every aspect of her life. He banned her from driving, took away her phone, and eventually stopped letting her leave the house entirely. Whenever he stepped out, he would lock her inside, along with the younger sons and daughters. The only one allowed to come and go freely was their eldest daughter, Arden. Trevor often took her with him and tried to convince her that everything he was doing was for the good of the family. The head of the household monitored every detail of their lives. He knew where each family member was, what they were doing, who they spoke to, and what they ate. It seemed this control gave him a sense of power and satisfaction. Elisa, more than anyone else, bore the brunt of this environment. She was constantly criticized, emotionally pressured, and blamed for everything that went wrong in Trevor's life. After 15 years of marriage, Elisa finally told Trevor she wanted a divorce. She said she couldn't continue living under such oppressive conditions. His reaction was immediate and cruel. He slapped her across the face, hurled insults, and told her she was worthless, that no one would want her as a single mom. From that moment, the household rules became even more restrictive. Around the same time, Trevor came under police investigation for financial misconduct and was placed under house arrest. Being trapped in the house with him became unbearable for Elisa. It was during this time that she realized she could no longer share a home with this person. In October 2016, Elisa found herself once again confined within the walls of their home for 2 full weeks. Trevor didn't allow her to set foot outside. The situation had become extremely dangerous, and he watched her constantly, with no access to the outside world. She had no way to seek help or even alert anyone to her circumstances. Then came a narrow window of opportunity. One day, Trevor, no longer under investigation, left the house for a few hours. During his absence, Elisa managed to find a phone and called emergency services. She reported ongoing mistreatment and said that her husband had been keeping her locked up. The call was cut short when Trevor returned unexpectedly, but authorities had already recorded the address and dispatched officers immediately. Law enforcement arrived at the Summers residence just as Trevor had resumed verbally and emotionally berating his wife. It's important to note that he had learned to avoid leaving visible injuries. His methods were primarily psychological, though he occasionally used physical intimidation. Slaps, pulling her by the hair. His most common form of punishment, however, involved inappropriate personal behavior that was never discussed openly. When the officers showed up at the door, Trevor appeared surprised and hesitant to let them in. Wanting to avoid arrest, he eventually agreed to let Elisa and the children go. He claimed that no one had ever been held against their will and insisted that Elisa was simply an unreliable person who couldn't be trusted. After escaping her controlling husband, Elisa faced a new and immediate problem. She and her sons and daughters had nowhere to go. They left with no belongings and no money. Following the advice of law enforcement, Elisa reached out to a local support service for individuals affected by domestic conflict. There, she and the kids were provided with temporary shelter, meals, and essential supplies. Elisa wasted no time. She began actively searching for a job, and before long her efforts paid off. She was hired by a local company and soon managed to rent a modest but cozy home. Slowly but surely, she and her children started rebuilding their lives in a new environment. Despite facing a number of challenges, they were moving forward and things began to stabilize. At the same time, Elisa filed for divorce, wanting to avoid further conflict and preserve a sense of peace for the sake of her sons and daughters. She chose not to press formal charges against Trevor for his past actions. She hoped the separation could be finalized without hostility. Initially, Trevor tried to contact her repeatedly, urging her to come back, but after some time he seemed to accept the situation and backed off, at least on the surface. It wasn't until 6 months after the separation that Elisa finally began to feel a sense of freedom. For the first time in years, she started to live without constantly looking over her shoulder. She even began to open up to new people, hoping to rebuild her personal life. During this time, she met a man named Jeffrey Matheson, and by the spring of 2017, their friendship had grown into a romantic relationship. Once the divorce was finalized, the former couple agreed on a shared custody arrangement. The sons and daughters would primarily live with Elisa, while Trevor could visit them twice a week and take them for overnight stays on weekends. The arrangement seemed reasonable to everyone involved. While Elisa was not thrilled to interact with Trevor, she didn't object, preferring to keep things calm and civil. Trevor appeared composed, showed no signs of aggression, and successfully lulled Elisa into believing he had moved on. Then, in March 2017, he called her unexpectedly. He asked her to come over to sign a few papers related to their divorce and property division. His tone was polite, and nothing about the request raised suspicion. Elisa drove over to his house. Trevor greeted her at the door and invited her in. As soon as the door closed behind her, his demeanor changed completely. It quickly became clear there were no documents. This was a setup. The whole request had been a ruse to get her to his house alone, without their sons and daughters present. At first, Trevor tried to convince her to reconcile and live together again, but when Elisa firmly refused, he became threatening. He accused her of betrayal, hurled insults, and refused to let her leave. He demanded she admit to things that never happened, fixating on imaginary wrongs. When Elisa attempted to walk away, Trevor grabbed a large hunting knife, the kind used for field dressing game, and held it to her throat, then lowered it to her chest and said he would take her heart out. Elisa was frozen in fear. Trevor, meanwhile, seemed to take disturbing pleasure in the situation, describing in detail what he wanted to do next. Trevor held his ex-wife captive for nearly 2 hours, hours that felt like an eternity to Elisa. The entire time she pleaded with him to stop and think clearly, reminding him that if he hurt her, He'd end up in prison, and their sons and daughters would be left without either parent. She begged him not to make them orphans. Surprisingly, her words seemed to have an effect. Trevor paused, thought it over, and ultimately decided to let her go. But before he did, he made Elisa promise she would never tell anyone what had happened. She gave her word. However, the moment she was far enough from the house, she contacted law enforcement and reported the threats and aggression. Trevor was arrested that same evening. Still, he denied everything, calling Elisa a habitual liar and accusing her of betrayal and manipulation. There were no visible marks on her body. Her clothing remained intact, and without physical evidence, it was hard to prove the assault had taken place. It became a case of her word against his. With no hard evidence, Trevor was released, though both he and Elisa filed for mutual restraining orders. After the incident, Trevor shifted his focus to the children. He began trying to manipulate them emotionally, insisting that Elisa was the only reason the family had fallen apart. Every time he saw them, he talked about how much he missed their mom and wished things could go back to how they were. He took them to places the family used to visit on vacations or weekends, trying to rekindle old memories and create a sense of longing. The kids, young and emotionally vulnerable, believed their father wanted what was best for everyone. They saw him as kind and well-intentioned. The one most affected was the eldest daughter, Arden, who had always idolized Trevor and saw him as a flawless parent. Trevor counted on her loyalty and made her the centerpiece of his plan. It's important to note that the children had never been subjected to harsh behavior from Trevor. Because of this, they didn't recognize the risk he posed. Elisa, trying to protect their mental health, had never spoken poorly of their father, fearing emotional harm or confusion. That silence made it easier for Trevor to manipulate them. At his request, the kids began keeping tabs on their mother, watching her, reporting back about daily routines, and sharing what she said or did. Working with Arden, Trevor started developing a plan, not for reconciliation as he claimed, but for revenge. On Saturday, March 11, 2017, Trevor picked up the younger kids for their scheduled weekend stay, but later that night, he returned to Elisa's house with the car lights off and parked on the side of the home. He waited patiently for a signal from Arden, who was supposed to crack open Elisa's bedroom window and let him know when she and the middle kids had gone to bed. Once he saw the agreed signal, Trevor told the younger ones to stay quiet in the car, saying he was about to surprise their mom. Then he slipped into the house through the unlocked window. In the dark, he ambushed Elisa. He dragged her out to the living room, took her phone, and used a cable tie to bind her wrists. When the frightened children followed after them, Trevor told them to go back to their room and assured them everything would be okay. After restraining Elisa, Trevor turned to Arden, his 14-year-old daughter, and instructed her to take her siblings and drive them to his house using his vehicle. Although Arden didn't have a driver's license yet, Trevor insisted it was necessary and told her she could handle it. He reassured her that he and her mom would follow shortly in Elisa's SUV, and that from that night on, their family would be back together. Once the car with the younger kids pulled away, Trevor returned to Elisa to subject her to hours of unimaginable suffering. He injected her with a sedative he had prepared in advance, aiming to weaken her resistance. When the drug took effect, he dragged her into the bedroom, restrained her to the bed, and committed a disturbing act of aggression.
Elisa drifted in and out of consciousness, but Trevor deliberately kept her alert, ensuring she was aware of everything happening while she lay helpless. He began speaking about having large sums of money in offshore accounts and claimed he had purchased a yacht. His supposed plan was to take her and the children away to a remote location where no one would ever find them. He told her the family belonged to him and that he wasn't letting anyone go. Meanwhile, Arden had managed to drive safely to her father's house with her brothers and sisters. Fortunately, it was late at night and the roads were empty, which helped the young teen avoid any accidents. She parked in the driveway, and the kids went inside, waiting for their parents, who never showed up.
Around 5 p.m., Trevor began suffocating Elisa with a pillow, tightening it around her face, then briefly letting go so she could catch her breath, only to start again. This terrifying pattern continued for about 30 minutes until Elisa, physically and emotionally broken, agreed to comply with whatever he demanded. He then untied her, placed her in the car, and drove off down a quiet road leading out of town. At about 6 a.m., a car pulled into the parking lot of a small 24-hour convenience store on the outskirts of the city. A man exited the vehicle and walked into the store. Just minutes later, a barefoot, partially clothed woman with her hands bound managed to escape from the passenger seat. She ran toward an employee who was standing outside, begging for help. Suddenly, the man came rushing back out of the store, grabbed Elisa mid-run, and forced her back into the car. The vehicle sped off before the stunned witness could react, but he had seen enough to understand that he had just witnessed an abduction. Thankfully, he managed to remember the make, color, and even the license plate number of the vehicle and quickly provided that information to authorities. Law enforcement tracked the car owner using the license plate. What they discovered raised immediate concern. The name was linked to an active restraining order, a volatile divorce, and reports of controlling behavior. The top priority became locating the couple's sons and daughters to ensure their safety. They were found at Trevor's home, but none of them knew where their parents were or what was happening. They were confused and had no understanding of the terrifying events unfolding elsewhere. The young witnesses were interviewed one by one with care, and what they revealed painted a disturbing picture of life inside the Summers household. The sons and daughters hadn't realized the severity of what had been happening around them. They were never on the receiving end of their father's actions, so his controlling behavior and mistreatment of their mother seemed like just a regular part of life. But the details they shared made it clear Elisa was in danger and had to be found as soon as possible. At that point, Trevor and his hostage were already far from the city, heading toward an isolated area near the coastline. He stopped at a small hotel they had once visited as a family. Lost in memories for a moment, his demeanor suddenly shifted. Trevor said he had figured out a solution. He pulled out a notebook and pen and began writing what appeared to be a farewell letter. Then, dissatisfied, he tore out the page, crumpled it, and started over. This continued for hours. Elisa realized that he was planning to end her life and then his own, using the letter to explain it all to their sons and daughters. After Elisa's failed escape attempt in the supermarket parking lot, surveillance cameras had caught glimpses of their car, helping authorities narrow down the direction they were heading. The search lasted 55 hours. During that time, Trevor wrote multiple farewell notes and used a razor blade to cut Elisa's wrist in an attempt to make it look like she had harmed herself voluntarily. Eventually, Trevor brought her to Little Harbor, a coastal resort town. There, he once again violated her and told her they would soon be leaving the world together. He put a makeshift cord around Elisa's neck and began strangling her. But just then, the sound of sirens echoed nearby. Trevor let go and bolted for the car, flooring the gas pedal in an attempt to flee, only to drive straight into the path of a police cruiser. Realizing he had no way out, Trevor grabbed the razor and tried to harm himself, managing only superficial cuts. Fortunately, officers arrived just in time. They disarmed him, pulled him from the vehicle, and rescued Elisa. Both were transported to the hospital for emergency medical attention. Following his arrest, Trevor denied all wrongdoing. He claimed Elisa had voluntarily gone with him and even alleged that she had asked him to tie her up, choke her, and engage in violent behavior, framing it as part of some shared interest in danger and control. Unsurprisingly, no one believed him. Prosecutors filed 11 charges against him, including abduction, assault, and attempted murder. The legal process dragged on, and with the onset of the pandemic in 2020, the trial was delayed indefinitely. Fortunately, Trevor was denied bail and remained behind bars, where he stayed for nearly 5 years awaiting trial. During that time, Elisa found a new beginning. She married her partner, Jeffrey Matheson, who stepped in to help raise her sons and daughters as his own. Despite Trevor and his attorney's efforts to convince the court of his innocence, the evidence overwhelmingly told a different story. Among the most damning items were the numerous farewell notes discovered in the vehicle, testimony from the eyewitness who saw the attempted escape, the makeshift ligature used to strangle Elisa, and the bloodied razor blade found at the scene. In the spring of 2022, Trevor Summers was found guilty on all counts and sentenced to 3 consecutive life terms with no possibility of parole. The testimony that proved most crucial in reaching a guilty verdict came from his own sons and daughters, who bravely shared what they witnessed during that horrifying ordeal. For the first time, they fully understood just how close their mother had come to losing her life. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. One of the most dramatic crimes in recent history occurred in Samara in 2025, when a startling and unsettling crime rocked the city. A prominent political person, a former mayor, and his spouse inexplicably disappeared. People who were close to them became very concerned when they vanished, which led to a thorough search. Investigators soon discovered, however, that their own granddaughter was the main suspect. She was seen touching a suspicious barrel on security cameras. Chemical traces were discovered in the flat, and the victim's money started to show up in suspicious transactions. All the signs pointed to a well-planned performance. But what? Financial difficulties, growing debt, or something far more sinister could have pushed her to this point? Was she truly acting alone? And why has she not spoken since being arrested? Situated strategically along the Volga River in Russia, Samara is a city rich in history. It is a significant industrial center where politics, business, and exclusive elite circles are closely entwined. A special equilibrium between the power of the government, large corporations, and underground networks emerged in the 1990s. The local elite's wealth was frequently derived from oil profits, secret transactions, and behind-the-scenes political scheming, and they had influence much beyond the area. Viktor Tarkov was a major member of Samara's aristocracy. Everyone knew his name, from powerful criminal types to government officials. He was more than just the city's leader. A large portion of its economy was under his control. Tarkov, who was born in Kubyshev, rose through the ranks from chemical engineer during the Soviet era to prosperous businessman, high-ranking official, and finally Samara's mayor. His influence grew as a result of this role, but he also made strong opponents. In addition to being rich, the Tarkov family was a dynasty used to luxury and power. Viktor Tarkov possessed a fleet of luxury vehicles, large land holdings, and upscale real estate, and his family benefited from all the perks that accompanied his position. However, there were significant problems hiding under the prosperity surface. Viktor's granddaughter, Ekaterina Tarkov, was born in Samara in 1995 and grew up in a society where having money and power was just accepted. From an early age, Ludmila was lured to dubious circles since her father, Sergei Loganov, was referred to in some quarters as Lord. Her mother, Ludmila Tarkov, was brought up as the heir to a wealthy family. Even though her father gave her the best education and a wealth of chances, she opted for a luxurious and carefree lifestyle. She was firmly enmeshed in the underground world by the 1990s, surrounded by people from organized networks with whom she was quite comfortable. Konstantin Cherbuk, her first husband, was killed in 2001 after having connections to a notorious Samara criminal organization. Following his death, Ludmila started dating Sergei Loganov, who was not only associated with clandestine activities, but also a major figure in massive oil fraud schemes that generated millions of dollars. He was imprisoned in 2010 after being apprehended for allegedly planning an attack on a federal agent. However, Ludmila stayed close to his course. She participated in fraudulent operations, formed close relationships with organized groups, and ultimately faced legal repercussions. Ludmila Tarkov was at the focus of a well-reported judicial case by the summer of 2021. She threatened to make false personal information public and attempted to extort a sizable quantity of money from Alexander Malev, a deputy in the regional parliament. But her scheme fell apart in an instant. Malev called police enforcement right away. The arrest of Tarkov occurred in December 2022. She was sentenced to 7 years in a general regime penitentiary facility when the court found her guilty shortly after. Ekaterina Tarkov, on the other hand, experienced total independence and no supervision during her adolescent years. She never experienced financial hardship and had no appreciation for the actual worth of money because she was the granddaughter of a prominent political figure. She was never subjected to rigorous regulations, pressure to perform well in school, or spending limits like her peers were. A sense of entitlement was fostered by this lack of boundaries, and it only got stronger with time. Ekaterina adopted a life of luxury from an early age. High-end fashion labels, invitation-only events, and relationships with powerful individuals drew her in. Tarkov soon found herself encircled by the city's elite youth, the sons and daughters of wealthy families for whom extravagant entertainment was a way of life. As Samara's nightlife scene flourished during those years, alcohol and illegal drugs were ubiquitous in this setting. Ekaterina was never worried about the future. Everything she needed was supplied by her grandfather, and her mother never got involved in her life since she was too busy committing crimes of her own. When Ekaterina started using illegal drugs heavily, and her behavior started to change, that's when the real issues started. Her need increased over time, and she found it more and more challenging to operate without consistent access. Her social circle also shifted. She found herself surrounded by people who would give her anything in return for cash, favors, or power. Her grandfather provided her with substantial financial support, but her spending habits became unmanageable. She met an Israeli citizen in Cyprus in 2016, when her reputation in Samara was already far from perfect. They quickly get married as their relationship blossomed. Ekaterina became Belskaya by adopting her husband's last name. They have a kid in 2017. Family life, though, did not alter her way of living. She struggled to control her emotions, drank a lot, and kept causing scandals. After 2 years, her spouse filed for divorce because he could no longer stand it any longer. Ekaterina left her baby in the custody of his grandparents and went back to Samara after the separation. Her family once again gave her their whole support. In spite of her actions, her grandfather, Viktor Tarkov, kept giving her money, but even it was insufficient for her. Ekaterina spent enormous sums of money on illegal drugs and pleasure, but when her income started to decline, she started to run into financial problems for the first time. By 2020, she was in a dire predicament. She made an effort to undergo therapy, but she quickly relapsed and resumed her old way of life. She started acting even more strangely. Her costly habits persisted, but she was no longer able to afford them. She began selling everything she owned out of desperation, including phones, jewelry, fancy handbags, and even religious icons that her grandparents had given her. She had no interest in family treasures at the time. Money was her top concern. Ekaterina gradually started taking out loans from friends, but people soon stopped believing in her. Her debts increased, and her creditors' demands for repayment got more tenacious. She had reached a dead end. She didn't want a job and didn't have any lawful income. Viktor Tarkov began reducing his granddaughter's financial assistance to Ekaterina after he saw that she had no plans to change. This was not an effort to assist. It was a betrayal. As far as she was concerned, he had to keep supporting her. Arguments became openly hostile, and family tensions increased. Ekaterina publicly blamed her grandparents for all of her issues and no longer concealed her disdain. Her rage only became stronger with time. She eventually came to the terrifying conclusion that eliminating the individuals preventing her from receiving her inheritance was the only way to permanently resolve her financial issues. Ekaterina's financial condition had significantly worsened by 2023. She had borrowed money from a number of places, including friends, high-interest lending firms, and people who weren't known for being patient when it came to return, and her debts were growing. She assured a number of lenders that she would pay off her obligations quickly, but in practice, she was unable to do so. The calls and threats intensified, and the pressure from creditors increased. Ekaterina started trying to sell her family's possessions at this point. She began searching for purchasers for her relatives' expensive belongings, since she was in dire need of money. Her attention turned to jewelry, old religious artifacts, and even her grandmother's automobile. The investigation found that she was able to sell some of these products. However, even that was insufficient. At that point, Ekaterina started thinking about selling properties that were registered in Viktor Tarkov's name. Her grandfather, on the other hand, was a wise and cautious guy who kept tight control over his possessions and would never let her handle it without his consent. She understood that she would never have complete access to his fortune as long as he was living. Viktor and Natalia Tarkov abruptly stopped returning calls at the beginning of January 2025. Their phones were off when friends, family, and business acquaintances tried to contact them. Concerns were immediately raised when they vanished. These individuals, particularly Viktor Tarkov, who maintained constant communication with former co-workers and business associates, were not the kind to abruptly go. Those close to him became very concerned when he did not reply to birthday greetings on January 3, 2025. Tarkov's former deputy was the first to sound the alarm. When he tried to phone Viktor several times without success, he got the odd message, "All questions to Katya." This appeared very suspicious. Although Tarkov was renowned for using correct grammar and punctuation, this message's writing style was entirely different. Efforts to contact the couple persisted without success. Tarkov's assistant was so alarmed that she eventually reported a missing individual to the police. The police quickly began an investigation once the report was lodged. First, detectives examined the Tarkovs' home, looked over their most recent financial records, and examined security footage. Unsettling information soon surfaced that pointed to Ekaterina Tarkov's peculiar actions. After police looked into her financial activities in the days before her relatives vanished, suspicions grew. After making dubious purchases, she made an effort to hide any signs that they were in the residence. An eerie scene greeted the investigative team when they got to the Tarkovs' house. The inhabitants were strangely clean, but there were no overt indications of a conflict. Chemicals that are frequently used to destroy biological evidence were found by forensic experts. Forensic experts employed cutting-edge equipment to find concealed traces that were invisible to the human eye. During a comprehensive examination of the apartment, they found biological residue in the kitchen and bathroom, which was later determined to include blood through laboratory investigation. The traces were determined by DNA testing to be those of Viktor and Natalia Tarkov. Investigators concluded that there was no considerable blood loss as the cause of death based on the minimal amount of blood found. Ekaterina's purchases in the weeks preceding the disappearance of her relatives also caught the attention of investigators. Transaction records show that she had ordered protective jackets, heavy-duty bags, chemicals, and plastic containers. Due to their unclear domestic aim, these transactions struck out as suspicious when made online. Furthermore, these significant expenditures were out of line with her typical spending patterns, and her financial status at the time was precarious. A closer look at her recent behavior showed that Ekaterina had also been quickly selling off her grandparents' possessions. She quickly advertised a number of important items for sale, including as jewelry, a Toyota RAV4 that had belonged to Natalia Tarkov, and antique religious symbols. Investigators were alarmed by the speedy sale of such costly goods because there was no proof that the property's legitimate owners had voluntarily given her control of it. Law enforcement also acquired comprehensive call and message logs of Viktor and Natalia throughout this period. Even after their alleged disappearance, analysis revealed that their cell phones were still operational. Friends and family received reference messages from their numbers stating that the pair had left town. Investigators suspected that someone else had been using their devices after a linguistic analysis of these texts showed inconsistent wording and phrasing. Ekaterina's use of her grandfather's phone to access his online bank account was another cause for concern. Despite not having complete access to the money, investigators found that there had been several attempts to conduct financial transactions from Viktor Tarkov's accounts following his disappearance. One of the most important pieces of evidence was the fact that she attempted to utilize his money while his location was unclear. Following the collection of sufficient evidence, authorities took action to place Ekaterina Tarkov under arrest. Her grandfather's flat, where she had remained even after his disappearance, served as the site of the operation. Ekaterina was remarkably composed during her arrest. She didn't object, protest, or even inquire as to why she was being held. Unlike someone suspected of a severe crime, there were no outward indicators of distress or concern. She was brought to the police station and questioned. Ekaterina declined to testify during the first round of interrogation, saying she was feeling ill. Investigators kept working and showed her the material they had collected. However, she started altering her version of events rather than providing precise reasons. Her claims were in conflict with one another, and her logic was not convincing. More evidence was found as the inquiry went on. which helped put together a potential time frame of the crime. Investigators examined witness accounts, CCTV footage, and digital footprints on her computer and phone. These discoveries helped to clarify the events that had taken place. Complete denial of involvement was Ekaterina's main line of defense. She asserted that she had sold her relatives' possessions at their request and maintained that she had no knowledge of their location. But there was another picture that emerged from the facts. As they worked to piece together the events, investigators found more evidence that implicated her. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. Yes, you heard that right. A teenage boy not only murdered his parents, but lived with their corpses for days, and then spoke openly about wanting to assassinate President Trump, all of it fueled by a twisted, radical ideology rooted in white supremacy. But before this nightmare unfolded, the question remains: who was this teen, and how does someone go from being a model student to plotting acts of unthinkable violence? His name was Nikita Kossep, known to most simply as Nicky. Just 17 years old, Nicky was a high school student living in the quiet, peaceful suburbs of Waukesha, Wisconsin. The kind of town where the American dream felt alive. Manicured lawns, friendly neighbors, and evening walks with dogs. On the surface, his life looked perfect. He lived in a spacious 4-bedroom home on Cider Hills Drive, with his mother, Tatiana Kossep, and his stepfather, Donald Meyer. They had a big house, a stable life, and even a loyal family dog named Toby. To the outside world, Nicky was polite, reserved, and respectful. Teachers described him as quiet but well-behaved. He wasn't a troublemaker. In fact, he was once honored as Student of the Month at his school, Waukesha U.S. Health Department High School. His grades were strong, his attendance impeccable. There were no major red flags. Until one day, he vanished. He stopped coming to school. Teachers were puzzled. Friends noticed his silence online. And then the calls stopped. What came next would stun the entire community. Because behind Nicky's calm exterior, a much darker transformation had been taking place, one that no one saw coming. And by the time the truth surfaced, it was already far too late. Nicky's last day at school was February 12, 2025. At first, no one thought much of it. Kids get sick, families go on sudden trips. But as the days passed, concern grew. Weeks went by and still no sign of Nicky or his parents. The school received one email claiming Nicky was sick, but something about it felt off. The email couldn't be verified. Then things got even stranger. On the morning of February 28, Judith Meyer, Donald's mother, called in for a welfare check. She hadn't heard from her son in weeks, and she was worried. Around the same time, a school resource officer at Nicky's high school also contacted police, making 2 separate welfare check requests in just 5 minutes. That was enough for the Waukesha police to act now. Officers arrived at the house on Cider Hills Drive at approximately 10:11 that morning. They knocked on the door, but there was no answer. They walked the perimeter and still nothing. So they turned to the area's automated license plate recognition system, cameras that scan and record vehicle activity. And what they found raised even more questions. Donald's black 2018 Volkswagen Atlas Cross Sport hadn't been seen since February 23. Tatiana's white 2019 BMW was last seen way back on February 11, the very same day Nicky stopped going to school. Because of this discovery, alarm bells were now fully ringing. Police then contacted Donald's employer. His manager told them that Donald had been texting in sick between February 13 and February 25, claiming he wasn't well enough to speak on the phone. He said he'd be back at work by March 3, but the manager noted something chilling. Those messages were completely out of character. Donald was reliable and communicative, so for him to go completely dark like that was bizarre and deeply troubling. At 1:52 in the afternoon, after hours of silence and unanswered questions, police forced entry into the home. What they discovered was every officer's nightmare. The moment they stepped inside, the unmistakable odor of human decomposition hit them. In the hallway near the kitchen, hidden under a pile of blankets and clothes, was the body of Tatiana Kasap. She had been shot 3 times, twice in the stomach, once in the neck. She was just 35 years old. Officers immediately exited the scene to obtain a search warrant. When they re-entered at 5 o'clock that evening, they found Donald Meyer's body in the first-floor office, a single bullet wound to the back of the head. Execution style. He was 51. But Nikki, 17-year-old Nikki, and the family dog, Toby, were gone. Now it's safe to say that the house was a mess. Furniture was displaced, artwork had been taken off the walls, drawers and closets had been rifled through, their contents scattered everywhere. The mattress from the master bedroom had been removed from its frame. Empty bank envelopes were found in the kitchen. Something had clearly happened here, and whoever did it had taken their time. With the parents dead and the son missing, investigators turned to surveillance and cell phone data, and what they discovered painted a haunting timeline. Nikki hadn't just fled. He had stayed in that house, lived in that house, for 12 full days with the bodies of his murdered parents before finally leaving town in his stepfather's Volkswagen. He then traveled through 6 states, Iowa, Illinois, Nebraska, Wyoming, Colorado, and Kansas. At 11:25 p.m. on February 28th, the same day his parents' bodies were found, Nikki was located in Winfield, Kansas, more than 800 miles away from Waukesha. He was arrested during a traffic stop, and what police found inside the vehicle left no doubt in their minds. On the floorboard of the car was a loaded Smith & Wesson W357 Magnum revolver. It matched the description of a firearm recently purchased by Donald Meyer. Also found were rounds of ammunition, over 70 pieces of jewelry, multiple tablets, 4 cell phones, 3 laptops, a safe that had been forcibly opened, and more than $14,000, 0 cents in cash. There were also credit cards and driver's licenses belonging to his parents and Toby. The family dog was found alive in the car. After piecing together the evidence, authorities concluded that Tatiana and Donald had most likely been killed on February 11th, 17 days before their bodies were discovered. Nikki had lived with the bodies for nearly 2 weeks before taking off with their car, cash, valuables, and even the dog. He was charged with 2 counts of first-degree intentional homicide, 2 counts of hiding a corpse, 2 counts of theft, operating a motor vehicle without the owner's consent, and 2 counts of identity theft. Now here's where it gets even more chilling. This wasn't just a sudden outburst or a fight gone wrong. Prosecutors believe Nikita had been planning the murders for months. And he wasn't planning alone. According to court documents and witness testimony, Nikita had been messaging with someone in Russian through the app Telegram, a platform often used by extremists because it's encrypted and harder to trace. One of his classmates, only identified as Witness A, told authorities that Nikita said he had been talking to a man on Telegram and that the 2 of them were working together to overthrow the U.S. Nikita even said they had plans to assassinate President Donald Trump. That's not just disturbing, it's terrifying. Now, when Nikita was arrested, we mentioned earlier that the police found valuable items in his car that pointed directly to him being the killer. However, there was one item that stood out above all the rest: an unassuming memory card. At first, it seemed like just another ordinary piece of evidence, but what was on it would send shockwaves through everyone involved in the case. On this memory card, investigators discovered images and videos that were nothing short of disturbing. These weren't just random shots. These were chilling recordings that showed Nikita actively documenting his crime. According to the criminal complaint, one of the most haunting videos captured Nikita adjusting a camera and then pointing it directly at the dead body of his stepfather, Don Meyer. This was no accident. Nikita knew exactly what he was doing. What makes this even more sinister is what happened next. In the video, Nikita can be seen lighting candles around his stepfather's body. Why would he do that? Some believe he was trying to mask the awful smell of decomposition, but others suggest that this act wasn't just about hiding a smell. It was an eerie, almost ritualistic gesture. It's as if he was creating a scene, setting a stage for someone to witness his crime. But it doesn't stop there. The videos go further, showing Nikita allegedly pointing his phone at the body and speaking to someone on the other end of the line. This person remains unidentified, but in the video you can hear Nikita saying, "So you can see him there. I can literally see the body there." It's chilling. He wasn't just filming for his own satisfaction, he was showing someone else. Investigators believe this person could be the same man Nikita had been messaging on Telegram, discussing far more disturbing topics. According to reports, these messages involved plans to take down the US government. A thought that's as disturbing as it is confusing. Now let's take a step back and look at Nikita's background. His story is not just one of a troubled 18-year-old, it's one of obsession and darkness. Nikita moved to the United States from Moldova at the age of 7. Moldova is a small country in Eastern Europe, right next to Ukraine, and it has strong Russian influences. But what's truly chilling is the fact that Nikita had very little family left in Moldova. His grandmother was the only relative still alive, yet he developed an almost unhealthy obsession with Russia, fascism, and violence. This obsession became even clearer when his classmate, known as Witness A, came forward. According to her testimony, Nikita would send her horrific gore edits, videos that mixed graphic and violent imagery with Russian music. These weren't just random videos. They were carefully crafted clips that reflected the twisted mindset Nikita had developed. She described how Nikita even added her on Snapchat and began pushing for a relationship despite her clear lack of interest. But the creepiness didn't stop at unwanted attention. Nikita began talking about his desire to kill his parents. At first, he claimed it was just talk, something he didn't really mean. He reassured her in December of 2024 and again in January of 2025. But Witness A could sense something wasn't right. She even told Nikita that he seemed like a Nazi and a school shooter. She told him he needed help, but despite her concerns, it seems she didn't report any of this to the authorities. He had been speaking with someone in Russian about moving to Ukraine after committing these crimes, so the state is concerned that he's a flight risk if he is ever released. One of the most critical pieces of evidence came when police discovered a photo in January. It showed Nikita holding a Smith & Wesson handgun, the exact same weapon that investigators believe he used to kill his parents just a month later. This was not a coincidence. It wasn't until nearly a full month after his arrest that prosecutors officially filed murder charges against Nikita Kasub. By then, he had been caught in a small, rural Kansas county and had appeared virtually for an extradition hearing. The case moved forward in the District Court of Trego County, Kansas, under the case name State versus Nikita Kasub. Later on, authorities extradited him back to Wisconsin, where he made his first court appearance on lesser charges. At that time, prosecutors had not yet officially filed murder charges, but they were already signaling that they were coming. Initially, he was charged with taking his stepfather's Smith & Wesson handgun and the family car without consent, both of which carried serious weight considering the violent aftermath. Then came the autopsy reports, which painted a horrifying picture. Don, his stepfather, had been executed with a single gunshot to the back of the head, likely from behind. His mother, Tatiana, suffered 3 gunshot wounds, one at close range to the neck, and 2 others that were non-fatal. This detail suggested a chaotic and possibly prolonged encounter, raising more questions about motive, planning, and intent. It wasn't just a tragic event, it was a calculated act of violence. Still, in those early days, Nikita's bond was set at $250,000, 0 cents, as authorities worked to build the homicide case. 2 weeks later, the full weight of the law came crashing down. Prosecutors formally charged Nikita with 2 counts of first-degree intentional homicide, the most severe criminal charges available under Wisconsin law, and 2 counts of hiding a corpse. These weren't just bureaucratic escalations. They were charges that, if proven, could send the 17-year-old to prison for life. Prosecutors declared him an extreme flight risk, citing his movements across state lines, his attempts to convert assets using a Bitcoin machine, and the $14,000, 0 cents, in cash and jewelry found on him at the time of his arrest. They believed he had the means, and possibly the connections, to evade justice, and they pushed for bail to be raised to $5 million, 0 cents. But Nikita's defense team wasn't backing down. They argued that the initial charges, taking a gun and a car, couldn't even legally hold water since the items were taken from individuals who were already deceased and thus couldn't have given or withheld consent. When it came to the murder charges, they insisted that a $5 million 0 cents bail was excessive and unattainable for a 17-year-old. They claimed that the $250,000 0 cents bond should remain, framing Nikita as a troubled teen, not a calculated killer. At the bond hearing, the judge was visibly exasperated, not just by the nature of the case, but by the handling of the legal process. The judge wasn't just lamenting the bond debate, they were raising a broader question. When the system is faced with a suspect who allegedly murdered both parents, attempted to cover it up, and possibly plotted his escape, shouldn't the full legal framework be activated? The judge continued, highlighting the mountain of evidence laid out in the complaint. There's video evidence, there are communications, transactions, a witness. It's all here. If you believe he's a flight risk or a danger, don't just haggle over numbers. Use the mechanisms built into the law to keep the public safe. Despite the prosecution's push, the judge didn't grant the full $5 million 0 cents bail. Still, it was clear the court recognized the gravity of the situation. The idea that a teenager had not only killed his parents, but lived in the same home with their decomposing bodies for 12 days was profoundly disturbing. Authorities have linked Nicky to a neo-Nazi group called the Order of Nine Angles, and his manifesto allegedly called for a violent political revolution. As of the time this video was made, Nicky remains in custody with a bond set at $1 million 0 cents. He faces multiple charges, including first-degree murder, and his trial is set to begin on May 7, 2025. What makes this case truly chilling is not just the horror of the crime itself, but how a teenager, barely out of adolescence, could be so easily drawn into a world of extreme ideologies. One of the most unsettling pieces of evidence comes from a series of messages Nicky exchanged with a man on Telegram. In these messages, Nicky is shown toying with the idea of fleeing to Ukraine, wondering about the possibility of escaping the consequences of his actions. He even wrote, "So while in Ukraine, I'll be able to live a normal life even if, when it's found out, I did it." These words reveal a shocking level of detachment from the consequences of his actions. But even more disturbing is the way Nicky acknowledges that no matter what, the world will eventually know he was the one responsible for the murders. What stands out in these exchanges is the disturbing fact that despite his delusions about fleeing to Ukraine, Nicky was very clear-headed about one thing: the truth would eventually catch up to him. He wasn't trying to hide from the fact that he would be caught. He was simply trying to escape the fallout. But what's even more unsettling is how Nicky didn't even try to frame anyone else for the murders. There was no attempt to pin the crime on his parents or anyone else in the family. He didn't go through the motions of creating a false alibi. Instead, he accepted that the blame for the killings would fall squarely on him. This chilling realization only makes his actions seem colder, more calculated. Now, there are a lot of theories swirling around about whether Nicky's parents actually knew what he was planning, specifically his alleged desire to overthrow the U.S. government. Some believe they had suspicions, especially after receiving strange signals leading up to the murders. One particularly chilling detail comes from Donald Meyer's mother, Judith, who reportedly shared that her son had sent her some unsettling, cryptic messages shortly before he went radio silent. These weren't your usual check-in texts. They hinted that something was wrong, but Judith didn't know just how serious it was at the time. So what if his parents did know something? What if they started to piece things together, noticed a shift in Nicky's behavior, sensed his growing obsession with radical ideologies, or even confronted him about his extremist beliefs? According to some theories, this might be exactly why Nicky targeted his parents first, to eliminate the only people who could stand in the way of whatever twisted plan he thought he was about to execute. Think about it. His parents knew where the money was hidden. They were the ones who gave him access to the house, the resources, even the revolver that was later used in the crime. Maybe Nicky believed that as long as they were alive, they were a threat to his vision, so he made a calculated decision to remove them from the equation, brutally and without remorse. Now I want to hear your take. Do you think Nicky's parents suspected what was coming? Could this tragedy have been prevented if someone had intervened earlier or read the warning signs more clearly? Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. Sometimes it's difficult to even conceive what someone is capable of when pursuing their most cherished ambition, when another person's life becomes nothing more than collateral damage. This is because the desire to attain what one wants at whatever cost frequently leads people to surprising betrayals and horrifying deeds. Our narrative today, however, will not be about a typical murder. All of Brazil was shocked by the tragic tale of a young schoolteacher, but nowhere was the small town of São Batista more affected by the horror. Perhaps the most violent, unsettling, and unusual incident in this small community's history was the crime. In the sleepy hamlet of São Batista, which is in the municipality of Catalina in the southern Brazilian state of Santa Catarina, Flávia Godinho lá de Mafra was born on April 19, 1996. Her family was big and close-knit, and she was the youngest. Working class and modest, her parents raised their children with love and care, doing their best to support them. Flavia grew up being gregarious, responsive, and kind-hearted. She loved music, excelled academically, and was often surrounded by friends. She knew she wanted to be a teacher even as a youngster, and she had no plans to leave her tiny community. After attending a nearby teacher training college, she strangely started working as an elementary school teacher at the same institution where she had previously studied. Flavia met a young man named Valdeli Mafra when she was 20 years old. They started dating as soon as they felt a love connection. Valdeli proposed to Flavia in the summer of 2019, and she accepted with pleasure. 2 months after getting married that October, the couple was given news that would change their lives. They had an expectation. Their happiness was beyond description. Born in 1994 in the same regional town of São Batista, Rosalba Maria Grimet subsequently went by her married name, Chistel. Public knowledge of her early years and family history is limited. She was viewed as somewhat strange and excessively passionate from an early age. Many did not take her seriously since those around her frequently claimed that she made up achievements, embellished stories, and attempted to make herself look more significant. Playing on people's sympathy, Rosalba sought attention more and more as she grew older. She would fabricate tales of personal struggles and severe illnesses she said she was suffering. She attempted to prevent a partner from leaving her by telling him she had a terminal illness in one particularly concerning incident, and she pleaded with him to stay with her during what she said were her last months. She abruptly said that she had miraculously recovered when the performance lasted too long. Zulmia Chistel is a modest and reserved man that Rosalba married in 2017. He was laid back and appeared to agree with everything she said. He merely agreed when Rosalba pressed for the marriage. On the outskirts of town, in a quiet residential neighborhood, the couple moved into a modest house. Despite her reputation for dishonesty and her overbearing conduct, Rosalba's co-workers had differing impressions of her. She was a librarian at a nearby school. After getting married, Rosalba was unable to conceive for the first 3 years. Experts in medicine even said she might never be able to. She was ecstatic to learn by surprise that she was expecting in the fall of 2019. She was so happy that she told her friends, family, and coworkers about the news right away. Rosalba even shared the news with everyone she knew on social media by publishing a picture of a positive pregnancy test. She'd received an abundance of congrats and well wishes for her and the kid throughout the course of the next few weeks. But something terrible occurred in December of that year. When Rosalba was 3 months along, she miscarried. The loss left her speechless, but she kept it to herself. She instead persisted in acting as though the pregnancy was still going on. Rosalba obviously made the decision to go all in, knowing that her chances of getting pregnant again were slim. But it's difficult to determine what she had in mind at the time. Somewhere in the background, a truly unsettling plan started to take shape, and she began eating more and dressing in loose-fitting clothes to give the impression that she was still pregnant. The school began to hear of another pregnancy, that of a young teacher named Flavia, who was receiving a lot of congratulations. about 2 months after Rosalba lost the pregnancy. It was the first time the two women had gotten close. Even though they hardly spoke to one another, Rosalba suddenly became quite interested in making friends with Flavia Godinho. On social media, she added Flavia and started messaging her every day, proposing to talk or go for walks. They would have a lot in common, Rosalba said, because their alleged due dates were comparable. Knowing that Rosalba was known for being somewhat odd, Flavia was initially apprehensive, but ultimately consented to lunch with her during a work break. In an attempt to elicit compassion, Rosalba, in her usual dramatic style, told several made-up stories, and they swapped phone numbers. Her stories were only true in that she had longed for this pregnancy and had fought for years to become pregnant. The miscarriage was not mentioned by her. Despite seeing each other virtually every day at work, they initially met infrequently. As would subsequently be revealed, however, Rosalba had also used social media to connect with 2 other pregnant women from the same area, who were thought to be in a similar stage of pregnancy to what Rosalba had claimed to be. Additionally, she made an effort to become friends with them by requesting to visit their houses, or even just going out. Rosalba immediately stopped corresponding with the women she met online, after learning that both of them were having boys. She had previously decided on the name Alyssa and told everyone she was expecting a daughter. Rosalba became very obsessed with Flavia after she found out she was expecting a girl around the same time. Rosalba found it harder and harder to maintain the appearance of pregnancy over time. She was often looking online for symptoms and experiences that pregnant women usually shared, and she would repeat them to her husband, family, and co-workers as though they were her own. Even after gaining about 30 pounds over the course of several months, she still didn't look like a woman in the latter stages of pregnancy. To make things worse, her spouse insisted on going to doctor's appointments with her. In order to maintain the illusion, Rosalba had to come up with a clever way to show the baby on the ultrasound screen. Zolmia was a straightforward, trustworthy man. It was easy for his wife to keep him in the dark because he genuinely loved her and trusted her. When he called in ill, the doctor was out of town or the clinic was overbooked, so she would explain that appointments had been rescheduled or canceled. At other times, she would say she was lucky enough to get a last-minute visit while he was at work, and each time he believed her. In an attempt to strengthen her tale, Rosalba began writing fictitious notes on her phone that were purportedly from the doctor. These notes included cancellations, appointment confirmations, and recommendations. She frequently made factual and spelling errors and lacked knowledge of medical terminology, but Zolmia never noticed. He didn't ask any questions because he wasn't good at medical things. To keep the lie continuing and avoid suspicion, Rosalba even pretended to be the doctor in a text message to her husband. She stated in one message that the pair should put their physical relationship on hold for a while in order to prevent any potential pregnancy concerns. Convinced that the advice was from a medical expert, he took it to heart. Shopping for baby supplies, including blankets, pacifiers, bottles, diapers, toys, and onesie sets, became Rosalba's obsession. Over time, her attention turned entirely to Flavia, even if she frequently went shopping with her mother, sister, or husband. In July of 2020, Rosalba organized a poignant maternity photo session. She carried small baby booties and a onesie while wearing a flowing maternity gown in the photos. She gave a charming grin for the camera as her husband stood next to her, tenderly hugging and kissing her tummy. Nobody suspected anything because everything appeared so normal. The criminal case files would eventually include those pictures. Flavia and Rosalba had almost become inseparable by the beginning of June 2020. Although they talked, shared ideas, and planned for the future during their daily time together, Rosalba was always the one to start things. By nature compassionate and understanding, Flavia found it impossible to refuse. Rosalba would use her go-to strategy, appealing to pity, to reschedule if she ever attempted to do so by claiming she needed someone to chat to about personal matters. It worked every time. Actually, Rosalba was watching Flavia intently and interrogating her about her symptoms, doctor's appointments, and tests. Then, as though those were her own experiences, she would tell her own husband and family those details. Rosalba replicated Flavia's gait, mannerisms, and dietary preferences. She even mimicked the awkward ways Flavia held her back or moved. Valdelli disliked the new friend his wife had made. His anger stemmed from the fact that they were spending so much time together, which strained their marriage. They even had several arguments about it. However, Flavia's kind and sympathetic disposition prevented her from ignoring or rejecting Rosalba. Rosalba should have given birth by mid-July, according to what she had told people, but she made up another falsehood, claiming that the doctors had miscalculated the due date. Behind the scenes, she was working on something genuinely terrifying, something that would, regrettably, soon become a reality and be taken from a nightmarish horror movie. Rosalba started planning Flavia's celebration in August in anticipation of her impending birth. In addition to inviting people and organizing a unique photo location, she was also choosing decorations. Flavia tried to decline the event in an attempt to be kind, but Rosalba took it personally and broke down in tears as she expressed how hard she was working and how much she wanted to give Flavia a meaningful gift. Flavia eventually consented without anticipating what would happen. August 28, 2020 was the date of the event. The location and exact details will be sent to everyone, as Rosalba was in charge of all the arrangements. She informed each invited attendee via phone the day before the event that it had to be rescheduled because of some last-minute problems. "I'll follow up with a new date and time soon," she replied. Her justification was compelling. No one asked why, and no one contacted Flavia, who couldn't have known. At precisely the scheduled time on August 28th, Rosalba picked up her gullible target and informed her that they were going to the baby shower. Valdelli stayed at home because it was supposed to be a women-only gathering. He had no idea that it would be his final time seeing his very pregnant wife, so he just walked her to Rosalba's car. Flavia was driving and didn't know where they were headed. According to Rosalba, it was meant to be unexpected. She recommended that Flavia wear a blindfold to maintain the surprise a few minutes into the journey. After hesitating, Flavia finally consented, feeling safe. To keep Flavia calm and avoid raising any suspicions, Rosalba spoke, lightly and informally throughout the remainder of the drive. She took them to an abandoned pottery factory and a vacant ceramic warehouse on the outskirts of town. Rosalba helped Flavia out of the automobile while she was still wearing a blindfold and then escorted her into one of the old buildings. Flavia must have been startled by the uncanny odor and the silence. Before she could get the blindfold off, she reached up. Abruptly, her skull was struck by a large, hefty brick. Rosalba attacked repeatedly. Flavia fell to her knees. Finally, in a final display of violence, Rosalba struck her face once again. Flavia was already unconscious when she subsequently was unable to explain why. She only seemed to want to do as much harm as she could to the lady she had once referred to as a friend, without even being sure Flavia was still alive. Rosalba hastened to the second stage of her horrifying and unthinkable scheme. She arrived at the scene with a blanket, a box cutter, and some rags. Her hand was solid as she started to slash into her pal. Rosalba lacked medical training, anatomical knowledge, and an understanding of the actual process of performing a procedure such as a C-section. She just began hacking at Flavia's belly with a utility blade in an attempt to get the baby out. Extremely aggressive, she acted without accuracy and with excessive force. A box cutter is not a tool used in surgery. It did not make clean cuts. Instead, it tore through skin. Rosalba had totally miscalculated the reality of what she was trying to do. What she had envisioned as swift and tidy was rather disorganized and unkempt. She had not expected the act to take so long. As she tried to remove the infant, she repeatedly cut her by accident as her frustration and recklessness increased. The surroundings were wholly unhygienic. Rosalba had not even tried to sanitize the equipment she had brought. That the infant made it through the event at all was quite astounding. The newborn was finally taken out, and she laid her on the back seat of her car after wrapping her in the blanket. After cleaning her hands as thoroughly as she could, Rosalba changed into fresh clothing she had brought from home and tossed her blood-stained cloth into the trunk. She went to the hospital after taking a brief break to practice her story. Rosalba was in a hurry and neglected to fully close her car's trunk. Waiting at a red light, the lid barely opened to see clothes covered in blood. The people in the car behind her saw and called the police right away, providing a description of the car and its direction. The police arrived minutes after Rosalba pulled up to the hospital. They caught her as she walked toward the door with a bundle of blood in her arms. Rosalba informed them that it was her child and that the infant required immediate medical attention. As the officers waited close by, she was led to the emergency room. Rosalba told the medical staff she had unexpected labor and didn't have time to get to the hospital, her voice trembling and her eyes watering. In a panic, she threw the infant in the first blanket she found and drove over, saying the baby had fallen upon gravel on the way to her car. Rosalba insisted she was fine and refuted the doctor's suggestion that she would need to be evaluated. Red flags were raised by her behavior right away. Following the baby's examination, the medical staff was convinced that Rosalba might be concealing a violent deed and that something was seriously off. The infant's body was discovered to have a number of strange cuts and puncture wounds that obviously weren't related to a fall onto gravel. It looked like the wounds were cut in a random, haphazard fashion, using a sharp weapon. Fortunately, none of the wounds had caused harm to any essential organs, and the medical staff promptly dressed and treated them to avoid infection. Right away, medical personnel expressed their worries to the police, and collectively they demanded that the woman claiming to be the mother be examined physically. They were very clear that they would have to employ legal authority if she didn't comply. There was little else to do, so Rosalba reluctantly consented. The checkup showed no symptoms of pregnancy or childbirth as expected. There were no signs whatsoever, no physical injuries and no bleeding. Both inside and out, everything seemed regular. From start to finish, her story was a complete fabrication. However, the doctors did not immediately approach her. Calmly, they requested that Rosalba phone her husband and ask him to deliver her private documents instead. They had to carefully determine the newborn's origin and the reason for those odd wounds, as at this point she only possessed her driver's license. Although the baby's condition suggested that she had been delivered in an unhygienic setting, the full scope of the horrifying crime had not yet been revealed. Zulmia was at the hospital when Rosalba called to inform him that their daughter had been born, albeit with difficulty. She showed him where to look for the documentation and requested him to bring it, but she committed a crucial error. As she was gathering the paperwork, she overlooked a crucial piece of information. Unaware that it wasn't his wife's medical document, Zulmia took it. It was Flavia's file, which Rosalba had taken weeks before when she went to a doctor's appointment while posing as someone who needed support. Zulmia discovered the folder in the drawer where she had placed her own documents after taking it to read the test findings and recommendations. Hospital personnel quickly recognized the baby's true owner when they noticed that the medical file belonged to Gardino, a lady who was due to give birth to a daughter in early September. The most horrifying query, though, was still, where was the real mother? The cops accused Zulmia of being involved right away. He was arrested and asked where his wife had given birth to the child and how he obtained someone else's medical records. He claimed to be confused and visibly shaken and to have no understanding what was happening. He froze when they told him that Rosalba had never been pregnant and started to deny it. He said he had taken care of Rosalba during her whole pregnancy and had felt the baby's movement. Images from their maternity session were displayed, together with what he believed to be messages from the doctor who had been monitoring her pregnancy. However, those texts turned into further proof because they contained numerous misspellings and inaccurate medical terminology. The communications were promptly verified by authorities to have come from Rosalba's personal phone. After all the information was presented, Zulmia sobbed and covered his face with his hands. He had truly trusted his wife. He had eagerly anticipated becoming a father. Meanwhile, Flavia had been reported missing by her husband, Valdelli Mafra. He informed the authorities that she had gone to a baby shower with a friend and was supposed to get home by 9 p.m., but she never did. She had not picked up her phone. Valdelli, alarmed, started phoning people who were purportedly invited to the celebration. He was horrified to learn that the event had been canceled the day before. Concern increased when Valdelli was unable to get in touch with Rosalba, the friend who was purportedly in charge of planning the party. She also had her phone off. Valdelli went directly to the police, not wanting to spend any more time. The hospital report about Rosalba and the newborn had not yet been sent to law enforcement at that time, so they were unaware that the two incidents might be related. When the officers promised to start searching in the morning, Valdelli wasn't satisfied. He teamed up with Flavia's parents and other family members, and they started looking on their own. In order to cover more ground, they divided into teams. Valdelli made the decision to look around town. It was Valdelli who decided to pause and look at an abandoned factory as he passed it. It was then that he discovered his wife's body, terribly mutilated. Startled and frightened, he contacted emergency services and the police right away. He had no idea what had occurred or who might have committed such a heinous deed. Police had already heard from the hospital about a woman who had arrived with a newborn by the time they reached the location. Although she claimed to have given birth, medical professionals verified that she hadn't. She also mysteriously possessed a medical file that belonged to a woman named Flavia Godinho. Authorities knew the case was obvious when they discovered the victim's name on the stolen medical file matched the one on the abandoned facility. None of the injuries alone had proved lethal, according to forensics, although the man had been hit in the head with a brick at least 5 times. The aggressive attempt to remove the infant resulted in severe blood loss, which was the cause of death. Next to the body was the box cutter that was used. Since there was ample evidence, establishing Rosalva's guilt was merely a formality. DNA analysis verified that the child Rosalva had attempted to claim as her own was, in fact, Flavia's daughter. Even though the evidence was mounting against Rosalva, she persisted in denying everything and sticking to her story. On the blade adjacent to the body, her fingerprints were discovered. Blood from the victim was discovered in her hair, shoes, and clothes. The fact that Rosalva had lied about still being pregnant after experiencing a miscarriage months prior was also verified by investigators. She hadn't given much attention to what would happen next, but she had picked her victim beforehand and had planned the entire crime to take the baby. The charges against Rosalva were kidnapping, assault causing injury to a juvenile, and aggravated homicide. She eventually went into great detail about what happened, leaving everyone in the courtroom in disbelief in an attempt to get a lower punishment. She suffered a psychological collapse after the miscarriage, and her lawyer tried to claim that she had gotten so consumed by the thought of being a mother that she had lost her sense of reality. However, a clinical assessment found Rosalva to be mentally capable and completely accountable for her deeds. She received a sentence of 57 years in jail, with the prospect of release only after completing at least half of it. Her spouse, Zulmia Shistel, was categorically exonerated. It was established that he was unaware of his wife's plans and had nothing to do with the crime. He left São Juan Batista shortly after the arrest and sought for divorce. Flavia's family also made the decision to leave the small village where everyone knows each other after the judicial proceedings were finished. Since the tragedy had become the most talked about case in the neighborhood, they did not want young Cecilia, Flavia's daughter, to grow up in an environment where her mother's story would haunt her. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. These were the terrifying last moments of a 16-year-old girl who was killed by the guy she used to call her father. She was the third of 4 victims killed. The Calère family was prosperous, attractive, and seemingly ideal. The quintessential American dream. Strangers wanted a life like theirs, friends envied them, and neighbors looked up to them. However, beneath that well-maintained exterior was a raging maelstrom of secrets, deceit, and anger. Their idyllic life began to show fractures that were too obvious to conceal, and when they eventually fell apart, it was more than simply a family disintegrating. It was a catastrophe that no one could have predicted. The patriarch, James Craig Kaler, seemed to have it all: a steady career and a 6-figure salary. He provided a life of dreams. From straight-A report cards to local sports glory, his wife Karen was the epitome of the ideal housewife and supermom, running the household and providing for their 3 children, Emily, Lauren, and Sean. Under their parents' tutelage, the Kaler children appeared to flourish. They seemed to be the epitome of what a family should be. Let's go back in time and see how this ideal family came to be through silent battles, concessions, and sacrifices. To begin with, Karen sacrificed her engineering degree in order to wed Craig and help him achieve his goals. After getting married in December 1985, the couple relocated to Colorado, where Craig had secured a promising career. Karen couldn't handle the thought of a long-distance relationship at the time, even though she was still in her second year of college and had a few more years to finish her degree. Thus, Karen took a decision that would change her life. She dropped out of school to concentrate on Craig's profession and her marriage. She fully accepted the sacrifice because she was committed to making their life together wonderful. On April 8, 1991, Karen gave birth to their firstborn daughter Emily, marking their first significant life milestone. Life appeared to be picture perfect. Karen assumed the role of a stay-at-home mother as Craig's career flourished. But even after delivering a baby, Karen's mother Pat saw that her daughter was constantly prioritizing Craig's demands over her own. It was strange, as if Karen no longer lived for herself. Another shift in Craig's career came in 1992, when he was offered a high-paying position in Greenville, Texas. After moving, the family welcomed Lauren, their second daughter, in May 1993. The Collars seemed to have it all: two intelligent, successful children, Karen's commitment to her family, and Craig's career success. The eldest child, Emily, was intelligent and a people-pleaser. Like her mother, she aspired to be intelligent and creative. Lauren played bass and sang, while Emily played drums and sang. However, conflicts were simmering beneath the surface. A dispute over having more children was the source of one of those difficulties. With two children, Karen thought their family was perfect, but Craig desired a third. In a somewhat unconventional step, the couple drafted a written contract. Karen agreed to have one more kid in exchange for the opportunity to have a treatment that would stop her from getting pregnant in the future. Craig complied, and their son Sean was born in March 1999 as a result. Later, Craig had a vasectomy to make sure their expanding family wouldn't experience any more surprises. Life seems to have stabilized by this time. Craig's career continued to grow once he was hired for a new position in Weatherford, Texas, a quiet town close to Dallas. Karen adjusted once more and became fully involved in her new community. She developed a solid network of friends and resources by joining a local moms organization and rising to the position of president. She also ensured that her children were engaged and active. Emily was a talented student and musician. Sean became a budding baseball star, and Lauren flourished in band and sports. Although it appeared to be the ideal life from the outside, Craig's infatuation with perfection left little room for anything that wasn't perfect. He had very high expectations of everyone, even his own family. He started criticizing his daughter Lauren since she had attention deficit/hyperactivity disorder and didn't receive straight A's like Emily. Craig didn't hesitate to make fun of Lauren since he thought she wasn't good enough. Furthermore, Craig's need for control extended beyond his family. He started to come across as stiff, impolite, and even haughty. He was challenging to collaborate with because of his fixation on appearances. He even told others that women in leadership positions weren't worthy of them, demonstrating his lack of regard for them. He also developed a reputation for being frugal, asking coworkers to buy him dances, going to strip clubs with them, and borrowing tools for house improvements rather than purchasing them. Craig maintained strict control over the family's money, even though he made a respectable $180,000 annually. Every time Karen went shopping, she had to keep the receipts, and she had a strict weekly allowance. When Craig arrived home, he would examine each one carefully and become furious if he felt something was superfluous or overly costly. However, money wasn't the only factor. Craig had complete control over their lives, including their sexual lives. Karen had to go to bed at 8:30 p.m. every night as part of their regimen. She would apologize in a whisper to her friends if she answered a phone after 8 p.m. and explain that she had to leave because Craig needed her in the bedroom at a certain time. He would pay for it if she didn't comply with his request that she go to bed at 9. Their children even learned not to bother them after 8:30 because it had become such a ritual. Karen was required to follow Craig's instructions even when she was ill. Turning him away was risky. Karen was aware that it was simpler to simply give in when his rage frequently turned violent. Now, this was not always the case. Karen's life was less regimented when they initially started dating, but Craig's expectations became increasingly severe over time. To observe Karen and her together, he even proposed introducing a third party, a woman in particular, into their relationship. Karen found it hard to say no, even though she was completely uncomfortable with this. Karen discreetly joined a gym because she was desperate for some privacy and a place of her own. Exercise had always been enjoyable to her, and it gave her a sense of control over her life again. Karen had to perform odd jobs like baking cakes to pay for the membership herself, since Craig, who was always bossy, wouldn't pay. She scraped up enough money to join Powerhouse Gym by January 2006, and she soon established herself as a regular. She eventually even started working as a personal trainer on a part-time basis. Although Craig was surprisingly cool with her working at the gym, he did have one requirement. She had to be home by the time the kids got home from school, and Karen was excellent at all she did as usual. She made pals at the gym right away, and she soon found herself griping about Craig at work. She would talk about how they were always fighting, how she never seemed to be good enough, and how angry he was all the time. Sometimes one of the children had to step in to break up their fights because they were so fierce. Things would get physical on bad days, and Karen would have bruises to show for it. Craig's dominance over her was oppressive, even though everyone at the gym knew how unhappy she was and how much she wanted to end the relationship. She was on the verge of losing it, and meeting Sunny, a personal trainer, only appeared to make matters worse. Sunny helped Karen open up about the most painful aspects of her relationship, things she was unable to discuss with anyone else. Because she was composed and understanding, Sunny and Karen developed into more than just friends over time. The two developed a close romantic and sexual relationship. How this occurred is the subject of some conjecture. Others say Karen and Sunny had already had an affair before Craig even knew about it, while others think Craig encouraged it because he had previously requested Karen to add a third person to their relationship. Whatever the origin of their relationship, it developed into a threesome. Craig even bought flowers for both women, texted Sunny in a flirtatious manner, and urged them to go on weekend trips. Later on, though, he denied pressuring the two to get together. Craig's narrative was different from Karen and Sunny's, who were upfront about their connection. The main problem, according to him, was that his meticulously constructed picture of the ideal family was disintegrating, and Karen was destroying their marriage. Craig saw a chance to take back control in 2008. A higher-paid job in Columbia, Missouri was given to him, but it would require him to leave Sunny and Karen. He took the job offer right away, but Karen was heartbroken. She had roots in Weatherford, but she didn't want to leave Sunny. Her children participated in school activities. Sean played baseball, the girls were in a band, and Karen had strong connections to neighborhood volunteer organization. But as usual, Craig's wishes won out. Karen had to finish things at home because he relocated to Columbia a few months before her. Craig was unaware of Karen and Sunny's decision to remain together over the long term at this period. He believed that it was only a brief liaison, and that Karen would become the submissive wife he wanted her to be after they parted ways. Craig thought things had returned to normal when Karen and the children eventually moved to Columbia. He even permitted her to continue working as a fitness instructor while pursuing a health science degree at the University of Missouri. But Karen had gotten a taste of independence following her time with Sunny. Simply being permitted to work or attend school wasn't enough for her. She didn't want to live a life in which Craig felt entitled to dictate everything she did. Craig started to tighten his hold on his wife, Karen, after realizing he was losing control. His compulsive tracking of her every action, including who she spoke to, what she wrote in her emails, and where she went, soon devolved into a full-scale breach of her privacy. At an old friend's New Year's Eve party in Weatherford in December 2008, this toxic fixation reached a breaking point. Sunny, the last person Craig had ever wanted to see, was there when they entered the party, even though neither Craig nor Karen had anticipated seeing her. The situation was exacerbated by Karen's overt flirtation with Sunny. In front of everyone, they were cuddling, laughing, hugging, and sipping from the same glass using 2 straws. By this time, Craig was angry. His anger and jealousy overcame him, especially because Karen and Sunny's connection was now widely known. Craig felt that the disrespect was intolerable and that it was a total slap in the face. At the party, the rage erupted, with Craig yelling at Karen and Karen yelling back. It was a spectacle rather than merely a private dispute. Craig became so enraged and humiliated by their heated argument that he told everyone that Karen was having an affair. Karen retaliated by kissing Sunny in front of everyone. They were asked to leave by the host, who was obviously uneasy. The drama didn't stop there either. Outside on the front lawn, the altercation continued and quickly became physical. Karen was pushed by Craig, who was so furious that she fell and struck her head on the floor. They were both reeling from the ramifications by dawn. Despite the confusion, Karen started to reconsider how she was pushing Craig. Sonny refused to listen to her when she suggested that they take a vacation from their relationship. She informed Karen that Craig was the issue, not her. After seeing his violent outbursts, Sonny was extremely worried about Karen's safety. Karen bravely decided to file for divorce in late January 2009. She began sleeping in a different room, but she didn't leave the house right away. She and Sonny also kept up their long-distance friendship. Craig continued to monitor Karen's correspondence and even searched through her belongings, because he was still excessively controlling. He discovered several of Sonny's greeting cards and used them to follow her everywhere. Craig would follow Karen whenever she planned to see Sonny in an attempt to ruin their time together. He was unrestrained in his jealousy. Craig became more and more unstable at work. He would show off his photo album to his colleagues, asking them questions like, "Isn't this a happy family? Why doesn't Karen want to be a happy family?" Everybody felt uncomfortable around him, but Craig didn't seem to notice or care. His need to dominate Karen's life devoured him too much. Following Craig's comments during a municipal council meeting in March 2009, the atmosphere escalated. Karen, who was present to encourage him, got drawn into yet another contentious dispute. Craig's rage became physical this time. Karen phoned the police when he assaulted her. Craig was taken into custody on charges of third-degree domestic violence. Karen told the police that Craig had become more violent and domineering over time, and that he had physically obstructed her leave, putting her against a cabinet. Craig denied the assault, saying he was merely attempting to embrace Karen, but the marks on her body revealed otherwise. Craig was taken into custody and charged. Taking the children with her, Karen left their house and leased a flat across Columbia. Additionally, she took $50,000, 0 cents, out of their joint bank account, indicating that she was at last escaping Craig's harmful and poisonous influence. Now, Craig's arrest was absolutely terrible. His acts as a city official made headlines, and his strange and disturbing behavior at work only got worse when it was revealed. The city eventually released a public statement, claiming that Craig's resignation was caused by challenging family matters, but the reality was much more nuanced. His already brittle ego took a hit when he was fired, not voluntarily. The fact that his previously flawless reputation was now in ruins, no family, no career, and no control over anything, was too much for him to bear. Craig packed all his belongings and left his home to return to his parents' Kansas farm. He thought that working hard on the farm would help him decompress, but the distance didn't help. On the contrary, it made him more obsessed with his ex-wife Karen. Craig was baffled as to why Karen had abandoned him. He had imagined himself to be the ideal husband. She left, even though he had given her everything. He wouldn't acknowledge that his domineering actions might have driven her to the edge. He continued to stalk her at this time, reading her emails, texts, and even her cards. He blamed Sonny for everything and was unable to let go. Craig was furious when Sonny texted him to tell him that Karen didn't love him as much as he believed. Even though he had been cool with Karen and Sonny's connection, as long as he could see and participate in some perverse way, he began referring to them by name and using homophobic epithets. His daughter's rejection of him, however, was what ultimately drove him over the edge. They wanted to make their own decisions since they were sick of his domineering behavior. His eldest daughter, Emily, was the first to go. She demonstrated that she would no longer follow his instructions by choosing a college that he disapproved of. This felt like a slap in the face to Craig. He placed even more blame on Karen, accusing her of brainwashing the girls to rebel against him. When one of his daughters came out as bisexual on Facebook, things only got worse. Craig took this as justification to snap at her rather than offering her support. He was certain that their mother had also had an impact on this. Curiously, he began assembling a substantial case against Karen, gathering more than 3,500 pages of purported proof for his divorce lawyer. This had details about each time Karen visited Sonny, as well as screenshots of their private correspondence. He never provided any evidence to support his claims that the two ladies had sex in front of the children. Craig's actions become increasingly strange and unsettling. No one took him seriously when he told his buddies that he wanted to kill Sonny. Ignoring the warning signs until it's too late is a recurring theme in these situations. Not to mention that Craig was having affairs with several women in spite of his anger at Sonny and Karen. His actions were inconsistent. However, things appeared to be a little different with regard to his son, Sean. Craig said that the only person who hadn't entirely abandoned him was Sean. Craig tried to stay active in his son's life by spending time with him and taking him fishing and hunting. By all accounts, he was still making an effort to be a good father to Sean, even if he was a horrible husband to Karen and a domineering, aloof parent to his girls. It seemed as though Sean was Craig's one remaining chance, the one relationship that hadn't been ruined. Let's fast forward to Thanksgiving 2009. Karen continued to make an effort to maintain her family's closeness while Sean was with Craig. She wanted her girlfriend Sonny and all of her kids to spend the holiday with her grandmother Dorothy. Karen went to collect Sean from Craig's place and bring him to Dorothy's the day after Thanksgiving. At the age of 89, Dorothy resided in a peaceful farmhouse in the little Kansas town of Burlingame, which had fewer than 1,000 residents. However, a deputy was finishing up some paperwork on Saturday, November 29, 2009, when a call regarding a strange car in Burlingame was received. It was a little after 6 o'clock, following a neighbor's allegation of a little truck rushing through the neighborhood. They saw the driver arrive, exit the vehicle, and begin to stroll down the street. The man returned a short while later with a big object they were unable to recognize. The neighbors thought it might be a robbery, so they got a flashlight and went outside to confront him. However, before they could approach, the man put the thing in the back seat of the truck, got inside, and drove away. The deputies went to investigate, after the neighbors promptly alerted the sheriff's office. Minutes later, however, a second call was received, one that would result in a far more sinister revelation. Nothing could have prepared the deputies for what they would see upon arrival, but they realized right once that this was a serious situation. The first person they encountered when they arrived at Dorothy's house was Dorothy. She had been shot multiple times and lay profusely bleeding on the kitchen floor. She was scarcely alive anymore. Karen was discovered in the dining area as they hurried to the next room. She was already dead, having been shot twice. They found Emily, 18, resting behind the couch in the living room. She had been shot twice as well. She was probably instantly immobilized by the second bullet and had already passed away. Then, from upstairs, the deputy heard a faint voice requesting assistance. Lauren was the one. Lauren, 16, was still alive but severely injured, having been shot several times and barely surviving, just like Dorothy. Lauren muttered the name Craig as she was being carried away. Her feeble response to the question of who that was, "My dad," and it was not long before Lauren passed away from her wounds as well. Soon after came Dorothy, who had been struggling for her life with all her might. That left Sean, the family's lone survivor, a reluctant observer of this needless killing. He claims that when the nightmare started, he and Karen were sitting together polishing some old coins. Craig suddenly stormed in the back door, rifle in hand, and started shooting at Karen. Sean was frantic to get away and ran for his life in the confusion. More gunshots rang out through the home before he could reach Karen's phone to ask for assistance. Terrified, he realized he had to leave, so he ran away, heading for the next-door neighbor. Naturally, Craig's search order was issued right away, and the investigators quickly found his car, abandoned in the middle of nowhere, oddly out of place. As if he had been getting ready for something, the officers discovered a disturbing scene inside. A rucksack filled with necessities like soap, toilet paper, and tinned food, as well as a hoard of extra ammunition and unopened bottles of anxiety medication, but there was no sign of Craig himself. However, a few hours later he was seen appearing disoriented and unkempt while meandering down an empty road. He didn't try to flee when he noticed the officers coming. "I'm the guy you're looking for," he murmured instead, and was taken into custody without a fight. Craig's defense team contended that he was driven to the edge by his mental health problems, which included despair and numerous personality disorders. They said he lost control of his temper and snapped. The prosecution, however, presented a far more sinister image of a guy whose acts were terrifyingly premeditated. They provided a key piece of evidence to support their arguments. Craig had depression, according to his expert psychiatrist's testimony, yet he was still obviously capable of organizing the killings. One important aspect that showed his actions were deliberate rather than spontaneous was that he spared Sean's life. The last trial started 2 years after the killings. Sean, who is now 12 years old, shown incredible fortitude by taking the stand and vividly narrating the horrific events. He talked about the commotion that ensued after he saw his father shoot his mother. His evidence made it clear that Craig's actions were the result of months of simmering wrath and deliberate intent, rather than an impulsive moment of poor judgment. In her testimony, Sunny also revealed Karen and Craig's toxic relationship. She described how she tried to shield Karen from Craig's erratic behavior, and how at first he seemed unconcerned when she and Karen started dating. But his attitude changed dramatically, only turning nasty once Karen made the decision to leave him. Sunny acknowledged, though, that she had no tangible proof to support her testimony, which was based only on her recollection and what she had heard from Karen. The jury returned a unanimous decision after only 2 hours of discussion. Craig committed capital homicide. After his claim of insanity was denied, he was sentenced to the death penalty or life in prison without the possibility of parole. When Kayla received his fate today, he remained emotionless. The execution sentence is a form of retaliation for the 4 family members who were shot dead. The defendant is currently being sentenced to death by the court on the capital murder charge. In order to avoid hearing the victim impact statements, James Craig Kaler chose not to speak on his own behalf, and even requested permission to leave the room. He was ordered to remain by Chief Judge Philip Fromm. While many people in the courtroom felt that justice had been done, Sean was not at all relieved by the verdict. 12-year-old Sean had already experienced unfathomable loss. Standing in court, he stated, "I do not want my dad to receive the death penalty because it would be hard on my grandparents. I do not want my whole family gone." His voice was steady but full of emotion. Many were in disbelief when a toddler who had seen so much suffering said these remarks. Sean still considered Craig to be a father, a man who had shown him love and kindness, in spite of Craig's horrifying behavior. In contrast, Craig displayed no remorse for the lives he had taken. He started writing letters to the primary prosecutor and other individuals after being sentenced. They weren't excuses. Rather, Craig asserted that he was relieved to have liberated Sean from what he described as a poisonous atmosphere. An appeal was promptly submitted to the Kansas Supreme Court by Craig's legal team. The court rejected their claims that his mental health problems weren't adequately taken into account throughout the trial, and that the jury was biased. One court noted that Craig's mental health had been taken into account during sentence, while another said that Kansas law does not exonerate someone just because they have a mental illness. It just did not justify his actions. Craig's appeal was ultimately turned down. He was left to deal with the fallout from his decisions as his options for additional legal action became limited. He is currently still on death row, which serves as a sobering reminder of the horrible atrocities he did. Although justice may have been done, it's difficult to determine whether it really makes up for the lives lost. We can only hope that he pays for the destruction he wrought and lives out the rest of his days tormented by his deeds. Regarding Sean, his tale is one of remarkable fortitude. He was able to overcome all of the hardships and pain he had experienced. He is a live example of fortitude and tenacity in the face of unspeakable sorrow. He completed high school and is currently employed in Kansas. His story gives hope by demonstrating that there is hope even in the most dire circumstances. However, what about this instance? It remains with you. Do you believe that the proper assistance or action could have avoided this tragedy? Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. On May 14, 1973, A nightmare unlike any other descended upon the quiet all-day family farm in Seminole County, Georgia. It began with 4 escaped convicts, cold, hungry, and desperate, fleeing a Maryland prison. They were looking for a place to hide, maybe steal supplies and keep running. But what they found was a remote trailer that seemed empty. That illusion didn't last long. Ned Alday and his son Jerry returned home unexpectedly, stepping straight into danger. The men were armed and ready. At gunpoint, Ned and Jerry were forced inside their own home and executed in cold blood. But the horror didn't end there. One by one, other family members arrived, unaware of the bloodshed waiting inside. Jimmy Alday showed up next. He didn't make it out alive. Then came Ned's brother, Aubrey, and another son, Sugi. Both were gunned down without hesitation. The cruelty escalated when Mary Alday, Jerry's wife, arrived. She was abducted, driven miles away, and subjected to unspeakable torture before being murdered. Her body was dumped in the woods, left to the elements, and a nest of fire ants. In just a few hours, 6 members of one family were wiped out, in what remains the most gruesome mass murder in Georgia's history. The brutality shook the nation, and even decades later, people still ask, was justice ever truly served? To understand how this terrifying chain of events began, we need to go back to the men behind it, starting with the ringleader, 19-year-old Carl Isaacs. He wasn't new to crime. In fact, trouble followed him long before that fateful day. In fact, by the time this massacre took place, he had already built a reputation as a habitual thief. He wasn't just a petty criminal either. Carl had a way with words and could charm his way into getting what he wanted, often manipulating people to get ahead. His criminal journey began early, with stealing cars and breaking into homes as a teenager. By 16, he was already deep into his criminal ways, landing himself in trouble with the law multiple times. But nothing really stuck until March 27, 1973, when he was finally sentenced and sent to Maryland State Penitentiary. However, soon after he arrived, chaos erupted. A riot broke out in the prison, and Carl was caught in the middle of it for over 8 hours. He was brutally attacked by other inmates, leaving him badly beaten. This led to his transfer to a new facility for his protection. He was moved to the Maryland Correctional Camp temporarily, before being transferred again on April 21, 1973 to the minimum security Poplar Hill. This move, however, would prove to be a huge mistake for the authorities. As it turned out, Carl already had an inside connection, his 26-year-old half-brother Wayne Coleman. Like Carl, Wayne spent much of his childhood bouncing in and out of foster care. His criminal history was also lengthy, involving car theft and breaking into homes. Wayne had already been at Poplar Hill for a few months before Carl's arrival. Now, the two brothers couldn't have been more different. Carl was bold, aggressive, and manipulative, while Wayne was shy, reserved, and more of a follower. It didn't take Carl long to find Wayne at the facility, and once he did, he wasted no time revealing his escape plan. He told Wayne he wanted him to be part of it. Wayne agreed, but on one condition. Carl had to bring along his friend, George Dungy, a 36-year-old inmate locked up for failing to pay child support, which was considered a minor crime compared to his fellow prisoners. Wayne and George had become close during their time in prison, even developing a romantic relationship. So when Wayne approached George about the escape plan, George, even though he was soon to be released, agreed to join the escape. However, Carl wasn't exactly thrilled about George being part of the plan. In fact, Carl wasn't fond of George at all, largely because of his race. But despite the tension, the trio was formed, and they managed to break out on May 5, 1973 around 3 in the morning. Carl and his crew managed to sneak through a bathroom window and made a break for it, disappearing into the surrounding woods. They used the trees and underbrush to cover their escape, eventually finding their way to Baltimore, Maryland, where they managed to swipe a car to continue their getaway. By the time they secured a ride, the authorities at Poplar Hill had realized the prisoners were missing. But here's the crazy part. The prison didn't bother to alert the local authorities because they didn't think these guys were dangerous. They didn't exactly rush to bring them back. The escapees laid low in Baltimore for the next 2 days, just trying to blend in. But Carl, ever the mastermind, decided he wanted to bring along his younger brother Billy Isaacs, who was just 16. Billy, like most younger siblings, looked up to Carl and was all in when his brother offered him a seat in the car. So now it was the four of them. Carl, Wayne, George, and Billy hitting the road. They spent about a week hanging around Maryland, but eventually the reality hit. They needed money to keep going, so they did what they knew best. They started breaking into houses along their way to fund their next move. Now, Carl's ultimate goal was to head south, specifically to Florida or Mexico, where he and his crew could live free from the law. But before they could get there, they needed to keep moving. On May 10, 1973, while traveling near McConnellsburg, Pennsylvania, Carl spotted a truck with no owner around. He thought this was the perfect chance to steal a vehicle. As Carl and his crew tried to take it, a young man named Richard Miller, the truck's neighbor, saw them and decided to intervene instead of letting them get away. Richard chased after them. Unfortunately, he was caught, and the group argued about who would take the life of the young man. In the end, they tied him up, forced him to his knees, and shot him in the back of the head. They dumped his body on a remote logging road, hoping he would be forgotten afterward. Carl's gang continued south, eventually landing in Donaldsonville, Georgia on May 14, 1973. The town seemed peaceful and isolated, perfect for hiding out. By about 4 p.m., they spotted a trailer and broke in, tearing it apart for anything valuable. While Billy and George kept lookout, Carl and Wayne started to search. But just as they were getting into it, a blue Jeep appeared on the road. Inside the Jeep were Ned Alday and his son Jerry. And that's when everything took a deadly turn. But before diving into the events of that day, it's important to understand the Alday family and the legacy they left behind. The patriarch, Ned Alday, was born on September 7, 1910 in Donaldsonville, Georgia. He met the love of his life, Ernestine, in their small community, and the two eloped in 1935. Together they built a strong, loving family, raising 9 children and establishing a solid reputation in their community. The Aldays were the epitome of Southern hospitality, always helping out their neighbors and embodying wholesome values. Ned wasn't just a family man, he was a pillar in the local community. He played a key role in building the local church, and many members of the Alday family, including his children, contributed significantly to the church as officers and Sunday school teachers. Financially, the Aldays were responsible and hardworking. Early on in their relationship, Ned and Ernestine saved every penny to buy a small home, which they later traded for nearly 400 acres of farmland, complete with a larger farmhouse on River Road. The farm was a family operation, with everyone pitching in to help. By 1973, however, only 2 of their older sons remained close enough to continue working on the farm. Jerry Alday, at 34 years old, had moved into his own trailer a few miles down the road with his wife, Mary. His older brother, Chester, known as Sugi, lived even closer with his wife, Barbara, just yards away from the Alday farmhouse. But by all accounts, the Aldays were the kind of people who kept to themselves. They were quiet, hardworking folks with no criminal history, just a peaceful, down-to-earth family. But on May 14, 1973, nothing could have prepared them for what was about to happen. As mentioned earlier, it was just another normal day when Ned Alday and his son Jerry were heading back to Jerry's trailer after a long day's work. They had their usual plan to meet up, talk about the day, and figure out what was next. But as they got closer to the trailer, Carl ordered them inside the trailer, and once they were in, he made them empty their pockets onto the kitchen table. But all he found were a few coins and other insignificant items, nothing of real value, so he decided to separate the two. Jerry, who was 35, was taken to one side of the house, and Ned, at 66, was led to the other side. It wasn't long before the horror started. Carl shot Jerry 4 times with a .22 caliber gun. Meanwhile, Wayne, who was with Carl, was handling Ned in the other room. Wayne shot Ned once in the head with a .32 caliber gun, but it wasn't enough to kill him. Ned, though gravely injured, managed to get up and fight back. Carl heard the commotion and rushed in to help Wayne, shooting Ned 5 more times with his .22. And Carl didn't stop there. He actually stayed at the trailer for a while, waiting for Mary, Jerry's wife, to come home before he killed Jerry. He had asked if Jerry was married. Jerry told him he was and begged Carl not to hurt his wife, but that only seemed to fuel Carl's desire to take more lives. He wanted to wait for Mary himself, but before he could do that, Jimmy Alday, a 25-year-old, showed up. He'd just finished parking the tractor and walked up to the back door. When he knocked, expecting to see his brother, he was met by Wayne with a gun in his face. Wayne went through Jimmy's pockets, just like with Jerry and Ned, but found nothing of value. Carl was furious, accusing him of showing up because he heard the gunshots. Jimmy denied it, explaining that this was just part of their regular routine. But Carl wasn't buying it, and ordered Jimmy to the living room, where he forced him to lie face down on the couch. Without hesitation, Carl shot Jimmy twice in the back of the head with his .22 caliber gun. Afterward, Carl went outside and decided it was time for him and his crew to leave. But as he was moving the tractor, he heard another car pull up. It was Mary Alday, Jerry's wife, returning home with groceries. Carl snuck up behind her and pressed a gun to her back, just like he had done to the men. Mary was forced into the trailer, and Carl rifled through her purse, finding only $1.00 and some small items. But just as Carl was dealing with Mary, two more Alday family members arrived. Chester, Ned's son, and Aubrey, Ned's brother. They were laughing and chatting when Carl, already on edge, stormed outside and captured them at gunpoint. They were forced inside the trailer, where Mary was crying uncontrollably at the table. Carl and Aubrey took a moment to observe her distress before forcing Chester to sit on the floor. Then Carl and Wayne took action. Wayne pushed Chester into the bedroom where Ned's lifeless body lay, and without hesitation, he shot Chester once with his gun. Carl, not done yet, turned his attention to Aubrey, who was 57. He led him into the same bedroom and shot him once. In a tragic final moment, when the bodies were found, it was clear that Aubrey's fingers were folded over Jerry's, his nephew. It was as if in his last moments, Aubrey reached out to hold Jerry's hand, a heartbreaking symbol of love and loss, before succumbing to his injuries. After the brutal killings, Mary Alday was dragged from the bathroom and taken back into the kitchen, where Carl didn't show any sign of mercy, assaulting her himself. Once he was finished, Wayne did the same. By now, the gang had decided it was time to leave, but they weren't done yet. They took Mary in her car, driving deep into the woods, but Carl wasn't done tormenting her. He yanked her out of the car by her hair and dragged her through the dirt. He assaulted her again, humiliating her in ways no one should ever have to endure. Then, in a chilling and twisted display, they took degrading photographs of her. After all this suffering, they decided it was time to end her life. George then forced Mary onto the ground, her face pressed into the earth. He shot her once in the back of the head with a .22 caliber gun. Once they finished, they abandoned her body in the car in the woods like it meant nothing at all. That's when Carl, Wayne, Billy, and George sped off. But the news of the murders spread fast, shaking the small community to its core. Donaldsonville was a quiet town where something like this was unheard of, and no one could wrap their heads around the senseless violence. But rather than splitting the community apart, the tragedy seemed to unite everyone even more. Neighbors, friends, and even strangers rallied together, offering their help to the remaining Alday family members. With the farm at risk and everything in turmoil, they stepped in, making sure the farm's operations continued. Then, just a few days later, the town came to a standstill. 3 days after the murders, Don Wilsonville officially stopped everything for the day to mourn the Alday family. The mayor declared a day of mourning and the streets were empty, as if the entire town had hit pause. On May 17, 1973, the funeral processions began, and nearly every single person from the town and many from surrounding areas gathered outside the Spring Creek Baptist Church. The church was way too small to hold 6 coffins and the huge crowd that showed up to mourn, so they ended up holding the funeral right outside on the church grounds. The Alday family was remembered for more than just their hard work and dedication to the community. They were the kind of neighbors everyone wanted, kind, helpful, and always there when needed. But while the town was grieving, the fugitives had already made their way to West Virginia, trying to put as much distance between them and the crime they'd committed. That's when fate finally caught up to them. They were found after being forced to flee on foot when they ran into a roadblock. This time, there was no escape. George was the first to crack. He confessed everything, spilling the details of the horrific jailbreak and how it led to the massacre of the Alday family. For 2 long hours, he recounted everything, expressing deep regret, especially for what he had done to Mary. He admitted that the weight of his actions had kept him up at night, and he couldn't live with himself anymore. With George's confession in hand, investigators wasted no time turning their attention to the others, starting with Billy. At first, it seemed like Billy wasn't as involved in the killings. He didn't allegedly shoot anyone, according to George, but ballistics told a different story. The Alday family had been killed with 4 different weapons, and one of those weapons was in Billy's possession. Billy's version of events was almost identical to George's. He said Carl had taken his gun when they were shooting Jerry, because Billy had run out of bullets. Since the story seemed believable, and Billy was too young for the death penalty, investigators decided to flip him in exchange for his testimony against the other 3. Billy was given 40-year sentences for theft charges, and he was more than willing to take the deal. Then came Wayne, who was a whole different story. He had no remorse whatsoever. In fact, he sounded proud when he talked about what he had done. He even smiled as he described the killings, bragging about how he took the lives of the Aldays. Wayne wasn't backing down from his actions and made it clear he had no regrets. And then there was Carl. When investigators tried to get him to talk, he refused to say a word. Instead of confessing, he gave them the oddest response. It was a pretty May Day. That was it. No remorse, no explanation, just an eerie nonchalance in the face of his crimes. But the evidence against Carl and his crew was undeniable. Their fingerprints matched those found at the crime scene, and the bullets they had in their possession were the same as those used to kill the Alday family. Additionally, they were found with several personal items from the Alday family, including jewelry, further linking them to the horrific massacre. The escapees were returned to Georgia on May 24, 1973, and arraigned at the courthouse in Donaldsonville. George, Carl, and Wayne faced 6 counts of murder and multiple felony charges, including assault, kidnapping, armed robbery, and grand theft. While the trio sat in separate jails miles apart, the community was furious. They demanded justice and even threatened to take matters into their own hands. But with the trials on the horizon, the town didn't need to resort to street justice. As if things weren't complicated enough, information about the missing teenager Richard Miller from Pennsylvania began to surface. An eyewitness came forward claiming that Richard had been chasing a group of men matching the fugitive's descriptions. Law enforcement believed that if Carl and his crew were involved, Richard was likely dead. After some pressure, the men confessed to killing him. With Wayne Coleman volunteering to lead police to his body, however, things didn't go as planned. After being flown to Maryland, Wayne took police on a wild goose chase around the borders of Pennsylvania and Maryland, only to admit that he had no idea where Richard's body was. But then, in an unexpected twist, Carl offered his help. He was transported out of state, but this time he proved to be more cooperative. Carl led investigators to a small town in Maryland called Flintstone, where he gave precise directions to Richard Miller's remains. Carl's trial began on December 31, 1973. Several witnesses were called to the stand, including members of the Alday family who identified personal items that had belonged to their loved ones found in Carl's possession. The sheriff and responding officers also testified. However, the most shocking witness was Billy, Carl's 16-year-old brother. Billy took the stand on January 4, recounting the tragic final moments of the Alday family. His testimony lasted for 2 hours, and it left a lasting impact. After the case went to the jury, it didn't take long, just a little over an hour, for them to return with a verdict, guilty on all charges. Additionally, on January 7, 1974, the jury in Carl Isaac's case recommended the death penalty, and the judge agreed. George's trial followed, starting on January 9, 1974, with a similarly swift process. The jury deliberated for just 58 minutes before finding him guilty on all charges and sentencing him to death. Wayne's trial lasted 3 days, but he too was found guilty and sentenced to death. Initially, the executions were set for February 15 that same year, but due to mandatory appeals, the executions were delayed. This clip was from Carl Isaac's interview on June 12, 1976, where he still showed absolutely no remorse for his actions. Over the years, the men filed several unsuccessful appeals. In 1979, a discovery motion, led to retrials for all three. In 1988, the Georgia Supreme Court ruled that the pretrial publicity had been so overwhelming that the defendants could not have received a fair trial, and that a change of venue should have been granted. During the retrial process, Carl was first to face the courtroom again in January 1988, with an emotional testimony from his brother Billy, who recounted the tragic events. In 1988, Carl's taped confession, which had been recorded by filmmaker Fleming Fuller, was also used in the trial, with Carl seemingly incriminating himself. Despite character witnesses who claimed Carl had reformed, including a woman he had corresponded with and who believed he had changed, the jury once again sentenced him to death. Wayne's trial took place in April 1989, where his attorney claimed Wayne was manipulated by Carl. However, despite his defense, Wayne was sentenced to death, though after 35 hours of deliberation, the jury became deadlocked and a mistrial was declared. Eventually, Wayne was sentenced to life in prison with the possibility of parole after 15 years. George, however, was deemed mentally incompetent to be executed due to his low IQ, leading to him receiving 6 life sentences after pleading guilty by reason of mental deficiency in 1988. By this point, many people were outraged. Not only were the suspects still alive and living well in prison, but the Alday family had also faced serious financial hardship, along with their emotional pain. The surviving members lost their farm and much of the family's wealth. Ernestine Alday, the last member of the family to survive, passed away in 1988, leaving behind a legacy of grief and financial ruin. But out of all the pain and tragedy, something positive did come from it, thanks to Paige Barber, the granddaughter of Ned Alday and the niece of several of the victims. As the voice of the Alday family Paige, she fought hard for the passage of the Alday Family Bill in 2003. This law made it a requirement for state officials to contact the families of victims in death penalty cases twice a year. Before this bill, families had a tough time getting any updates on what was happening with their loved ones' cases in the legal system. Additionally, books and films were created to share the Alday family's heartbreaking story, like the 1988 film Murder One and the book Blood Echo by Thomas H. Cook. These helped bring national attention to their tragic experience. As for the men involved, George Dungy died in 2006 while serving his life sentence. Billy Isaacs, who served 20 years, was released in 1993, but he passed away in 2009. Wayne, still alive, continues to serve his life sentence and is now 79 years old, repeatedly denied parole. Carl Isaacs met his end on May 16, 2003, with his execution marking the painful end to a long and drawn-out battle for justice. His final meal, a simple prison tray. After almost 30 years of delays, he was pronounced dead by lethal injection, closing a chapter on the Alday family's tragic story. But here's a question for you. Do you think true justice was ever served for the Alday family, or do you feel the legal system failed them? Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. A behavioral tendency known as overprotectiveness occurs when parents or other adult relatives take on an excessive amount of control over a person's life, always protecting them from the outside world. Another important characteristic is the total abdication of personal accountability, which spares the person from having to deal with the fallout from any mistakes or inappropriate actions. The main risk associated with this dynamic is the breakdown of sound personal boundaries. People who are continuously micromanaged in one or more areas of their lives eventually start to think that all of their issues will be resolved. This creates the delusion of immunity from repercussions and an attitude of entitlement. The peaceful and tight-knit hamlet of Mountain City, Tennessee, was rocked by a vicious double crime involving 2 young parents in 2012. In the end, 4 persons were found guilty of this heinous conduct, but 3 of them were later shown to have been duped by someone with a very specific goal in mind. The Janelle Potter case serves as a chilling illustration of what can occur when unbridled control and compulsive protection go too far and have disastrous results. On January 17, 1982, Janelle Potter was born in a Philadelphia, Pennsylvania suburb. She was the youngest of Marvin and Barbara Potter's two daughters. Marvin was a former Marine, and Barbara was a secretary for a small retail business. Janelle grew up with her older sister Christina, who was 6 years her senior. However, because of the way their parents handled things, the two sisters' relationship was difficult and hostile from the beginning. Janelle was delicate and frequently sick from birth due to her early birth. Her parents were very cautious and careful with her, always keeping her safe. As their youngest and most beloved daughter, she was free to do as she pleased and was forgiven for everything as long as she continued to be joyful and smile. The older daughter, Christina, was supposed to assist in taking care of her sibling. She was expected to take care of Janelle's every need at their parents' insistence, making her more of a caregiver than a sibling. Christina started to object to this unjust arrangement as she grew older. She was reprimanded and chastised for pushing back when she demanded her own time and space. Janelle was the focal point of the Potter household. She was treated like a princess, showered with praise, and made to feel that she was genuinely unique. From an early age, her parents closely monitored every aspect of her life, taking every precaution to shield her from any potential danger or error. Janelle was consequently raised in a sort of emotional vacuum, deprived of the opportunity to gain knowledge from experience or deal with the inevitable fallout from her deeds. Marvin and Barbara started to pay more and more attention to Janelle as she grew older, eventually ignoring Christina. Christina disappeared into the distance. She struggled to get even a small portion of her parents' attention and was left on her own. Her achievements were disregarded or underappreciated, despite the fact that she put a lot of effort into her studies, achieved high marks, continued to participate in sports and dance, and succeeded in many other ways. It didn't seem to matter what she did. However, Janelle was fully aware that she was the favorite. She began testing boundaries even as a child, only to discover that there were none for her. No one ever disciplined her for the frequent lies she told. Her parents blindly believed her when she blamed her sister for anything that was damaged or ruined, even though Christina hadn't done anything wrong. She was the one who received reprimands or grounding. When Janelle was diagnosed with type 1 diabetes at the age of 10, her parents' level of supervision and control over her only increased. They got completely overly protective. Barbara, in particular, was mostly responsible for this, and Marvin generally followed her instructions. Janelle was not permitted to go outside with other kids her own age. She couldn't go anyplace by herself. She was always watched over. Janelle struggled academically as soon as she started school. She was deemed disinterested, inattentive, and unwilling to work hard by her teachers. But her parents didn't agree. They said the teachers were out to get her, or blamed her health issues. They consistently reassured her that homework didn't really matter and never reprimanded her for receiving low grades. At school, Janelle never quite fit in. She always blamed someone else for her arguments with pupils, made up stories, tipped off professors, and engaged in small-scale antics. Almost every day, Barbara and Marvin would show up at the school and confront the teachers and other pupils, asking that their daughter be treated like a queen and given every luxury. Janelle appeared extremely demanding and spoiled to most of those around her. Due to her frequent tantrums and altercations, teachers even advocated for her suspension or her expulsion from the school. Her parents, however, never noticed any issues. To them, it was always the fault of others. There was nothing their darling Janelle could do wrong. They believed that she was perfect and could not make a mistake. Christina's parents never took joy in her achievements, despite the fact that she graduated with honors and was admitted into a reputable university. They no longer even acknowledged her existence. Their younger daughter was the center of their life, so Christina decided to take matters into her own hands. She moved out, obtained a job while she was still in school, and became financially independent. She progressively separated from the family because she was tired of being the scapegoat. Janelle grew more dramatic, conceited, and challenging to be around as she grew older. She was always complaining, making demands, and starting arguments. Her mother, who was always quick to protect her in any circumstance and wasn't scared to debate with anyone who dared challenge her daughter, was rarely seen without her. The calm, suburban community didn't exactly embrace the Potters. Most people thought they were strange, and some even felt sorry for Janelle since they thought her emotional health had been severely harmed by her mother's overbearing control. Nevertheless, in order to prevent any drama or dispute, the majority of neighbors decided to keep their distance. College wasn't even an option for Janelle because she had a below-average GPA when she finished from high school. But Barbara didn't seem to mind. She assured Janelle that she didn't have to work or study. Janelle was absolutely content with the fact that they could take care of her completely. She spent her days on the computer and watching TV, and no one ever set time limits for her. Her parents tightly regulated every aspect of her life, even when she was in her 20s. She was not permitted to drive, go on dates, or even socialize out with her classmates. Janelle lacked fundamental social skills, never made her own decisions, and had no friends. She didn't understand personal accountability or repercussion. Citing Janelle's precarious condition, Barbara and Marvin justified their actions as an act of love and protection. Janelle made no protests. She was released from all blame and obligation. No matter what, her parents always gave her praise and shielded her. The Potter family made the decision to move to Mountain City, a quiet, little Tennessee community of just over 3,000 people, in 2006. It was the type of community where almost everyone knew one another, and there was very little crime. At first glance, it appeared to be the ideal location for a peaceful, stress-free existence. They purchased a small but cozy house in a quiet neighborhood. The locals took notice of the visitors right away. The neighbors showed genuine interest in getting to know the new family in town, stopped by to introduce themselves and offered assistance. Everything went well at first. The neighbors even became friends with Barbara, but soon everyone started noting strange behavior from everyone in the house. The adult daughter first came across as courteous and accessible, but Janelle would react with dramatic outbursts or emotional meltdowns if anyone disagreed with her or provided even the smallest criticism. Her mother would then leap in to protect her without even asking what had happened. Marvin established himself as a fixture at neighborhood hangouts, where he was frequently spotted having a drink and telling extravagant stories about his valiant military past. People in the town soon realized that most of these stories were either fabricated or greatly exaggerated. Nevertheless, they were sympathetic to him and called him the village storyteller in jest. Though she didn't appear to know how, Janelle also made an effort to make friends. She eventually discovered a tactic that helped her get the attention she so desperately sought. She started telling people she was very ill, claiming to have a variety of crippling and incurable illnesses. She even revealed to others that she had been given a terminal diagnosis and had not long to live. People took her seriously and felt a great deal of sympathy for someone they believed to be nearing the end of her life. Who would lie about such an event after all? However, as time went on, and she continued to make irrelevant diagnoses, people began to suspect her. Before long, a lot of people realized that her stories were not consistent. Social media has really taken off by the late 2000s. It developed into a location where people could meet new people, reconnect with old acquaintances, and perhaps find love. Still largely confined to her house, Janelle spent endless hours every day on the internet, creating accounts on various platforms. The internet became into a sort of window to the outside world, and it was actually the only one she had. She appeared to have a social life because of it. She stuffed her pages with made-up information about herself, bragging about made-up hobbies, phony achievements, and an exciting lifestyle. To her credit, she managed to pull it off with remarkable inventiveness. Janelle downloaded images from the internet, including concert and party photos, and picked out images where the faces were hidden by shadows or bright lights. After that, she added words and applied filters to each photo to give the impression that she had been there. She occasionally even went so far as to post in-depth accounts of entire events she said she had been to, replete with names, locations, and lengthy narratives. Everything appeared remarkably realistic. Janelle became well known on social media very fast. The story she was selling, one that was full of parties, travel, and thrilling adventures, was easily embraced by people who didn't actually know her. Her profile soon gained thousands of followers after she sent out hundreds of friend requests every day. She got dozens of likes and positive comments on every picture and post she uploaded, which gave her the boost she needed. She had created a whole dream world in which she was successful, well-liked, and surrounded by supportive people all the time, but eventually something started to seem lacking. She became aware that one essential component was missing from her well-constructed online persona: a romantic plot. Janelle immediately made a phony profile, pretending to be a man this time. She used the same process, searching the internet for eye-catching images, editing and applying filters, and then sharing them as though they were her own. That account also became popular, eventually gaining more than 1,000 followers. In order to create the appearance that the two were going to events together, she began sharing party photos from both pages that were exactly the same and tagged the same locations. Janelle used this fake account to post poems, emotional remarks, and praises to herself beneath her images, all of which were staged for her followers to view. Some even commented on how fortunate she was to have such a considerate love partner, expressing envy. Janelle had also joined a local online forum at about the same time. It resembled a message board or town-wide forum where inhabitants of Mountain City exchanged updates, discussed events, and posted local news. Although some users used their real identities, the platform provided anonymity, and many users used aliases. Janelle rarely posted on the forum, although she would occasionally browse it. She mainly just perused conversations. She wasn't as drawn to the platform because she couldn't shine or fake fame there. The members of this group did, after all, know her and were aware of her reputation, which many people thought was strange. When Janelle eventually made her first true friend, she was getting close to 30. She was born and reared in Mountain City and went by Tracy Grimal. Tracy was a well-read, intelligent, and approachable employee at a nearby pharmacy. Janelle started to gradually venture out into the world with Tracy. They would spend every day talking on the phone, hanging out in cafes, taking walks in the park, and shopping at the neighborhood mall. Janelle's parents welcomed Tracy into their home and, for the first time, didn't object to her making friends. Janelle flourished in this new laid-back environment. She was heard. She no longer had to manipulate or exaggerate in order to command attention. The fact that someone actually cared about her was utterly novel and reassuring. After a while, Tracy introduced Janelle to her wider network of relatives and friends, and before long, the two of them were spending time with a large group of people, rather than just one. Billy Payne, Tracy's stepbrother, was one of those pals. He was young, intelligent, attractive, and quick with a joke. Billy was the type of person who, wherever he went, inherently became the focus of attention. Janelle was enthralled at once. She felt genuine romantic feelings for the first time in her life, but they weren't reciprocal. Janelle had no idea how to casually express affection or flirt. Rather, she yelled for attention and grew obviously agitated when it wasn't given back. Billy was pushed away by her strong and unpredictable behavior. She immediately caught his attention as strange, and he began to avoid her. Janelle started acting in an obsessive preoccupation as her emotions grew stronger. She started showing up wherever Billy happened to be and sending him loving notes on social media, but Billy continued to distance himself. After roughly 6 weeks, he came clean about his relationship with Billie Jean. He declared her to be his girlfriend in front of the entire bunch of friends. Billy gave his new relationship his whole attention after that and ceased spending any time with the group. Janelle, meantime, was falling apart. She was emotional, unpredictable, and demanding, like someone who had lost their favorite item. Her entreaty to Tracy to intervene between her brother and Billie Jean only served to exacerbate tensions between the two friends. The town began to hear rumors that Billy and Billie Jean were engaged at about the same time. The pair was praised by others who described them as a perfect combination. Even on the town's local chat site, their romance became a big issue. Except for Janelle, everyone appeared sincere in their happiness. She didn't think she had just lost a crush. The love of her life had been stolen. That feeling of loss eventually gave way to resentment, which in turn gave way to retaliation. After a while, Janelle made amends with Tracy, her lone friend, and sought assistance in finding a new partner. In agreement, Tracy presented her to Jamie Curd, her cousin. Jamie, an IT specialist at a nearby company, was 7 years Janelle's senior. He had never been very successful in relationships, in part because he was perceived as a little aloof and awkward. He and Janelle might have been a good match on paper, but she had other plans. Janelle devised a strategy because she was afraid her parents would disapprove of her dating someone much older. Under the guise of needing assistance with her computer, installing software, troubleshooting, or setting it up, she invited Jamie around. Every time she lavished him with praise in front of her parents, highlighting the importance of his abilities. Jamie became a welcome regular at Barbara and Marvin's house when they invited him to stay for supper one evening. A month or so later, Janelle told her mother in private that she was attracted to Jamie. She lost little time in moving forward at full speed with her mother's approval. Janelle and Jamie announced their relationship a few days later and started going everywhere together. In actuality, though, Janelle had no genuine feelings for Jamie. She was trying to make Billy envious by using the relationship as a ruse. It was unsuccessful. Billy didn't mind at all. Janelle was able to gain an invitation to Tracy's house for a family dinner while she was still attempting to attract his attention. Clearly wanting to make a statement, she arrived clutching Jamie's hand, but she was in for a nasty surprise of her own. Billy made the shocking announcement that he and Billie Jean were getting married at dinner. He also disclosed that they didn't want to wait long to get married because they were expecting a child. The news was like a lightning strike to Janelle. Her hopes vanished in an instant, and a much darker scheme took their place. A few days after the meal, some unsavory stories started to circulate on the local chat forum in Mountain City. In anonymous posts, Billie Jean was accused of leading a careless life, having dated numerous men in the neighborhood and having previously received treatment for a serious illness. According to the posts, she was now tricking Billy by claiming that he was the father of her child, even though he wasn't. None of it was real, but people love to talk, and rumor spreads quickly in small towns. It was obvious that someone was stoking the flames by making fresh charges to keep the debate going. Billie Jean soon found herself the target of vicious online assaults and outright abuse. Billy supported her in spite of the deluge of criticism and public condemnation. He refused to go since he didn't believe any of it. Together they attempted to protect Billie Jean's reputation, but it soon became apparent that retaliating on social media was futile, so they reported the abuse to the police. They didn't know who was actually responsible at that point. Despite the forum's anonymity feature, local detectives quickly identified the slander campaign's origin. The pair demanded that Janelle stay away and stop all communication as soon as the truth was revealed, and they filed for a restraining order against her. However, the struggle that ensued was just the start of something much more profound. Now surrounded, Janelle made several phony social media profiles. She started sending herself threatening messages, claims of bodily harm, based on those profiles. After showing her parents these texts, she told them she was afraid for her life and believed Billy and Billie Jean were going to hurt her. Marvin and Barbara have complete faith in their daughter. When the family returned to the police, the officers discovered that Janelle was the one who had sent the texts. Nevertheless, the evidence was rejected by her parents. Their belief that their daughter was the victim persisted. Janelle and the couple's tension turned into what could only be called a protracted conflict. Billy and Billie Jean almost always ended up in a furious altercation with a member of the Potter family in town, complete with yelling, accusations, insults, and even threats. Each party requested restraining orders against the others in several police reports. This back and forth continued for almost a full year. After then, things appeared to settle down. Neighbors began to think that the dispute had finally subsided, when it ceased to garner headlines in the town forum. Actually, Janelle had just changed her approach. Rather than more yelling and public altercations, she was getting ready to act. At this point, Barbara started getting emails from a man posing as Chris, a CIA agent. He alerted her to the fact that there was solid evidence that Billy and Billie Jean were planning to hurt Janelle. The threat was genuine, he added, but there wasn't enough hard proof to make arrests. Insisting that Janelle was in grave danger, Chris also started writing to Marvin and Jamie. He underlined the necessity of taking action before the pair could carry out their purported plan. Surprisingly, this enigmatic agent was able to win over Janelle's parents and boyfriend in a matter of weeks. Before long, the four of them were exchanging messages and continuously formulating what they thought was a plan to keep Janelle safe. About a month later, Chris alerted them to the fact that Billy and Billie Jean were actively seeking a person to execute their purported scheme. He supplied a thorough step-by-step breakdown of what needed to be done and warned that time was running short. Following the agent's directions, Jamie and Marvin drove to the residence where Billie Jean, and their 8-month-old baby, Tyler, were sleeping early on January 31, 2012. The family was unaware of what was going to occur. Through a window on the first floor, Jamie and Marvin went into the couple's bedroom. Marvin had a revolver with him that he had stolen from home. He approached the bed in silence and shot Billy in the face, instantly taking his life. Billie Jean was startled by the sound and scurried out of bed in fright and bewilderment. In an attempt to save her son, she hurried to the nursery, but the guys followed her. Before she could even make it to the door, she was shot twice in the back as she was picking up her infant. Little Tyler somehow made it through the trauma. He was traumatized, but not gravely hurt. The two males left the scene of the heinous act. The sound of gunfire startled the neighbors, who promptly called emergency personnel. Within minutes, officers were on the scene. Authorities discovered a terrible scene inside the residence. The body of a young man who had been shot in the head was in one room. In another, a small toddler sat beside his mother's dead body in a pool of blood. The Potter family, who had been embroiled in a savage conflict with the victims for years, was almost instantly identified by police authorities as the source of all the evidence. Marvin and Barbara initially disputed everything, but as the pressure increased, they gave in. They exposed everything, including Jamie's direct role in the incident, the purported conspiracy to harm their daughter, and the so-called CIA agent. Investigators swiftly verified that the emails came from within the Potters' own house after tracking down the IP address associated with Agent Chris's emails. It was revealed that the enigmatic agent was actually Janelle. They had all been duped by her. All four of the people involved were arrested after her frantic attempts to defend herself failed. Jamie promptly consented to cooperate in return for a reduced sentence. He gave a thorough account of what transpired on the morning of the attack. He maintained that he had no idea who Chris was, and that he genuinely thought he was rescue the lady he loved. Jamie received a 25-year prison sentence. The perpetrator of the deadly killings, Marvin Potter, was given 2 life sentences without the chance of release. Barbara, his wife, was found guilty of aiding and abetting the scheme and was sentenced to life in prison. The mastermind, Janelle, entered this with the idea that she could control everyone and get away with it, but her complex plan backfired. She received a life sentence after being found guilty of planning a violent act. Ultimately, she had made her closest friends and family become pawns in a scheme that killed 2 innocent individuals, all while pretending that she was the one in peril. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. He seemed invisible, boring, forgettable, but behind that dead-eyed stare was a monster who couldn't stop killing even when the bodies started stacking up. Gary Ridgway wasn't flashy. He wasn't a genius. He didn't have a signature catchphrase or a flashy MO. He was just ordinary, a guy who stuttered often while speaking, who clocked into his job at a truck factory, mowed his lawn on weekends, and blended in so well with suburban life that even when he was a prime suspect in a string of grisly murders, the cops couldn't quite make it stick. But don't let the bland exterior fool you. This man murdered 49 confirmed, but he claims the number could be closer to 70, maybe even higher. His victims were young women, often sex workers, often runaways, always vulnerable. Gary strangled them with his bare hands or with crude ligatures like shoelaces, ropes, whatever was around. Then he dumped their bodies near Washington's Green River or in the thick woods nearby, and sometimes he'd come back not to bury them, not to move them, but to violate them again, long after they were dead. It was the early 1980s, and in King County, Washington. Bodies were turning up fast. A woman here, another one there. 5 in total, all found in or near the Green River. The media needed a name, and they got one. The Green River Killer, a faceless predator who hunted at night and vanished into the fog by morning. But here's the kicker. The killer was already known to police. Gary Ridgway had been questioned back in 1982. He even passed a lie detector test. The man responsible for one of the biggest murder sprees in U.S. history was right under their noses, and they let him walk free. At home, Ridgway played the part of a devoted family man. He was married multiple times. He was deeply religious. He even tried to preach door to door, but all the while he was searching the red light districts of Seattle, looking for his next victim. And the scariest part is that he'd often bring his young son along for the ride as a human shield. "See, I have a kid with me. I'm not a threat." That's the kind of calculated manipulation Ridgway was capable of. Cold, heartless, methodical. Where did this monster come from, you may wonder? Gary Ridgway didn't crawl out of the shadows. He was born in broad daylight in Salt Lake City, Utah, on February 18, 1949. The middle child of 3 boys, Ridgway grew up in a house that looked normal from the outside, but inside it was a wreck. His mother, Mary, was a force of nature, controlling, intense, and terrifying. She ruled the house with a tight grip and wasn't afraid to use a belt or stick when her sons went out of lines drawn by her. His father, a bus driver, wasn't any good, often venting about the filth of sex workers he'd see on his routes. That constant commentary would embed itself into Gary's twisted worldview and fester into a hatred that would lead him to become a nightmare. Gary would later tell psychologists that he felt both anger and sexual attraction toward his mother. The same woman who disciplined him with belts and dominated the house was the subject of his violent fantasies. He even imagined killing her. So far, it sounds like a textbook serial killer origin story. Wait till it gets worse. By high school, Ridgway was already falling behind. He had dyslexia, struggled in class, and got held back a year. His IQ would fluctuate in the low 80s. But what he lacked in smarts, he made up for in something far more sinister. At just 16 years old, he did the unthinkable. He lured a 6-year-old boy into the woods and stabbed him in the ribs, piercing his liver. The boy survived, but Gary Ridgway had made his first real move toward becoming a killer, and no one seemed to notice. No follow-up, no serious consequences, just another angry kid from a rough home. But inside that teenager, something was growing. A rage, a hunger, a compulsion that would eventually take hold and leave dozens of women dead in his wake. Gary Ridgway graduated from Tahi High School in 1969 and did what a lot of young men did back then. He married his teenage girlfriend Claudia Craig and enlisted in the Navy. From the outside, it looked like he had found his calling, but Gary never stayed on the path for long. He was shipped off to Vietnam, where he served on a supply ship and saw combat. But it wasn't the bullets that left a mark, it was the brothels. While overseas, Ridgway racked up frequent flyer miles with local sex workers. He even caught gonorrhea, which infuriated him, but not enough to make him stop. That compulsion was already starting to take hold, and just like that, his first marriage crumbled, done within a year. Back in the States, Ridgway gave the word double life a whole new meaning. By the time he married his second wife, Marcia Winslow, he'd become intensely religious. He'd read scriptures out loud at home, cry after sermons, and preach door to door like he was on a mission to save souls. But while he was reciting Bible verses by day, he was cruising the streets at night looking for sex workers. His appetite was insatiable. His ex-wives and girlfriends said he demanded sex multiple times a day, often in public places, or even in the same wooded areas where, years later, his victims' bodies would be found. To the outside world, Ridgway was weird but harmless, a bit too intense with religion, maybe a little off, but nothing scary. Behind closed doors, though, Gary was unraveling. He had a sick obsession with prostitutes, and not just lust, it was hatred too, a burning resentment. He admitted in court that he didn't want to pay them and felt justified in ending their lives. Some believe he was at war with himself, his raw, animalistic urges clashing against his desperate need to feel righteous. That tension between the preacher and the predator would fuel one of the most horrifying murder sprees in American history. While all of this was happening, he had a son with Marcia, a child growing up with a serial killer dad who had no idea what was going on behind the scenes. Gary Ridgway began acting upon his hatred in the summer of 1982. It was then that the lifeless body of his first known victim surfaced along the banks of the Green River. Wrapped around her neck was a piece of clothing tainted with an industrial spray paint. one that wouldn't be analyzed for another 2 decades. At the time, it was just another overlooked detail. But had it been tested, that microscopic trail could have pulled Ridgway into the spotlight much earlier. Instead, he slipped back into the shadows and kept killing. Over the next 2 years, death spread like a plague across King County, Washington, and the Green River became more than just a picnic spot. It became a graveyard. Body after body surfaced along its muddy edges and in dense, mossy woods near Seattle, Tacoma International Airport. The victims had one haunting thing in common. They were all young women, many of them sex workers or runaways, the forgotten and discarded of society. They were easy prey, and Gary Ridgway knew it. He stalked Pacific Highway South in his pickup truck, armed with nothing but a disarming smile, a wallet full of cash, and sometimes a photo of his son. In that image, so ordinary, so innocently paternal, drove his victims into a false sense of security. It was part of his carefully crafted trap. Ridgway would coax the women into his truck, drive to secluded areas, and then, after briefly getting intimate, he would strike with terrifying precision. One arm locked across their necks like a vice, the other pulling tight with practiced force. There was no hesitation, no remorse. He squeezed the life out of them slowly, methodically, until their limp bodies sagged in the seat beside him. Often he'd kill them in his home or truck, other times in the middle of the forest, where no one could hear their last gasps. Then he'd dump the corpses in clusters without clothes and twisted among ferns and dirt, sometimes posed in grotesque, degrading ways, their eyes staring up blankly toward the trees. But his brutality didn't end with death. Ridgway revisited his victims' corpses. Sometimes days later, he'd return to their graves like a predator guarding its kill, crawling through branches to lie beside their rotting bodies, violating them again. It wasn't about lust, he later confessed. It was about control. Raping dead bodies meant no resistance, no rejection, no cost. He didn't have to pay them and didn't have to worry about being turned in. The silence of the dead was the only intimacy he craved. He went so far as to contaminate his dump sites, leaving behind cigarette butts and chewed gum from other people, scattering belongings that weren't his, all in an effort to confuse investigators. In some cases, he even transported victims across state lines, dumping bodies in Oregon to muddy the trail. It worked. The body count rose, and the killer stayed hidden behind his mask of normalcy. By 1983, the panic had become undeniable. With 5 women dead and more missing, the Green River Task Force was formed, spearheaded by seasoned officers like Robert Keppel and Dave Reichert. The group was under immense pressure. They were chasing a ghost who left almost no forensic evidence and blended in with blue-collar regulars. Desperate for insight, the task force even turned to Ted Bundy, who, from his prison cell in Florida, offered his own theory. The killer was returning to the bodies for sex. Bundy warned them to stake out fresh dump sites. He wasn't just speculating. He was describing Ridgway's behavior with eerie accuracy. Still, Ridgway eluded capture. He was arrested once in 1982 and again in 2001 for prostitution charges, but released both times. In 1983, 18-year-old Marie Malvar disappeared. Her boyfriend and pimp had trailed the truck. He entered a maroon pickup to a house. That house belonged to Gary Ridgway. The police interviewed him, noted his calm demeanor, and let him go. Other tips named him too, but nothing stuck. A year later, he passed a polygraph test. The man killing women by the dozens was clever enough to beat the machine. What the task force didn't know was that Ridgway was also juggling a personal life that shielded him from suspicion. By 1985, he had met Judith Mawson, a kind, unsuspecting woman who became his third wife. She moved into his modest house in SeaTac where, unknown to her, countless women had died just feet from the bed she slept in. There was no carpet when she moved in. Detectives later told her that's because he'd likely used it to wrap up corpses. But Judith had noticed nothing. Ridgway played the role of a loving, quiet husband. He brought her flowers, mowed the lawn, and held a steady job at the Kenworth truck factory. When he disappeared early in the morning for overtime shifts, Judith never questioned it. Those hours were when he hunted. Curiously, Ridgway's murder spree slowed significantly after marrying Judith. He later told investigators that she made him feel content that he truly loved her, and perhaps that fragile connection was enough to curb the storm inside him. Of his 49 confirmed murders, only 3 occurred after their wedding in 1988. Judith herself once said, "I feel I have saved lives by being his wife and making him happy." But love wasn't enough to bury his past. In 1987, investigators collected saliva and hair samples from Ridgway, storing them in evidence lockers for years. It wasn't until the rise of DNA profiling in the early 2000s that science finally caught up to him. A year later, in November, while he was at work painting trucks at Kenworth, police walked in and arrested him. 2 decades of horror came to a halt on that factory floor. DNA linked Ridgway to the murders of Marcia Chapman, Opal Mills, Cynthia Hines, and Carol Ann Christensen, all of whom had been discarded like trash across King County. Later, 3 more names were added to the indictment: Wendy Caulfield, Deborah Bonner, and Deborah Estes. The link wasn't just semen, it was microscopic spray paint spheres matched exactly to the formula used at Kenworth during Ridgway's tenure. That same paint had clung to clothing wrapped around his first victim's throat. The monster had always been right there, driving among them, smiling at coworkers, quoting Bible verses, killing again and again, and still being lucky enough to head home for dinner. By the summer of 2003, whispers began swirling through Seattle's media. Gary Ridgway, the man behind the worst serial killing spree in American history, might escape the death penalty. The idea sent shockwaves through the public. How could the Green River Killer, a man who had confessed to choking the life out of dozens of women and desecrating their corpses, be allowed to live? The answer is a deal with the devil. Ridgway had spent over 2 decades outsmarting law enforcement, blending into society and leaving a trail of bodies stretching from Washington to Oregon. But now, with the hard evidence finally catching up to him, DNA, paint particles, and recovered remains, he was cornered. His lawyers, led by Anthony Savage, began to negotiate the unthinkable. Ridgway would be spared execution only if he confessed fully to the murders and helped locate the victims still lying in the woods, forgotten. In November 2003, the plea was finalized. The Green River Killer stood in court and admitted to 48 counts of aggravated first-degree murder, but this wasn't a display of remorse. It was a calculated confession delivered in exchange for life. In his signed statement, Ridgway explained how he had committed every murder inside King County, Washington, and transported a few victims to Oregon specifically to throw investigators off his trail. It was a long game of cat and mouse, a game he had nearly won. Deputy Prosecutor Jeffrey Baird acknowledged the scale of the deal. 41 of the 48 victims would never have been connected to Ridgway in court if not for the plea. The case against him had evidence for only 7 murders without his cooperation. The rest would have remained nameless, numbers buried in case files. On December 18, 2003, Ridgway returned to the courtroom, not as a suspect, but as a self-admitted mass murderer. There would be no trial, no debate, just the cold hammer of justice. Judge Richard A. Jones handed down the sentence: 48 life sentences without the possibility of parole, to be served consecutively, 480 additional years, 10 for each victim, for tampering with evidence, while Gary received rightful curses from the victims' families. One statement from a victim's father would break his emotionless facade. In the months that followed, Ridgway led police to 3 more bodies. On August 16, 2003, a hiker found the remains of 16-year-old Pammy Annette Avant dumped off State Route 410. Then, in September, the bodies of Marie Malvar, the woman whose boyfriend had once led police to Ridgway's door, and April Bucha were unearthed in shallow woodland graves. 2 years later, on November 20, a weekend hiker in Issaquah stumbled upon a human skull. DNA would confirm it belonged to Tracy Winston, a 19-year-old who vanished from Northgate Mall in 1983. It was the 49th confirmed victim, and it earned Ridgway 1 more life sentence. And even decades later, Ridgway's trail of destruction kept unraveling. In 2023, forensic science finally gave a name to a victim long known only as Bone 17. She was a 15-year-old Lorianne Raspatat, last seen alive in 1982. Her remains had waited nearly 40 years to be identified. Over the course of 5 months, Ridgway sat across from investigators, dead-minded and disturbingly calm, unspooling one confession after another. In some interviews, he claimed 65 victims, in others, 71, and he often couldn't remember names, only places, vague appearances, or where he had left their bodies. On February 9, 2004, prosecutors began releasing the videotaped confessions. What the world saw was not a remorseful man, but a cold, matter-of-fact killer talking about strangling women like it was part of his morning routine. He admitted to necrophilia without a flicker of shame. He explained that he buried later victims to stop himself from revisiting them because he feared he might not be able to resist. He confessed to picking prostitutes because they were easy to pick up and because he hated most of them. To Ridgway, they were disposable objects. Their lives meant nothing beyond his brief, violent thrill. With 49 confirmed victims, Ridgway confessed to more confirmed murders than any other serial killer in American history, but investigators and Ridgway himself believe the real number is much higher. Dozens more women may remain missing, their bodies still hidden in forests, ravines, and rivers across the Pacific Northwest. He now lives out his days in Walla Walla State Penitentiary, where he will never again walk free. The Green River Killer is no longer stalking highways. He's locked behind bars. But the scars he left, the empty chairs at dinner tables, the daughters who never came home, the mothers who died not knowing what happened to their children, those remain. When Gary Ridgway entered the Washington State Penitentiary in January 2004, the man who once roamed highways and back roads as a predator was now just another inmate, stripped of power, cloaked in a jumpsuit, and watched around the clock. But Ridgway was no ordinary prisoner. He was placed in solitary confinement, isolated from other inmates not for his safety, but for theirs. Even among rapists and murderers, his name carried a weight of revulsion. His crimes were too depraved, too numerous, too cold-blooded. For over a decade, he rotted behind those stone walls in Walla Walla. But then, in May 2015, he disappeared from Washington, quietly flown across state lines and deposited inside USP Florence, a high-security federal prison in Colorado. The move went mostly unnoticed. Once word spread, the public backlash was quick and furious. Why was the most prolific serial killer in American history being housed out of state, hundreds of miles from the crimes he committed and the families who still demanded justice? Governor Jay Inslee stepped in, so did Corrections Secretary Bernie Warner, and soon the message was clear. Ridgway was too important to move off the map. He still held secrets, answers to open murder investigations, clues buried deep in his decaying memory. On October 24, 2015, Ridgway was flown back to Washington State Penitentiary, chained, watched, and escorted by a chartered plane like some twisted form of royalty. He's remained there ever since. But even now, the story isn't finished. In September 2024, Ridgway was quietly pulled from his cell and transferred back to King County Jail, the place where all of this began. The move was unannounced, unexplained, and shrouded in mystery. For days, he vanished from the penitentiary's records, raising questions among journalists and victims' families. Why now? Why him? What did he still know? The silence only deepened until March 2025, when the sealed transfer order was finally made public. The reason Ridgway was still leading investigators to bodies. More women, more forgotten graves. Even after 2 decades behind bars, the Green River Killer still had secrets to spill, and we may never know all of their names. Many were runaways, prostitutes, or young girls caught in the cracks of society. Women whose disappearances barely made headlines, whose families were told they were probably just out there somewhere. But Ridgway knew better. He hunted them because they were easy to forget. In some confessions, he struggled to remember their faces. He gave investigators vague details. The girl I left by the fence, the one with curly hair, the one I went back to. His victims became ghosts defined only by where they were discarded. Even now, with decades of police work behind it, the Green River case feels unfinished. Some remains were found by hikers, others were uncovered by dogs, a few were discovered only because Ridgway agreed to speak, and some Some may never be found, buried so deep in the woods they've returned to the earth completely. To this day, the FBI and Washington state investigators believe there are still bodies out there, waiting for someone to remember them, waiting for their name. And that's the final horrific legacy of Gary Ridgway. Not just the number of women he killed, but the silence he left behind. The names that will never be known, the stories that will never be told. Can any punishment ever be enough to make up for the horrors he committed? Or is true justice a pursuit that will forever remain out of reach? Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. The footage you just saw wasn't fiction. It wasn't acted. It was real. These were real people, real victims caught in the grip of a monster hiding in plain sight. That monster was 36-year-old Maury Troy Travis. His crimes were so disturbing, so inhuman, that the local police chief ordered psychological counseling for any officer forced to view the evidence. The basement where he committed his atrocities became known as something closer to a torture chamber than a crime scene. Maury Travis didn't just kill, he orchestrated cruelty. He lured women into his home with cold calculation, brought them down into his basement, and subjected them to torture that defies comprehension. But how did such a seemingly quiet, respectful man carry out acts so horrific? What could drive someone like Travis to such depths of evil? And how did he manage to keep his crimes hidden in a quiet suburb? To understand the darkness behind the mask, we need to go back to the beginning. Maury Troy Travis, born on October 21, 1965, in St. Louis, Missouri, lived a life that on the surface looked painfully average. Known as Toby to those close to him, he grew up in Carr Square, a public housing complex, before his family moved to a modest home in Ferguson in 1976. He lived with his mother, Sandra Travis, and his father, Michael V. Travis. There were no signs of physical abuse, no record of early criminal behavior, just the usual growing pains of a quiet, introverted kid. He was polite, exceptionally polite. Teachers remembered him as well-mannered and soft-spoken. One neighbor recalled him mowing lawns without being asked. A teacher described him as one of the quietest students she'd ever had. For years, no one saw him as anything but a background character, unremarkable, invisible, and easily forgotten. Even when investigators later retraced his past, interviewed old classmates and neighbors, many couldn't even remember him. He had left so little impression on the world around him, until the truth of what he became finally surfaced. And when it did, it left scars not just on his victims, but on an entire city. He graduated from McClure High School in 1985 and served 2 years as an Army reservist. Following that, he worked as a medical and dental assistant. Additionally, he managed to secure employment locally with haulage companies and even volunteered at a local nursing home. Maury Travis's enrollment in Morris Brown College in 1986 at the age of 22 seemed like a positive step forward. However, it was also in this private institute in Atlanta where he encountered and formed a relationship with cocaine, sending his life into a downward spiral. His addiction quickly escalated to a severe level, costing him $300, 0 cents a day. Morris's plunge into criminal activities to support his habit swiftly brought him to the attention of law enforcement the following year. Up until that point, he had a clean record, making his sudden shift into illegal behavior quite unexpected. Rather than a gradual escalation, his actions took a surprising and abrupt turn from his prior conduct. In March 1988, during his college spring break, Maury engaged in a string of robberies that raised eyebrows. To everyone's surprise, he targeted 5 shoe stores in St. Louis within 8 days. What added an unusual twist to these crimes was his choice of weapon. Instead of a loaded firearm, he used a plastic toy gun to instill fear. This abrupt shift into criminal behavior was truly unexpected, especially given his clean record before these incidents. This is where Maury Travis took a sharp turn into criminal activity. The armed robberies he committed resulted in his initial capture. Witnesses provided the police with details about his car, leading to his arrest. The detective handling the case was taken aback, as Maury didn't fit the typical image of a criminal. Upon being apprehended, Maury claimed to have hazy memories of the crimes, attributing it to drug influence. While awaiting sentencing, he underwent a drug rehabilitation program and claimed to have successfully overcome his addiction despite these efforts and his clean record before this. The court had taken his actions into account during proceedings. Character references poured in support of Maury, including one from a congressman and U.S. representative. These testimonials highlighted his rehabilitation efforts, asserting that his criminal behavior was an aberration in his character. Despite this acknowledgement, Maury received a 15-year prison sentence on July 5, 1989, at the age of 23. This marked the start of his time behind bars for his criminal actions. From the outset, Maury realized that his time in prison wouldn't be easy. He attested to the inhospitable conditions, citing frequent assaults and an abundance of drugs that posed a significant threat to his rehabilitation. Having successfully addressed his dependency issues, he found himself surrounded by drugs in this challenging environment. In a desperate plea to the judge, Maury wrote a letter urging him to reconsider his sentence, pouring his heart out in the hope of a lenient outcome. In his plea to the judge, Maury wrote on how he was constantly thinking of taking his own life due to the horrible conditions he was living in. He ended by asking the judge to give him another chance in society. Maury was granted parole in 1994, serving only 5 years and 3 months of his sentence at the Farmington Correctional Center. His early release was primarily attributed to his exemplary behavior, although he had 13 conduct violations. They were minor infractions. Upon his release, he moved into a duplex where neighbors regarded him as an excellent resident who didn't cause any disturbances. After serving time, initially from March 1989 through June 1994, Maury faced additional prison stages due to drug charges from February 1998 to January 1999 due to repeatedly violating his parole. Once outside prison, he worked in various restaurants, keeping to himself mostly. He also displayed an unusual fixation for his 2000 black Mitsubishi Eclipse, spending considerable time cleaning and maintaining it. Although neighbors and classmates of Maury didn't have any suspicious information about him, March 2001 saw Maury's girlfriend leave him, and this was when bodies of women began to turn up around town. Between March 2001 and May 2002, Maury would actively pick up sex workers along the extended stretch of Broadway, known as the Stroll north of St. Louis. In fact, 4 suspected victims of Maury were later discovered in this area. It gained notoriety for its numerous crack houses and the availability of such workers. Maury would pick them up and then bring them back to his home in Ferguson. Once there, he would keep some of these women for days, subjecting them to his whims. However, it wasn't solely for his personal satisfaction. He recorded the horrifying events taking place in the basement. Videotapes documenting these acts were later discovered concealed within a wall. Some of the video clips showed Maury engaging in consensual but rough roleplay involving bondage with women. There were also instances when he was seen using drugs, yet he would let them go unharmed. However, in other footage, Maury could be seen indulging in much darker activities, from keeping women hostage for days in his dungeon to strangling them to death. Law enforcement initially struggled to comprehend why he chose to spare certain women while murdering others. One hypothesis suggests that the tipping point might have been when he discovered that a particular sex worker had children. It appeared that this discovery triggered a violent rage since they chose drugs over their children, although it's not confirmed. He also made them perform the most unbelievable rituals. Maury would get them to dance in white clothes. Then at times, he'd get them to wear sunglasses where the lenses were completely blacked out so they couldn't see. By doing this, he was taking power away from them completely. He would then restrain their legs with a rope and handcuff them. At times, he'd even cover their eyes with duct tape. In the footage that they found, they saw these women shackled to a wooden post with Maury verbally taunting them. He would tell them what was going to happen, or they needed to berate them as well. At times, he'd get angry because he'd find out that these women had children. He also used to criticize them, expressing aggression and violence due to their choice of drugs over their kids. In some of the earliest footage, Maury is actually seen standing over a nearly naked woman, heavily bound with a rope and handcuffed. Then he suddenly grabs the belt, snaps it tightly around her neck and strangles her until she's unconscious and she's limp. He may even have broken her neck. He then just leaves her body face down on the floor. It's truly horrifying to think that Maury Travis was able to carry out such horrific crimes without raising suspicion. One thing we know is Maury Travis's ability to blend into the background made him a master of disguise. His unassuming nature allowed him to operate unnoticed, making him the last person anyone would suspect of such heinous crimes. On July 31, 2000, the discovery of the first known victim, Mary Shields, 61, in East St. Louis, Illinois, began a haunting pattern in the months that followed. The tragedies escalated on March 24, 2001, when the body of Cassandra F. Walker, 19, was found in Washington Park, Illinois. Elisa Greenway, a 34-year-old caught in a seemingly hopeless cycle of addiction, was discovered deceased on April 5, 2001, in Washington Park, Illinois. Her body showed signs of strangulation with ligature marks found on her wrist and ankles. Near her body, authorities found a tire impression identified as a Bridgestone Potenza tire, which was photographed for further analysis. Not long after, on May 15, 2001, Teresa Wilson, 36, was discovered in West Alton, Missouri. May 30, 2001, marked the discovery of Betty James, 46, in St. Louis, with an evident tire impression distinct from earlier scenes. The St. Louis Police Department strongly believed that all these murders were the work of the same individual, as the crimes were executed in a similar manner. By June 29, 2001, Verona Thompson, 36, was found in West Alton, Missouri. Following this, on August 25, 2001, Devon Cruz, 50, was discovered in East St. Louis, Illinois. The haunting silence after October 8, 2001, when Brenda Beasley, age 33, was found dead in East St. Louis, Illinois, raised speculation. Authorities speculated three possible scenarios. Either the perpetrator was in custody, had passed away, or had relocated from the area. However, the unsettling quiet broke as the year changed. The cycle resumed, claiming 4 lives. The first unidentified victim was found on January 30, 2002. Another unidentified victim was found near Mascoutah, Illinois on March 11, 2002. The next unidentified victim was discovered in Columbia, Illinois on March 28, 2002. And the final unidentified victim was reported in West Alton, Missouri on May 25, 2002. Each day marked a sorrowful moment, revealing a frightening pattern. What ultimately led to uncovering the killer will stun you like never before. In an attempt to bring attention to one of the victims and maintain public interest in the investigation, Bill Smith penned an article. This was about Teresa Wilson, a victim, and her life struggles leading up to her unfortunate demise. He named the killer the Streetwalker Strangler. The article was published in the paper's May 19, 2002 issue. Less than a week later, Smith received a letter at his desk. While it's not uncommon for media personnel to receive letters or correspondence, this letter had an unusual return address on the envelope: Thraldom, 325311 Lafayette Street, New York, New York, 10,012. The letter bore a St. Louis postmark, indicating it had been mailed locally. Zip code 10,012 encompasses portions of Manhattan, Soho, NoHo, Nolita, and Greenwich Village neighborhoods. The letter bore a St. Louis postmark, indicating it had been mailed locally. However, the thraldom address is fictional, so why would someone use that term for an address? According to Merriam-Webster, thraldom refers to the state of being an enslaved person. It also served as the name of a bondage website. The letter was typed using what appeared to be Lucida handwriting font in red ink with minimal punctuation. Smith initially believed it was a prank. He quickly realized the letter was no joke and that a person claiming to be the Streetwalker Strangler was contacting him. The letter read, "Dear Bill, nice sob story about Teresa Wilson. Write one about Greenwade. Write a good one, and I'll tell you where many others are to prove I'm real. Here's directions to number 17. Search in a 50-yard radius from the X. Put the story in the Sunday paper like the last. The letter Bill received included a map of West Alton marked with an X, indicating the location of a body. This sender offered to reveal the locations of additional victims, and as evidence of their identity, providing directions to number 17, accompanied by a typed internet-generated map. After finding a skeleton at the marked spot, authorities focused on the map, which appeared to have been generated using an internet mapping service. They found a possible match on Expedia.com. According to an affidavit by FBI agent Melanie Jimenez, on May 30, 2002, Expedia informed Jimenez that Microsoft, based in Redmond, Washington, provided the data for its maps site. The FBI requested records of any maps of West Alton made between May 18, 2002, the date of the newspaper story that prompted the letter, and May 21, 2002, the postmark on the envelope. It took 4 days to receive a response. On June 3, 2002, Microsoft reported that only one computer had accessed the map during the specified time period. The company further revealed that on May 20, the computer had zoomed in on the map of the West Alton, Missouri area approximately 10 times in chronological order, eventually generating a map that matched the one sent to the Post-Dispatch. However, Microsoft could not provide a name, only an IP address, a meaningless string of numbers to most people, 65.227 and 106.78. To translate the IP number into a name, the FBI turned to WorldCom Incorporated, which provided local telephone numbers to connect internet services to their dial-up customers. WorldCom assigns a temporary IP address to each customer for each internet session. The challenge was not just to identify who used 65.227 and 116.78, but also to determine who used it at the specific time in question. The next day, on June 4, 2002, WorldCom's internet division UUNet identified the user as MSN Maury Travis. This led to the identification of the user's real name, Maury Troy Travis of Ferguson. Before this, back in 2001, Maury also hinted about his crime to one of his co-workers. He told him that East St. Louis was a good place to hide objects due to minimal police presence. He also told his co-worker's girlfriend, who worked at a TV station, that prostitutes' bodies were dumped in the same area. Maury didn't state that he was the one who killed them, but he said he knew about it from a friend. The talking letter to the editor and his hints to co-workers suggest that Maury might have been one of those serial killers who craved attention. His actions indicate a desire to be found, a twisted sense of power derived from the fear he instilled in the community. This information provided the basis for surveillance and on June 7, 2002, an arrest and search warrant. The warrant led to the discovery of evidence including DNA, entire trademarks linking Maury, a 36-year-old waiter, to some of the killings. Investigators launched a thorough search of Maurice's residence in Ferguson, Missouri, uncovering a horrifying scene hidden within the depths of his home. They discovered a torture chamber. The ground floor of his home was tidy and well maintained. The woman who lived with him, identified as his girlfriend, told police she had no clue about the basement and had never been there. While police officers examined the house and basement, FBI agents and other investigators conducted a 2-hour interrogation of Maury in his living room. They learned that his mother owned the residence and had allowed him to stay there. Authorities later revealed that Maury evaded giving direct answers and instead inquired about how they had located him. Upon being informed that the computer-printed map had led them to his doorstep, Maury became enraged. Shortly after police escorted Maury outside and placed him in a car, he consented to accompanying the police downtown for further questioning. Computer forensics experts entered the house to inspect Maurice's computer, where they uncovered drafts of the letters sent to journalist Bill Smith. Downstairs, investigators uncovered a house of horrors. They found bloodstains on the walls, ceiling, carpet, and furniture. Within this, they discovered chilling torture instruments, a menacing stun gun, and newspaper clippings documenting his heinous crimes. But the most disturbing discovery was yet to come: videotapes capturing Maury's unspeakable acts of violence, subjecting his victims to horrific acts. The evidence from this torture chamber, coupled with DNA analysis, suggested that he committed the murders of between 12 and 20 women. He had been preying on vulnerable individuals, many of whom were drug addicts and sex workers in the states of Missouri and Illinois. Between 2002, Travis asked for a soda during questioning. Later, the can he drank from was sent to the lab for testing. DNA swabs were taken from the area near the opening of the can for epithelial cells in Travis's saliva, which could be used for DNA testing. Travis's DNA profile was then compared to the biological material found on two of the murder victims, Yvonne Cruz and Brenda Beasley. St. Louis Police Captain Harry Heger said that investigators also found a crude diagram in Maury's home showing plans for a basement extension. Heger said that Maury was planning to build 2 cells in the basement where he could chain the women, and then he was planning to build vents connecting the basement to the outside. Heger said that Maury also made a list of things that he needed to keep the woman captive for some time, and that one of the items on the list was adult diapers. We spoke about the victims, who were identified, but now let us uncover a few who are not known till the present. On May 25, 2002, the tragic case of St. Charles County Jane Doe came to light, adding another victim to the list of serial killer Maury Troy Travis. The woman's remains were discovered near West Alton, Missouri, leaving her identity shrouded in mystery for 21 years. The discovery of St. Charles County Jane Doe unfolded following the anonymous letter sent to local reporter Bill Smith on May 21, 2002. The skeletal remains of St. Charles County Jane Doe were found west of Highway 67 and south of St. Charles Street, scattered over a 30-foot wide area. It was determined that she was a female between the ages of 25 and 35, of black ethnicity, and approximately 5 feet 4 inches in height. One or more limbs and one or both hands were not recovered. The remains found at the crime scene included a sleeveless, coarse blue denim dress with metal buttons, a black and silver V-neck stretch shirt with 3/4-length sleeves, a black spandex top, a torn piece of blue jean-type material, a white cotton tube sock, a blue shoestring-type tie-up in the back, and a thin white cotton fragment. A few months prior, on March 28, 2002, another discovery had been made: the remains of an unidentified woman. She would come to be known as Monroe County Jane Doe, one of the 3 victims of the notorious St. Louis serial killer Maury Travis. Her identity remains a mystery, her story shrouded in silence. She was believed to be between the ages of 29 and 50, her African-American heritage evident in her skin tone. She stood at 5 feet 1 inch tall. Her petite frame weighed about 105 pounds. Her dark brown hair bore the mark of a healed fracture on her forehead, possibly a mark of a childhood injury. There was no indication that she had ever given birth. At the time of her discovery, they could find only skeletal remains, along with a green shirt and the letter M and the word Mavericks in orange lettering. Her attire was completed by khaki canvas shorts and a brown leather belt with a silver buckle. These simple garments provided the only clues to her identity, silent witnesses to her life. Just a few weeks before that, on March 11, 2002, in Lorraine, Illinois, the remains of Madison County Jane Doe were found. Madison County Jane Doe was believed to be between the ages of 23 and 30. Her ethnicity identified as black. Her height was estimated to be between 5'1" and 5'6", and she weighed around 105 pounds. She also had dark hair when discovered. The victim's decomposed body was clad in a red and white, checkered flannel-style shirt, bearing the brand Tommy Hilfiger, and a pair of gray shorts from the brand Second Skins. A little under 2 months before that, St. Clair County Jane Doe, a woman whose identity remains a mystery, was discovered on January 30, 2002. Her skeletal remains were found in Mascataw, Illinois, though the exact cause of her death remains undetermined. She is presumed to be one of the unidentified victims of serial killer Maury Troy Travis. At the time of her discovery, she was believed to be between the ages of 20 and 40, of African-American descent. Her skeletal remains revealed clues about her life, including 3 piercings in her right ear, a healed fracture above her left ankle, and additional healed fractures on her nasal bones, left second rib, wrist, and below her neck. She was found wearing a black velour sleeveless catsuit bearing the brand Jason Matthews with full-length legs. 2 yellow metal rings adorned her left middle finger. People were shocked and confused by how a man with such an appealing personality could be involved in these terrible crimes. The mother of one of his ex-girlfriends from Pagedale expressed her shock and disbelief over the news of Maury's arrest. Her daughter had dated him back in 2001, and she described him as a perfect gentleman who always seemed happy and laid back. She couldn't believe that the man she knew could be different from the person now accused of such heinous crimes. Maury was suspected of being involved in the murders of 12 women, and he was also charged with 2 counts of kidnapping. Federal court documents linked him to these crimes. Police investigators believed that Maury may have killed more than 17 women in total. Following his arrest on June 7, 2002, Maury was taken into custody for interrogation and was placed on preventative monitoring until his trial for the alleged offenses. Just one St. Louis thought justice had been served with Maury. His arrest on June 7, 2002. The city saw darkness again 3 days later, on June 10, 2002. Maury planned to escape his sentence. He did that in the most unthinkable way possible. Maury Travis reportedly wrote a brief note on a sheet of paper in his 8th-floor jail cell in Clayton. Outside the cell, another inmate tasked with monitoring Maury attempted to keep watch through a window. Maury had no desire to spend the rest of his life in prison or face execution by injection. He conveyed to those who would read his final words. Instead, he decided to end his life on his own terms. He explained that he left a note to demonstrate, "You guys didn't kill me." His note read, "Dear Mom, I'm sorry for the pain this caused you and the family. My death seems to be the only way out, and a fast end to all the publicity. You were the best mother a man could have. But I've been sick for a long time, sick in the head, since I was about 14. I don't know why. I was just sick. I've never felt normal or happy at any time in my life. I think about the life I lead and what's ahead of me. This seems the best solution for all involved, especially me, because I won't spend the rest of my life locked up, or worse, let them kill me with a needle. Tell Grandma Marina James and everybody, I love them dearly. I love you the most, but you know that forever. Your son, Toby Travis." Jail regulations prohibited the inmate assigned to the anti-self-harm vigil from maintaining a clear view of what was to transpire, and the guards violated jail rules, skipping 15-minute checks, providing Maury with 45 minutes of privacy to carry out his plan. According to Clayton police, Maury meticulously threaded a torn strip of bedsheet through small holes in a jail wall vent 6 feet from the floor and looped the other end around his neck. He placed a pillowcase over his head, stuffed additional cloth into his mouth, and somehow managed to tie his hands behind his back. 12 years after Maury himself died in prison, his mother, Sandra Travis, still owned the home where he committed his horrific acts. In 2014, she rented the house to Katrina McGaw without mentioning its dark past. McGaw learned about the house's history from a television documentary and requested to break her lease, but Sandra refused. News 4 contacted Sandra, who claimed she had informed McGaw about the house's past. McGaw denied this, stating that she would have remembered the murders if Sandra had told her. Technically, landlords are not obligated to disclose information about a home's past in this country. Landlords are only required to report physical defects. The St. Louis Housing Authority intervened, allowing McGaw to move out at the end of the month, despite Sandra's objections. The situation was complex. On one hand, it was understandable that Sandra, the mother of a serial killer, would want to put the past behind her. She was legally entitled to rent the house without disclosing any information about past events, but it may not have been ethically right to do so. On the other hand, McGaw, who had a 2-year-old daughter, was uncomfortable living in a house where women were tortured and murdered. She also mentioned that her daughter had occasionally played near the same pole in the basement where Maury Travis tied up his victims. Considering how disturbing the whole situation was, McGaw understandably wanted to move out as soon as possible. Sadly, the victims found no closure. Moreover, several victims remained unidentified, adding to the heartbreak of this case. After witnessing these tragic events, one thing becomes evident. You never truly know who lives next door. This monstrous individual was carrying out these heinous acts right beneath everyone's noses, escaping notice even from those close to him. What's truly confounding is the mystery surrounding his actions. How could he commit 17 murders in his basement without anyone suspecting a thing? Not even the women he dated? And then, the ultimate enigma. Why did he choose to end his own life in that prison cell? Was the reality of prison more horrific than the agony these women faced? Or was he such a narcissist that he couldn't bear anyone else deciding when his life would end? This case raises more questions than answers. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. The chaos that unfolded wasn't caused by a gang member, a drug dealer, or a fugitive on the run. Surprisingly, the man at the center of it all was once a respected figure. A judge, a former lawmaker, and someone trusted to shape laws and deliver justice. But beneath the surface of his polished public image was a darkness no one expected. By the time the truth came to light, it was already too late. The community was left in shock, and a family was shattered beyond repair. As the police moved in to make the arrest, the man, Lance Mason, fled through the back door of his sister's house. But what could he have possibly done to trigger the arrival of an entire task force? Lance Timothy Mason was not your average public servant. He symbolized authority and respect. He had served as a state representative, a state senator, and a judge in Ohio. In every role, he carried weight. His voice was heard, and his decisions impacted lives. He once walked the halls of power with ease, shaping public policy and commanding silence in courtrooms. His resume was impeccable. Lawmaker, judge, city official, to the public, he represented leadership and responsibility. But while his public image was one of discipline and trust, his private life was collapsing under the weight of something much darker. What started as a promising career ended in a way no one could have predicted, turning a man who once defined justice into the face of a chilling crime. Mason didn't just play the game, he seemed to master it. And yet, as he climbed, something else rose with him, something that stayed hidden behind the speeches and handshakes, something that no title could erase. But just when he thought he was untouchable, police were searching his sanctuary, looking for him like a wanted criminal. In the quiet corners of his world, behind closed doors and far from the flash of cameras, tension was building. Those who paid close enough attention might have felt it. The way his polished smiles sometimes didn't reach his eyes, the flicker of control beneath the calm. No one asked, and he never said, but the air around him began to shift slowly. At first, like the hush before a storm. Then one day, that storm came. November 17, 2018. The day was supposed to be like any other, but for Aisha Frazier, it would be the last day she saw her children, the last day she could breathe freely. The two were supposed to meet at a decided place. It was the house owned by Lance Mason's sister, a house that would become the scene of unimaginable horror. Lance had already decided the fate of Aisha Frazier. That day, a knife was used as a weapon to stab the mother of his children. Lance Mason didn't just lose control, he planned it in front of their two children, who could do nothing but watch in paralyzing fear. He attacked her. The sound of the knife cutting through the air was drowned by the agonizing cries of their children. They screamed for their mom, but it was already too late. And then, in a final act of desperation, Mason fled. He didn't stop. He stole Aisha's SUV and sped off, but his attempt to escape wouldn't last long. In his reckless flight, he collided with a police cruiser, slamming into it with brutal force. The officer inside was injured. But Mason's terror was only beginning. He kept running, thinking he could outrun his past, but fate had other plans. It wasn't long before the law caught up to him, and the nightmare he'd set in motion would begin to unravel inside the house. Lynn Mason, his own sister, was on the phone with 911, her voice shaking with disbelief as she watched her brother destroy everything in his path. "He stabbed her and she is dead," she said. The words hung in the air like a death sentence. Meanwhile, in the background, The children sobbed uncontrollably. Their cries were haunting evidence to the horror that had just unfolded. And when it did, it would leave scars so deep that even the highest seat of justice couldn't overlook them. The man who had once delivered verdicts from the bench would soon find himself on the other side of the law, bending his knees on the floor like he never saw what true power looked like. The story hadn't reached its climax, not until the mask slipped, not until the truth clawed its way to the surface. "Okay, have a seat right here." As his hands told the tale of the horrific fate that Aisha Frazier was met with, it was difficult to tell him apart from the charismatic man that he once was. Or was he ever that man? People will be left wondering. But before the horrific scenes of 2018, Lance had already given hints of what monstrosity he was capable of. It was a hot summer day on August 2, 2014, when the image of Lance Mason, the once respected judge and former state senator, was torn apart in a storm of rage and violence that no one saw coming. He wasn't wearing a robe that day. He wasn't behind a bench delivering rulings. He was behind the wheel of a car, his wife beside him, and their children in the back seat. What should have been just another ride turned into a nightmare. Without warning, the calm shattered. Mason began pummeling his wife with his fists, 20 savage blows, one after another, as if he had lost all sense of control, all sense of humanity. But he didn't stop there. With their terrified children watching from the back seat, he grabbed her head and slammed it into the car's center console, not once, not twice, 5 brutal times. The force was enough to leave her dazed, bloodied, and in sheer panic. She tried to escape, desperate to get out, but even then, outside the car, away from the steering wheel and the false sense of safety, he followed. He bit her. He threatened her. His rage didn't cool. It followed her out of the vehicle like a predator locked on its prey. When the police arrested him later that day, the horror only deepened. Inside Mason's home was not the quiet, book-filled sanctuary one might expect from a judge. It was a war zone. Shotguns, semi-automatic rifles, handguns, smoke grenades, a bulletproof vest, a sword, and more than 2,500 rounds of ammunition. It looked less like the home of a public servant and more like the stockpile of someone preparing for combat. It was chilling. Not just the violence he had committed, but the world he had built behind closed doors. That attack got him 2 years in prison, but he only served 9 months, a slap on the wrist, a second chance he never deserved. You know why it was just a slap on the wrist when Lance Mason first beat his wife? Because powerful people were right there beside him, shielding him, vouching for him, smoothing the way back. Then he punched her so hard she had to undergo surgery for a broken orbital bone. Their daughters were in the car when it happened. It wasn't just domestic violence. It was terrifying, and yet, when it came time to face consequences, Mason had an army of high professor supporters ready to downplay the horror. U.S. Representative Marcia Fudge called him a good man who made a very bad mistake. Letters poured in from politicians, attorneys, and judges, all speaking about his character, his decades of service, his reputation. The victim, Aisha Frazier, barely seemed to factor in. That collective influence worked. Mason got just 2 years in prison and was released after serving 9 months. 9 months for disfiguring a woman in front of her children, and then just a few years later, he murdered her. Stabbed her to death in front of those same daughters. Suddenly, those glowing endorsements from the political and legal elite became a stain. Marcia Fudge released a statement expressing heartbreak and claiming that the man who committed the murder wasn't the Lance Mason she knew. But that raises an uncomfortable question. If someone beats their partner so viciously they need surgery, how much more evidence do you need to protect the victim? During disciplinary hearings in 2017, other attorneys and judges again came to Mason's defense. They wrote letters expressing disbelief and emphasizing his achievements as a jurist. But the Ohio State Bar Association wasn't convinced. In their statement to the Supreme Court, they called out the letters for failing to explain what led to Mason's violent actions, or offer any assurance that it wouldn't happen again. This is more than just a case of poor judgment. It's a case study in how power protects power. even when it comes at the expense of a woman's life. Aisha was failed first by the justice system, then by the people who had the platform to do better. Instead of calling out the violence for what it was, too many were eager to excuse it, to write it off as an aberration from a man they respected. But monsters don't always look like monsters until it's too late. The hypocrisy is hard to stomach. The same people who once praised Mason's uncharacteristic mistake were suddenly offering condolences and shock. But here's the truth. They saw the violence, and they still chose to protect him. Aisha did everything right. She got the protection order. She followed the system. But Lance Mason had already made his choice, and long before the headlines and the whispers, before the scandal shattered the calm and sent shockwaves through Ohio's political circles, Lance Timothy Mason was just a boy growing up in Shaker Heights, bright, ambitious, and already dreaming of something bigger. Born on August 26, 1967, he followed a path that seemed carved out for greatness. From the hallways of Shaker Heights High School to the academic rigor of the College of Worcester, and finally to the esteemed University of Michigan Law School, where he earned his Juris Doctor in 1992. Mason's journey looked like the making of a legacy. Every step he took was calculated. Every role he stepped into only added to his growing reputation. Between 2002 and 2008, Mason served in the Ohio General Assembly, first as a representative and then as a senator, moving through the ranks with a confidence that suggested he wasn't just part of the system, he was built for it. His dedication and charm caught the attention of then-Governor Ted Strickland, who appointed him as a judge to the Cuyahoga County Court of Common Pleas in 2008. A position of weight and visibility, a place where power wasn't just practiced, it was absolute. But the climb didn't end there. Nearly a decade later, in 2017, Mason returned to public service, this time as the Minority Business Development Administrator under Cleveland Mayor Frank G. Jackson. To outsiders, it seemed like a full-circle moment, an accomplished man continuing to serve, continuing to lead. His name appeared in political rosters and press releases, his image still polished and his influence very much intact. This was not a man at the beginning of his fall. This was someone already deep in descent. Mason had married his wife in 2005, but they were preparing for divorce, and by March 2014, they had separated. Still, that separation didn't offer her safety, not truly. Their divorce would only be finalized over a year later, in November 2015. The courtroom fell silent as Lance Mason, once a powerful figure draped in robes and respected in legal circles, stepped forward, now wearing a prison jumpsuit, wrists bound in cuffs. This wasn't a man accused of a mistake or a moment of weakness. This was a man now facing the most horrific charge of all: the calculated, violent murder of his ex-wife, Aisha Fraser. It was a cold, unforgiving day on Chagrin Boulevard when the horror unfolded behind the closed doors of Fraser's home. There were no warnings, no second chances. According to the grand jury, Mason didn't just kill. He planned it with purpose and calculation. He carried out an attack so brutal it sent shockwaves through the very community he once served. Aisha Fraser, a beloved mother and schoolteacher, was stabbed to death. She had trusted the system to protect her. She had a protection order in place. But that paper shield was no match for the man who had already proven what he was capable of. At his arraignment, Mason stood still as the charges were read out, one by one. Aggravated murder, felonious assault, twice violating a protection order, grand theft. Each count painted a clearer picture of a man spiraling deeper into darkness. Each word was a knife to the memory of who he once was. And still, he pleaded not guilty. The judge listened, watched, and responded with a bond that matched the weight of the crime. $5 million, 0 cents. A staggering amount for a staggering fall. But no number could reverse what had happened. No courtroom procedure could bring Aisha Fraser back. But then, things changed for him. Whether it was his ego in the way, or hidden love for his children. Lance pleaded guilty of his crimes in his pre-trial hearing, sitting there in the Cuyahoga County Court of Common Pleas. He looked every bit the man who had shattered so many lives with his actions, with an unsettling calm. He said that he wishes to take responsibility for the crimes he had committed. Those words were heavy, but they didn't feel like remorse. They felt like a man just going through the motions, as if this was some kind of routine procedure, not the acknowledgement of a life-altering, soul-crushing tragedy. But then he dropped a sentence that showed his vulnerability. There was no way I was going to let my daughter testify against me. As those words left his mouth, it became clear this wasn't just a crime of passion or rage. It was calculated, cold. This was a man scared to face his daughter in court, scared of losing the delusion of being a great father that he thought he was to his children. Mason pled guilty to some of the most atrocious charges imaginable: aggravated murder, 2 counts of felonious assault, murder, violating a protection order, and grand theft. Every single charge was a grim reminder of the violence he had unleashed that day. As the courtroom absorbed the weight of his admission, the reality of what had happened began to sink in. This wasn't just a man who had gone astray. This was a man who had once held power, who had been trusted with the law, but now was nothing more than a broken figure sitting before a judge to answer for the unspeakable destruction he had caused. Aisha Frazier was more than just a name in the news. She was a devoted mother, a cherished friend, and a beloved schoolteacher in Shaker Heights, Ohio. To her students, she was a source of light. To her community, she was a role model. But on a quiet November day, her life was stolen in the most horrifying way imaginable by a man who once promised to be her protector. Aisha saw the worst in a man who rose to the highest rank in a system that failed her so many times to the point of losing her life. That's the tragedy that sparked Aisha's Law, a bold piece of legislation introduced by Ohio State Representative Janine Boyd, and now supported by over 32 co-sponsors in the Ohio House. But Aisha's Law isn't just about one woman. It's about every person trapped in a cycle of domestic abuse, and it's about finally changing a system that failed her, one that fails so many. Now, what exactly is Aisha's Law? It is a multi-layered bill designed to intervene before abuse turns deadly. It's based on one simple truth: domestic violence homicides are predictable. Victims often show signs, abusers escalate, and yet, too often the system doesn't catch the red flags until it's too late. This bill aims to change that. It includes mandatory risk assessment training for police. Case officers would be trained to identify high-risk abusers, the kind most likely to commit lethal violence. Instead of treating each case as isolated, officers would learn to ask the right questions, recognize patterns, and respond with urgency. This means victims at the highest risk could finally be protected before tragedy strikes. Number 2, 24/7 access to protection orders. If someone needs a protection order at 2 a.m. on a Sunday, they shouldn't have to wait until Monday morning. Aisha's Law would require courts to have judges or magistrates available 24/7 to issue emergency protective orders because violence doesn't wait, and neither should justice. Third key point: an expanded definition of child endangerment, which means that if a child is present when abuse happens, that's not just a side note. It's another layer of trauma. The bill expands child endangerment to include witnessing domestic violence, holding abusers accountable for the psychological damage inflicted on children, even if they aren't physically harmed, and then lastly, a broader definition of aggravated murder. It expands the definition of aggravated murder to directly reflect the reality of domestic violence cases like Aisha Frazier's. It means that if someone purposely kills a family or household member, and they already have a past conviction for domestic violence or any violent offense that caused serious harm to that same person, it can now be charged as aggravated murder. Let's be clear, this is huge. Why? Because in many past cases, abusers who escalated from beatings to murder weren't charged with the most serious level of homicide, even if their violence was part of a clear pattern. This update closes that gap and says, if you've seriously hurt someone before, and you come back and kill them, you're facing the highest possible charge under the law. Why does this matter so much? Because Aisha Frazier did everything right. She left, she got help, she followed the legal steps, but the system didn't protect her. Her daughters witnessed the unthinkable. Her mother's murder after watching her suffer for years. This bill doesn't just honor Aisha's memory. It arms communities, law enforcement, and the justice system with the tools they need to prevent similar tragedies. And the stats are chilling. Nearly 112 Ohioans died from domestic violence in a single year. The stats also show that nearly half of domestic violence victims in Cleveland are at high risk of being killed. And shockingly, in Cuyahoga County, only 1 in 3 abusers ever spend a single day in jail. But up until now, change has been slow and scattered. Aisha's Law, named in honor of Aisha Frazier, has actually passed the Ohio House, not once, but twice. Yet it's never made it all the way into law. Why? Because parts of the bill sparked pushback from prosecutors and criminal defense attorneys who disagreed with certain sections. As a result, both times it reached the Ohio Senate, it stalled. No vote, no law, no protection. Meanwhile, the threat to domestic violence victims hasn't slowed down, and survivors, they're still waiting for the system to catch up. Coming back to the man who once wore the robe of dignity and honor, the one who decided the fate of others, now his own fate rests in the hands of a parole board. Lance Mason, the former Cuyahoga County judge once trusted to uphold justice, is now serving a life sentence for the brutal murder of his ex-wife. But here's the twist that's left many stunned. He could one day walk free. After admitting to stabbing Aisha to death in front of their children, Mason was handed a life sentence. Yet it came with a caveat. He'll be eligible for parole in 35 years. That means at the age of 87, if he ever reaches it, the man who shattered a family and forever altered the lives of 2 young girls could make a case for his freedom. It's a painful reality for those who knew and loved Aisha, a respected teacher, a devoted mother, and a victim of unthinkable violence. Just 4 years before the murder, Mason had already served a shockingly brief sentence for violently attacking her in front of their children. He vowed then that he would never return to prison, but he did, and this time, he's not leaving. At least not for 35 years. For many, the idea of parole feels like a second betrayal, because some crimes, they say, deserve no second chances. But what do you think? Should someone who committed such a brutal act ever be eligible for parole, no matter how many years pass? Are 3 decades behind bars justice served? Or is it a loophole in a system meant to protect victims? Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Have you ever pondered how a typical day could become a complete nightmare in a matter of minutes? Consider this. On this verdant tropical island, the sun is softly warming your skin, while the murmur of the waves assures you of tranquility. However, what if there is a darkness lurking around every peaceful corner, simply waiting for the ideal opportunity to emerge? A young German tourist named Miriam Bielt went on a walk to a temple on the island of Koh Si Chang on April 7, 2019. She hadn't returned by the evening, even though it was supposed to be just another quiet day of her vacation. She was seen smiling and unconcerned as she walked up the trail on security cameras. However, nobody could have predicted that that smile would vanish forever in a few hours. Koh Si Chang is renowned for its calm, relaxed atmosphere and is rarely disturbed. White sand beaches, deep green jungles that hold mysteries that date back millennia, turquoise oceans, and slow-moving natural beauty are all abundant on this island. Miriam Bielt, a young German woman who chose to combine a business trip with a long overdue holiday, arrived at this remote paradise in the spring of 2019. But her adventure would quickly devolve into a complex and unsettling mystery that still has a lot of unsolved questions. Initially, nothing appeared abnormal. Miriam was successful and driven. Her career as a design engineer with a big corporation had actually been advancing quickly since she graduated from the University of Hanover. Even though she was accustomed to lengthy workdays and frequent travel, this one felt unusual. Miriam finally got to witness the white dunes and pristine waters she had heard so much about when she decided to spend a few days on the remote island of Koh Si Chang after finishing her business commitments. However, when Miriam failed to appear for breakfast on the morning she was scheduled to depart, everything changed. Hotel employees were worried and attempted to call her, but her phone was inaccessible. It took hours before local officials were notified of her absence, but nobody had yet recognized how serious the situation was. Official documents indicate that Miriam had traveled to Thailand for business purposes, and her encounters with suppliers had gone well. According to her co-workers, she frequently enjoyed combining professional travel with some downtime, even if it meant traveling alone. She might have stayed on the island while the rest of her team went home because of her curiosity. Miriam enjoyed exploring the locations she went to. However, her acquaintances claim that she had never planned on making impulsive relationships or going on dangerous trips. Nevertheless, other residents recalled that Miriam had demonstrated a strong interest in the island's less visited areas. She inquired about secluded coves and secret beaches, where one may feel completely cut off from the outside world, according to tour guides. To many who knew her, her interests seemed a bit out of the ordinary. Usually she liked to stick to a set strategy, making sure that every little aspect was well considered. Miriam had a well-planned itinerary and was no stranger to travel. She organized a day excursion to Pattaya after concluding her work in Bangkok, and then she traveled to Koh Si Chang. Similar quick trips are taken by many tourists to take in the sights and beaches. It was different for Miriam, though. She looked for locations where she could be alone herself, with nature and her thoughts, locations that weren't listed in the typical travel guides. She started her journey by traveling to the island via ferry in the morning. In keeping with her meticulous disposition, Miriam immediately leased a motorcycle and embarked on a pre-arranged journey. One of her planned destinations was an old stone temple on a hill that only the most tenacious and resilient tourists could access. Locals regarded this shrine as a remote location for introspection, tucked away behind thick vegetation. Quietly, the day began. She saw the traditional indicators of a peaceful island morning as she drew closer to the temple. A vendor was setting up fresh bouquets of calendula and jasmine at a little flower booth nearby, and she had left her rented motorcycle parked at the foot of the slope. After greeting him and purchasing a few flowers, Miriam ascended the stone stairway. She was seen on surveillance cameras carrying a little rucksack and a bottle of water as she boldly ascended the stairs. She had a slight smile on her face, as though she was looking forward to something lovely and significant. However, time went by and she never came back. Her motorcycle remained parked next to the now closed flower stall in the evening, a silent reminder of her disappearance. The fact that no one had witnessed her return down the stairs immediately alarmed the townspeople. The first person to realize something was wrong was the flower salesman, Miriam's motorcycle. She hadn't been seen all day and was still there, unaltered. He told the police about it the following day, and what had begun as a straightforward case of a missing individual quickly turned into something far more sinister. Investigators soon discovered that Miriam would never have remained on the island for very long when they started tracking her path. She had only one day in mind: lunch, a quick excursion, a few pictures, and then a trip back to the mainland. Miriam was well organized, cautious, and always did everything according to her own rules. She kept her valuables close to hand, stayed away from strangers, and checked in with her family on a regular basis. For her loved ones, the first warning sign was when she stopped sending messages. She stopped answering by noon on April 7, and by nighttime it appeared like she had just disappeared. Miriam was traveling to a temple on a mountaintop, which isn't your average tourist attraction. Even locals seldom go there, and no official trips do. The trail is lengthy and challenging, and it is encircled by dense jungle. The climb is made more difficult by the moss-covered wet stone steps. Security footage shows that no one else was around when she was hiking alone. The police repeatedly watched the camera footage in the hopes of finding some clue, but all they saw was Miriam climbing toward the temple with a steady gait, a composed countenance, and a faint smile. This little movie, the final recorded account of her existence on the island, seemed to freeze time. Police discovered a new lead as they started questioning residents. She had been spotted with an unknown male at a cafe by the dock a few days before. Although it was impossible to identify him, he appeared to know her well enough to sit with her over coffee. No one else said they saw them together, but they might have met at her hotel or on the ferry. Following that interaction, a number of unanswered issues were raised by Miriam's disappearance. What transpired on her way to the temple? Who was the stranger she was spotted speaking to? And why did she never descend again? Koh Si Chang Island woke up to a terrifying discovery on the morning of April 8, 2019. A Thai visitor was on the verge of a nightmare while hiking to the temple in the early morning in the hopes of taking in the refreshing air and peaceful surroundings. He was enjoying the silence of the jungle as he ascended the steep, stone-covered trail when he observed something strange, close to the edge of a tiny ravine, just off the path through the dense vegetation. A whitish form attracted his attention, a sight remarkably out of place amid the deep green. It became evident to him as he approached that he had discovered a young woman's body, as though someone had attempted to hide her. She was stuck between two enormous rocks that were covered in leaves and branches. There were visible bloodstains close by, and the woman's body showed evidence of physical violence. The tourist was so shocked by what he had discovered that he alerted the local emergency services right away. Concerns swiftly spread like wildfire throughout the island, as police on Koh Si Chang attempted to comprehend the situation, and within an hour cops were navigating the convoluted route to the location. Back in Germany, Miriam Bielta's loved ones were becoming increasingly anxious. She was known to be responsible and cautious, therefore it was very unusual for her to stop answering on the evening of April 7. Miriam was always in contact, particularly when she was traveling alone abroad. When they realized they hadn't heard from her the following morning, her parents, who were accustomed to her frequent calls and texts, started to worry. They reported a missing person to the local government. Investigators on the island were beginning to piece together the specifics of this concerning case in the meanwhile. Miriam Bielti, a 20-year-old German tourist, was identified as the body discovered in the ravine. Hotel staff stated that she was expected to return from the island on the evening of April 7. However, her rented motorcycle was still parked at the foot of the hill, where she had left it before heading to the temple. Authorities first thought that Miriam might have had a terrible accident, slipped, or lost her balance on the slippery path, but they soon ruled that notion out. Her injuries were too many and too terrible to be attributed to a mere fall. She had obvious cuts and bruises on her head and face, and evidence of violence and malice indicated that her death had been violent and deliberate. Furthermore, there was evidence that she had been abused prior to her death, which further clouded the case. Reviewing surveillance footage from cameras placed along the trail in the parking lot at the foot of the hill marked the start of the inquiry. Miriam was seen on camera carrying a tiny rucksack and a bottle of water as she ascended the stairs. She seemed peaceful, but she walked with purpose. Investigators were still troubled by important details. Moments after she vanished around a corner, another person was captured on camera. A man in black clothes was pursuing her from a distance. When he finally came back, his clothing were wet and filthy, with obvious light-colored stains. The day's events were further investigated. The vendor at the flower stall at the trail's base recalled seeing this individual. He had seen him pull up on a motorcycle, buy a bunch of marigolds, and then follow Miriam up the route. Aside from the strange conduct of the man on his way back, it appeared to be harmless enough. According to the merchant, he appeared anxious, constantly looking around, and dismissed the question of whether everything was all right by saying he had simply slipped. His manner struck the merchant as odd, so he made the decision to write down the motorcycle's license plate as a precaution. This enigmatic man swiftly rose to the position of top suspect once the police found Miriam's body and the first hints appeared. The authorities were able to identify the bike thanks to the recorded license plate, the vendor's description, and surveillance footage. Rana Korn was the registered owner. Ram Ruin, a 24-year-old local, lived alone in an old house on the island's fringes and worked as a beach cleaner, cleaning the waters along the coast. Officers went to his house right away, but he was not there. They started looking in the hopes of discovering something that would reveal his possible relationship to Miriam. Underlying conflicts that had not been identified before then started to surface. Though few knew of his darker impulses, Rana Korn was regarded by the villagers as a reclusive and perhaps eccentric man. His neighbors characterized him as reserved yet inhospitable. He rarely confided in anyone and kept to himself. However, those who knew him well had noticed hints of odd, nervous conduct and unpredictable anger. Some even said that they had seen him pacing the island as if he was looking for something or was waiting for someone. What motivated him to follow Miriam that day? And who was this man who seemed to have materialized out of thin air to ruin a young traveler's vision of a tropical paradise? When Ranakorn Run woke up in his tiny house on the edge of Koh Si Chang early on April 7, 2019, the island was still shrouded in quiet. There had been little respite from the night. His mind was still whirling from visions and lingering thoughts that had been enhanced by a haze of illegal drugs. Empty bottles littered the table, and the smell of cheap alcohol filled his home. Ranakorn was aware that he needed a way out of this state, something to divert his attention, even for a brief period of time, in order to prevent him from going any deeper. He made it a habit to have a few beers and several shots of heavier alcohol, which helped him temporarily block out his thoughts, if only for a few hours. However, his typical procedure wasn't sufficient that day. He immediately entered an altered state after taking another dose of a different substance, since he was desiring something more. Once the effects of the controlled substances took effect, his mind started racing, incoherent, and a feeling of eagerness and restlessness swirled inside him. In need of a release, he made the decision to ride his motorcycle anyplace in order to get away from his inner turmoil. Following the road, he finally arrived at the hill's base, where a trail led to a temple on the island. He had first seen her there, a young European tourist, well-dressed, walking up the stone steps with a light, carefree gait and a laid-back look, totally oblivious to the eyes on her. Ranakorn was roused from his daze by the sight of this elegant, carefree young lady. He was unable to turn away and, giving in to his hazy emotions, chose to follow her. Ranakorn entered a neighboring stall at that time and bought a bouquet of marigolds in the hopes that this would make him seem pleasant and enable him to speak to the young lady. The man's peculiar behavior caught the vendor's attention. His eyes were vacant, yet they were filled with an odd intensity. The vendor became uncomfortable, but Ranakorn left quickly. Miriam vanished around the turn, and he soon started up the trail. Miriam, meantime, climbed slowly toward the shrine, oblivious to the shadow that followed her. She was taking in the scenery from the route and the refreshing morning air. She saw it as just another day of her eagerly anticipated vacation, a short reprieve following many days of toil. Even though she was an experienced traveler and understood how to protect herself, she was unable to predict what would happen next. Ranakorn's capture was caught on surveillance footage. Up until the bouquet was in her hand, he initially made an effort to talk to her, acting friendly. Miriam was courteous yet wary. To her, the act of presenting flowers appeared more perplexing than hospitable. He kept after her after she thanked him and went on her way. The following events were not captured on camera, but they were later revealed by witness accounts and Ranakorn's own admission when under the influence of alcohol and other drugs. He was unable to control his urges. He offered frankly that Miriam join him at a remote location nearby, but she responded right away. She declined, and with a hint of panic in her voice, she tried to get away, accelerating, but Ranakorn insisted on keeping up with her swift steps, eventually bursting into a run. Then he felt a wave of rage welling up inside him, a rage not only at her but at himself, and a life that, in his eyes, had long since been meaningless. He was irrational in this changed mood. He raced up to her, took hold of her arm, and yanked her roughly in his direction. They were in a remote location, so no one was present to hear Miriam's screams or attempts to escape. He pulled her off the trail and into the dense undergrowth. Despite a fierce battle, she ultimately lost the battle. What started off as a conflict on the trail came to an end when her shouts faded into silence in the tree's shadows. The cops knew right away that this was no random assault when they got on the site, hours after her body was found. It was obvious that there had been a struggle from the start, as evidenced by the marks on Miriam's body and the disturbed dirt. Following the encounter, Ranakorn most likely went back the same route that the flower stall proprietor had spotted him walking by. Once more, his clothing was soiled and appeared wet, and when asked whether he was all right, Ranakorn trembled and said he had just slid. The vendor's suspicions were only raised by this odd response, and the motorcycle license plate he had taken note of turned out to be crucial to the case's resolution. Ranakorn went home that night. Even though he washed his clothes fast, the stains remained. As if nothing had happened, he turned on the TV while lying on his couch. Maybe he believed he could move past it all by behaving normally. However, that was untrue. He didn't try to hide when the police arrived at his home. He seemed to realize that this was it and was just waiting to be discovered. He made an effort to be composed during his arrest. but it quickly became apparent that this composedness was only a front for anxiety and perplexity. The cops were not surprised by his final confession during questioning, but it did expose a degree of startling cruelty that nobody had anticipated discovering during the interview on this tranquil island. Ronicorn lost it. He initially tried to deceive investigators, but his story unraveled, and he finally began to describe the events in great detail. Even the most experienced investigators were taken aback by his admissions. The events described played out like a bad dream, with a tropical paradise in the backdrop. However, a straightforward confession was not the end of the case. Every detail of what happened was necessary for the authorities. To learn exactly how the events transpired, they made the decision to perform a reenactment. They brought Ronicorn back to the scene. With his head shielded by a bag to keep the public at bay, he walked through his movements step by step, going back and demonstrating each motion. The officers intently watched every movement he made, looking for any information he might have left out of his confession. Ronicorn successfully reenacted his unsettling part, turning the recreation into a gruesome scene. By the end of it, investigators had a comprehensive picture of what had happened on that fateful day. Ronicorn Romruen's trial was seen as a litmus test for the Thai legal system as a whole. Both the local community and others beyond were shocked by the crime committed against young tourist Miriam Bielte. Authorities had to show that justice would be served, and concerns about foreign visitors' safety on islands like Koh Si Chang grew increasingly urgent. As the public watched every day of the trial and closely monitored recordings of the flower vendor's testimony, the court procedures attracted the attention of both domestic and foreign media, and Acorn's confession was unquestionably proof of his guilt. These pieces clearly depicted what had transpired, including how he followed Miriam, tried to talk to her, and then followed her along the trail until she reached a remote location where a horrible act was perpetrated by him. All the questions seemed to be answered by Ronicorn's confession. However, the hostile mood persisted in the courtroom. Even the most seasoned court reporters were clearly troubled by the circumstances of the crime and the cruelty and indifference with which he acted. But the true drama took place outside of the courtroom. Ronicorn's mother was the only one who made an effort to comprehend or at least explain his behavior. Everyone was caught off guard when she appeared in court, and her impassioned speech caused a range of reactions from those in attendance. Instead of defending her son, she apologized to Miriam's family and the community and attempted to understand how something like this could have occurred. She revealed that she had not been aware of her son's difficulties with controlled substances and that they had been separated for years. Though by no means an excuse, her statements seemed to be an attempt to find some justification for his behavior. She ultimately begged the court to punish him to the fullest extent possible, admitting that her son had lost control of his life and was a threat to others as well as to himself. Ronicorn made the admission without regret. He made no effort to provide an explanation for his actions or to apologize to the victim's family. As though narrating someone else's story, he merely described the events with a chilly, distant tone. 3 months after the disaster, a verdict was rendered, and authorities acted quickly to prevent the trial from going too long. Ronicorn Romruen received a death sentence. His lawyers' attempts to obtain leniency were unsuccessful. There was no place for clemency, given the seriousness of the crime, the graphic details, and the public outrage. His mother's speech was one of the most emotionally charged parts of the trial. Everyone in the room was profoundly affected by her sobs, desperation, and understanding that she had lost her son, both physically and morally. She acknowledged that she was afraid he might carry out such a horrible deed as her parting farewell if he were ever freed. Perhaps the most devastating moment of the trial was witnessing her kid being taken into prison. The hardest shock of all following the verdict was realizing that he had lost his humanity forever. Koh Si Chang had a hard time getting over the shock. It was once renowned for its quiet, peace, and scenic beauty, but it was now enmeshed in a horrifying tale that shook the whole nation. The residents, who took great pride in their hospitality and culture, were severely affected by this catastrophe. It damaged the island's reputation as a whole, and they thought that this would be a one-off event rather than a reflection of their cherished homeland. The victim's family received support from the entire community. People came to the location where Miriam was discovered, bowed their heads in silent respect and grief, and left flowers and candles. In addition to expressing their sympathies, Their gesture demonstrated their resolve to oppose cruelty and make sure that such atrocities would never occur again. However, the incident revealed more serious problems. This article highlighted issues that many people would rather not talk about: visitor safety and the negative aspects of island life, where easy access to illegal drugs and a feeling of impunity might result in such consequences. Recognizing this, authorities acted swiftly to resolve the matter and reassure inhabitants and visitors that the islands were safe, but not everyone was persuaded. Police issued a statement after the trial, reaffirming that Koh Si Chang would continue to be a safe and friendly place to visit and that such incidents would not occur again. But could anyone really forget that this site had once been the scene of something so horrible? One of the most significant and memorable events to have happened on our island will always be the tale of Miriam Bielt. Although Hanover University created a fund for aspiring engineers in her honor, guaranteeing that her name and enthusiasm for education would go on in spite of the tragedy, Miriam's loved ones will always feel the anguish of her passing, and those who knew and cared for her will never be able to forget her. So, here's something to think about. What, or who, can ensure that a catastrophe like this won't occur again? Even paradise can conceal its evil side. So, how can we be sure that our next trip won't become a nightmare? The next time you arrange a trip to a far-off destination, keep this in mind, because occasionally there are things that are best kept unseen behind the curtain of beauty. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Parents teach their children from a young age not to trust strangers, not to get into unfamiliar automobiles, and never to go any place with someone they don't know, regardless of what they may say, because the world is big and full of hidden hazards. Regrettably, people with bad intentions frequently exploit both the trust of the innocent and the precarious circumstances that some adults find themselves in. Young medical student Mia Steven went to a party with her pals. She thoroughly enjoyed the evening and the companionship of those around her. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary, and nobody could have foreseen what was about to happen. Sadly, Mia never made it back home. When she vanished, the entire community rallied in the hopes of discovering her uninjured and alive. But when a sobering discovery was discovered in a neighboring woodland, something so startling that even the most experienced investigators found it difficult to comprehend, those hopes were dashed. On January 15, 2000, Mia Steven was born in Aalborg, a sizable harbor city in northwest Denmark. She came from a loving, close-knit family as the youngest. She grew up her adolescence in this small town, which is well known for its low crime rate and feeling of security. Mia did exceptionally well in school, demonstrating a natural aptitude for subjects like biology and chemistry. Her teachers believed she was a talented student and had high expectations for her. Mia knew she wanted to become a doctor even as a teenager. She always wanted to assist everyone around her and was incredibly kind and perceptive. Mia was well liked by her peers because of her gregarious and intelligent nature. She was loved for her warmth and approachability and had a wide network of acquaintances. Attention was also drawn to her elegant manner and remarkable looks. While still in school, she started modeling, participating in several campaigns, and winning people over wherever she went. Because of her uniqueness, Mia frequently had admirers fighting for her attention. Mia achieved her dream of enrolling at Aalborg University's Medical program, one of Denmark's most esteemed universities. After graduating, she kept modeling while attending school, doing fashion publications and commercials. Mia maintained a close relationship with her family by continuing to live at home with her parents in spite of her achievements and increasing independence. Mia was in her second year of college when the COVID-19 epidemic struck. The limitations and lockdowns drastically altered her life. Social media, phone conversations, and video chats took the role of her face-to-face connections with pals when classes shifted to online. A vibrant, gregarious, and outgoing young woman found the lockdown period to be rather difficult. Because of this, Mia Steven anxiously got ready for her first party in years when all restrictions were finally relaxed in early February 2022. Unfortunately, that night would be her last on February 5, 2022. For the first time in almost 2 years, there were no social restrictions due to the pandemic on Saturdays in Denmark. College students in particular were ecstatic to be able to enjoy the nightlife they had sorely missed. Parties were organized all around the nation because it was a reason to celebrate. He was really looking forward to the night. She made a call to her friends and meticulously planned the location for their eagerly anticipated night out. She went through her clothes at the same time, selecting an ensemble that would draw attention to her body and set her apart. This was more than simply a trip to the pub for her. It represented the return to everyday life. She wanted to celebrate her recent completion of her second-to-last semester at university with close friends she hadn't seen in a while. She put on makeup, fixed her hair, and wore a stylish black dress and high shoes. She added a cropped leather jacket and other sophisticated accessories to finish off her ensemble. Even though it was cold in February, she looked gorgeous. Mia thought her friends would drive her home after the event, but as the evening wore on, plans changed. Young people anxious to make up for missed time crowded the bars and clubs throughout the city's central streets that evening, but it was so chilly that the streets themselves were almost deserted. After spending several hours catching up and having a good time, Mia and her pals began the evening in a bustling pub. They later relocated to a local tavern, and an hour later they changed locations once more. The group evolved as they went from bar to pub. A few friends went home, others encountered pals and joined other groups, and they were replaced by new acquaintances. The evening was of course full with dancing, laughter, and copious amounts of alcohol. Witnesses claim that although Mia drank wine, she wasn't too drunk. She talked to everyone around her, laughed and danced. The companions she had first arrived with made the decision to depart by 3 a.m, but Mia decided to stay, telling them she would find her way home eventually. She was spotted conversing with an unknown man who seemed interested in her at the moment. The club ended for the evening around 6 a.m. Only one of Mia's friends remained after that. The two went out into the chilly, overcast morning. The frigid temperature was made even worse by a chilly breeze that blasted across the deserted streets. The two made the decision to take the bus home, but they had to go in different directions. They split up and went to their own bus stops. Mia never came home that night, and no one ever saw her alive again. Her parents initially assumed she might have gone to stay with one of her many friends and were not alarmed. But when they noticed that her phone was going directly to voicemail, something that was completely out of character for her, their worries intensified. Unable to wait any longer, Mia's mother called her daughter's best friends and classmates at midday on February 6. One by one, they all responded with the same response. They couldn't get in touch with Mia, and they hadn't seen or heard from her since the previous evening. Her parents were so alarmed that they rushed to the local police station and reported her missing. They were concerned that law authorities may postpone their search by waiting the customary 24 hours, because Mia was an adult and had attended a party. They were relieved that the police took the matter seriously and started looking into it right away. Investigators began by speaking with every friend and acquaintance Mia had made at the different pubs that evening. Although Mia had been drinking, witnesses attested that she wasn't too drunk. They also gave a thorough explanation of her attire, which included a light jacket and a stylish evening gown. Investigators initially thought she might have died from the weather because it was so chilly in February. They promptly ruled this out, though, because no further relevant reports had emerged. Security footage from the bars and clubs Mia had frequented was examined by police. Although Mia seemed to be in a good mood and turned down her friends' offers to bring her home, nothing else in the video seemed suspicious, and the packed venues made it nearly hard to follow one specific person. The enigmatic man Mia had been spotted dancing with that evening quickly came into focus. Finding him and questioning him was crucial. Luckily, it was easy to identify him. He was an aspiring athlete with a bright future who was a fellow student at Mia's institution. He volunteered to be questioned and disclosed that he had taken a taxi to his house across town after leaving the bar at around 5 a.m. The taxi driver acknowledged dropping him off at the specified place, allowing police to establish his alibi. Mia had no known adversaries, conflicts, or anybody who would want to harm her, according to her family and friends. She had never engaged in criminal behavior, used illegal substances, or had any symptoms of mental illness. Although no one in her network had ever heard of a stalker or obsessive admirer, this prompted investigators to think about the possibilities. After Mia exited the pub, Investigators looked at video from street surveillance cameras to expand their search. She and her companion had left the venue together, and after walking roughly 300 feet, they paused to bid each other farewell. Each then made their way to their designated bus stops. Investigators were looking through the video when they spotted something strange, a dark automobile that seemed to be pursuing Mia after she split up with her friend. Mia went another 500 feet or so after saying goodbye to her companion and then paused to wait for her bus. Regretfully, it never came. Mia was trapped because it was early on Sunday morning and the public transportation schedule hadn't fully resumed after the shutdown. She couldn't call for a ride or get in touch with anyone for assistance at 6 IE Menning, since, to make matters worse, her phone had died earlier in the night, something she didn't notice until she was outdoors. The streets remained empty and dark. At the bus stop, Mia, wearing an evening gown, stood freezing and hoped her bus would arrive soon. However, as time passed, it became evident that it was not going to happen. A black Volkswagen Golf came up close to the road at about 6:15 AIEMM. The vehicle stopped and probably offered Mia a ride, but she declined. Mia was left alone when the automobile drove away. She waited for more than an hour in the bitter cold at the bus stop once more. The identical vehicle came again and pulled to a stop at the bus stop about 7:30 AEMM. This time, following a 5-minute conversation with the driver, Mia apparently reluctantly decided to get into the car. By that time, the cold is thought to have affected her so much that she chose to accept the stranger's offer. However, the issues still stood. Where did they take her? Who was driving? And who owned the car? Investigators needed to know the answers quickly. The surveillance footage's poor quality made the inquiry more difficult. Experts did their best, but they were only able to determine the car's make and model. It was unable to make out the driver's face or the license plate. Detectives looked over footage from nearby cameras to follow the car's movements, and shortly they got a break. The Volkswagen Golf was seen parking close to a 24-hour convenience shop a few blocks from the bus stop. Luckily, the car's license plate was photographed by the high-resolution camera in this business. Investigators quickly identified the owner, a 37-year-old man named Thomas Thompson, by searching the license plate through the vehicle registration database. The nightlife area where Mia and her pals had been going out was close to Thompson's home. Adam, a 30-year-old roommate of Thompson's who had previously drawn the attention of the police, lived with him in his leased house. Both men had a history of infractions, including posing as police officers in a scheme. The stakes were considerably higher this time, even though they had previously simply been fined for their acts. Both males were arrested so they could be questioned. Adam, however, had a strong alibi and was quickly freed. The day before Mia vanished, he had left town to see relatives, and he didn't come back until February 8. This information was confirmed by investigators, and Adam was exonerated. Thompson was the main suspect in the inquiry. To get a better picture, investigators started by looking into his past. Born in Kolding, Denmark in June 1985, Thomas was raised in a modest household. His parents moved him to live on his grandparents' tiny farm in the southeast countryside when he was a teenager. Thomas enlisted in the military after high school, where he signed a contract and established a solid career. He finally rose to the rank of sergeant while serving in highly troubled regions of the world. After leaving the military in 2015, he went back to school and graduated with a degree in engineering. Thomas had been employed as an engineer at a nearby industrial firm and renting a house in Aalborg in recent years. He was characterized as a competent, quiet, and hard-working professional by his coworkers and superiors. He was quite reserved, though, hardly ever disclosing personal information or developing strong bonds with coworkers. Thomas's legal background was problematic. He had been charged with violent altercations, domestic violence, and injury on multiple occasions. He was nevertheless able to reach an out-of-court settlement in every case. According to his ex-partners, he was irritable, hostile, and dangerously violent. Thomas appeared to lose control during angry outbursts, acting in a way that worried others around him. Some even thought he could be able to commit a major offense. Thomas obviously had a darker side that he found difficult to control. However, did that imply that he may have singled out Mia, hurt her, and perhaps even committed a crime against her? More importantly, where was Mia? In his car, Thomas, for his part, said nothing. An integrated GPS system was discovered by investigators. They looked at the data, hoping to track his movements that evening. They found that Thomas had attempted to turn off the GPS tracking on February 6 at around 2 in the morning. The attempt, however, resulted in a glitch, and the machine started to record position data every 30 seconds rather than shutting off. According to the GPS, Thomas left his house at 2:45 a.m. and drove about the city for several hours, apparently searching for a target. This mistake made it possible for detectives to piece together his actions in great detail. He stopped close to the bus stop where Mia was waiting at around 6 in the morning and had a quick conversation with her. For the next hour and a half, he drove away after she turned down his offer of a ride. Before heading back to the bus station, Thomas kept driving in a directionless manner through the streets. Mia was clearly freezing by this point and perhaps desperate. Apparently believing she had no other option, she grudgingly got into his car. Before driving into a remote road, the vehicle departed the city and drove through a few tiny neighboring villages. GPS data revealed a series of short pauses near each other in the wooded region, followed by a lengthy wait, during which the vehicle stayed motionless for approximately an hour. Search dogs and an operations team were sent to the location. They soon found that Mia's phone was broken. Nearby, they discovered a ripped necklace she had been wearing that evening, followed by a hair clip. Additionally, pieces of her clothing and strands of her long hair were discovered tangled on the branches of trees in the area. The scene presented a bleak image. As someone harried after her, Mia appeared to have attempted to flee into the woods, tripping, losing objects, and hooking herself on branches. But hundreds of feet farther into the jungle, the most terrible discovery was still to come. Areas of disturbed dirt were pointed out by the search dogs, indicating that something had just been buried. Investigators found human bones after excavating beneath roughly 3 feet of loose dirt. 231 pieces of the remains were broken apart, some of which were left on the surrounding land. To the dismay of her loved ones, the victim could only be identified by DNA testing. It was established that Mia was the owner of the remains. Law enforcement was forced to issue a public statement as news of the gory discovery swiftly spread to the media. The community was reassured that the dangerous criminal had been caught. Terrifying details were uncovered via forensic analysis. Bone marks indicated that a power saw-like instrument had been used to dismember the body. Given the condition of the remains, pieces of tissue displayed signs of having been bathed in a chemical solution, perhaps in an effort to destroy them or get rid of any DNA traces. It was challenging to pinpoint the precise cause of death. Medical examiners, however, thought mechanical asphyxiation was the most likely cause. Most likely a rope or tiny strap, rather than bare hands, had been used to strangle Mia. Although Thomas Thompson's car had been partially cleaned, blood traces were discovered. Mia's blood was identified through DNA analysis. Her body looked to have been dismembered, and more blood traces were found throughout his house, especially in the toilet. Thompson first attempted to defend his actions when presented with the evidence, saying he had no malicious intent and had no plans to hurt anyone. He claimed that he tried to turn off his car's GPS because he was being stalked by a dishonest police officer who was extorting him, but he was unable to give his name or any supporting documentation. Thompson also related how he saw a woman in light clothing at the bus station early that morning and offered her a lift out of courtesy, but she declined. Then, he said, he drove off to run other errands. On his way back about 90 minutes later, he noticed the same woman, who was now obviously chilly, still at the stop. He claims that this time she agreed to take him for a ride. Thompson described how the young woman was drunk, acted flirtatiously, and supposedly promised intimacy in return for his assistance. He said they took his car out of town to a remote location where they had consensual sex. Thompson then claimed that Mia unintentionally tugged on the car door handle during this interaction, causing the door to swing open. He stated she died instantaneously after falling out and breaking her neck. In a panic, he tried to protect himself by getting rid of her body rather than calling the police. Doubts were immediately raised by the story. The strewn personal belongings and strands of Mia's hair discovered in the woodland were among the many discrepancies that detectives pointed out. When questioned further, Thompson changed his account, saying that Mia accused him of being abusive, threatened to file charges, and started to sober up after their encounter. He claimed that despite his attempts to soothe her, she went into a frenzied state, escaped the automobile, and dashed into the woods. According to Thompson, he followed her out of concern that she may freeze to death and planned to take her back to the car so he could drive her home. He claimed that she stumbled during the pursuit, struck her head, and instantly passed away. After he took her body home, Thompson confessed to dismembering it in his bathroom and soaking the remnants in chemicals in the hopes that they would completely dissolve. But after a few hours, the procedure had little impact. The remnants, which were still whole, now smelled bad. He drove the corpses to the wilderness, buried them, and packed them into bags out of desperation. He maintained that the death was an accident and that his sole transgression was trying to hide the evidence because he was afraid no one would take him seriously. He insisted that his actions were motivated by panic rather than malice. Further investigations at Thompson's property turned up incriminating evidence behind his house, despite his contradictory claims. Investigators discovered a temporary solution, burn hole, with some dirt and rubble covering it. He had tried to destroy Mia's pocketbook, personal things, car floor mats, and blood-stained clothes there. The majority of the goods were severely destroyed, but her purse was largely undamaged, including the thin strap that still contained remnants of Mia's skin cells and blood. This strap was the tool used to strangle her, according to forensic authorities. The prosecution's claim that Thompson had acted maliciously and with premeditation was successful. He planned his actions ahead of time, as evidenced by the fact that he had made a conscious effort to turn off his car's GPS system. According to the prosecution, he was a predator who went hunting that evening and eventually targeted a young woman who was alone and in danger. His perfect victim was Mia, who was cold and alone. The second time he contacted her, she accepted his offer of a ride, since she was so desperate. Thompson's claims of innocence were further weakened by his conflicting explanations and attempt to remove evidence. The jury found that, in spite of the evidence, he had taken steps to hide his activities after purposefully luring Mia into his automobile with malicious intent, but the court's surprisingly light penalty caused a great deal of indignation. Many wondered how someone who had done such horrible things could be punished less severely than the law permitted. Thompson probably took Mia to the remote woodland after threatening her with a firearm once she was inside the vehicle. She tried to flee there, but he caught up to her. There is evidence that he assaulted her and then strangled her with the strap of her purse. He dismembered her body and tried to dissolve the remains in chemicals after bringing it to his house. Thompson's conduct demonstrated that his crime was planned and executed without regret. For example, he ordered pizza to be delivered to his house twice on the same day that he committed these heinous deeds, and he even went to a neighboring store to buy candies. Witnesses from the area said he seemed perfectly at ease, grinning and talking to people, while the young woman's body floated in his bathroom. Unfortunately, because the chemical solution destroyed DNA, the court was unable to verify proof of an intentional assault. During questioning, Thompson himself asserted that their interaction had been voluntary. Thompson's disturbing history of voyeurism was also discovered throughout the examination. He had been seen taking pictures, watching ladies undress, and peering through windows of other women's houses. Nevertheless, the victim's concerns were unanswered, and he was never charged. Thompson was convicted in June 2023 of premeditated murder and defilement of a body by dissection. He received a life sentence in prison. He will, however, be eligible for parole after only 10 years, and history indicates that there is a good possibility he will be released. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Peggy Carr, 41, was working as a waitress at a neighborhood eatery in Alturas, Florida, on October 23, 1988, when her heart started pounding and her hands started to perspire. On March 3, 1989, around 5 months later, Peggy would lose the battle against her illness and die. Until a courageous undercover investigation into Peggy Carr's odd illness and death exposed a dark conspiracy to kill off an entire family, the case remained a mystery. Alturas, a small, tight-knit village in Polk County, Florida, with a population of slightly over 4,000, was where Peggy Carr and her family resided. Alturas is renowned for its lovely orange groves and tranquil atmosphere. Alturas is now a safer neighborhood than the majority of U.S. localities, with a violent crime rate of 21.8%. However, in 1988, when the events of this case occurred, Alturas was a considerably safer neighborhood, the kind where it was acceptable to leave your front door open at night and where neighbors watched out for one another. Peggy Carr, who was born in 1947, had a difficult life. From an early age, she had to go out and find jobs that could put food on the table for her family because her parents were deaf and extremely poor. Peggy's lack of education made it difficult for her to get a decent work. The ones she did find, such as waitressing positions at remote truck stops on the highway, earned pitiful wages or were exceedingly hazardous. Nevertheless, she maintained a bright attitude and tried her hardest to make ends meet. In order to cope with the risks of her work, such intoxicated males trying to prey on a woman waitress working in a remote location in the middle of the night, Peggy has developed a very tough demeanor. For a long time, Peggy's tough exterior made it nearly impossible for her to find a romantic partner. However, she eventually fell in love with a man who is still unidentified, and she married him. Jelena, Alan, and Dwayne were the 3 children that Peggy and her husband would have over the course of the following 2 years. The couple put a lot of effort into supporting their family, and it appeared like Peggy's life was finally taking off. However, Peggy quickly began to have problems with her husband, and the marriage soon collapsed. Peggy was a single mother in her mid-30s by the mid-1000s, 900 AD, working odd jobs to support her 3 kids. Peggy tried to maintain a cheerful disposition at work, but she became more and more depressed and lonely. She had had a difficult life, and it didn't seem like things would ever improve. As her children grew older, they became aware of their mother's loneliness and sadness and desired she would find love and happiness once more. Her children's goal was fulfilled by the end of 1987. Carolyn Carr, who everyone called Pi, was the man Peggy met. Pi had recently divorced his wife, just like Peggy. In addition, he worked at a nearby phosphate mining facility in Alturas, Florida, and had 2 teenage children. When they first met, Peggy and Pi clicked mostly because they were both rigorous individuals who did not tolerate foolish behavior from others. Peggy's children observed a notable improvement in her mood when she and Pi began dating. She felt more at ease, lighter on her feet, and happy. When Peggy and Pi announced their impending marriage to their kids in April 1988, they thrilled them. Following the wedding, Peggy and her 3 children moved into Pi's house in Alturas, Florida. The combined family appeared to get along well, despite Pi's little house being even more cramped with 4 new members. The 5 kids got along nicely and were just glad to see their parents happy. The family also had 2 large dogs. However, Peggy and Pi started experiencing marital problems a few months after they were married. They became more and more estranged from one another on top of their problems, as Peggy had started to hear stories that Pi was still seeing his ex-wife. Their 2 dogs unexpectedly developed severe illnesses about the time Peggy and Pi's problems began. Their fur began to fall out, they were rapidly losing weight, and they were wailing in agony. It appeared as though the dogs had either consumed a poison or contracted an odd illness. The deaths of both pets soon followed, which further depressed the mood in the Carr home. Peggy and Pi grew more apart as their everyday problems persisted. When Peggy and Pi's arguments got so bad that they couldn't abide one another, Peggy and her kids had to leave Pi's house for a week in early October 1988 in order to stay at a motel. The formerly contented family was now being ripped apart as the kids started siding with their own parents. Pi made the decision to take a spontaneous hunting excursion on October 23, 1988, as a way to escape for the day. By now, Peggy and her children were back at the house, allowing Peggy to spend time with the children while Pi traveled. Peggy and her daughter Jelena got ready for work after Pi left. On that particular day, they both worked morning shifts as waiters at a nearby diner. Peggy's heart started to race wildly as she was serving guests and waiting tables. Peggy wasn't working on any demanding or heavy tasks that morning. She was merely carrying the trays with the orders from the clients. Peggy believed her heart would stop pounding so rapidly if she simply relaxed. Her hands began to perspire, and she soon began to experience a tingling feeling in her arms and legs. Peggy was still unsure of the cause of her feelings when it dawned on her that she might be experiencing a heart attack. Instead of losing her mind or going into a frenzy, Peggy made an effort to relax. After washing her face and hands in the staff washroom, she sneaked into the staff break area to unwind for a while. Jelena went to check on her mother after noticing that she had gone into the break room while she was unwinding. With composure, Peggy stated that she thought she might be having a heart attack and that she would go home to rest. Jolena was not startled by Peggy's composed manner, but she was instantly concerned that her mother might be having a heart attack. She thought there was nothing to worry about if Peggy claimed she would sleep off a heart attack, because she knew she disliked setting off false alarms and panicking needlessly. She did, however, get her mother to swear that she would visit the hospital if her condition worsened. Due to her current mood, Peggy told the manager she would be taking the remainder of the day off. Jolena said she would follow up with her as soon as her shift was over. The house was vacant when Peggy arrived home. She went to her bedroom to lie down because Pi was still on his trip and the kids were still at school. A few hours later, Dwayne, Peggy's 17-year-old son, came home from school to discover his mother sprawled in bed. Dwayne was instantly aware that something was up when he saw Peggy napping in the middle of the day. Even when she was sick, Peggy never napped. Dwayne asked Peggy if she was okay and she replied that she was, his face displaying worry. However, Peggy abruptly blurted out that she was not feeling well and felt awful as he turned to leave the bedroom. She claimed that she could hardly speak because of the blinding pain which seemed like fire being pumped through her limbs and legs. Dwayne's suspicions were validated at this point. Dwayne knew his mother had to get to the hospital right away if she claimed that this was the most agonizing thing she had ever experienced, because she was not a dramatic person. Fortunately, Pi got home from his hunting expedition at that very moment, and Dwayne informed him right once that they needed to take Peggy to the hospital. To his surprise, however, Pi just waved him away, stating that he was certain Peggy was only ill with the flu and would recover in a day or two. Since Pi didn't intend to take Peggy to the hospital himself, Dwayne called his sister right then and asked her to come home so she could do it. Jolena's condition had deteriorated to the point where she was unable to walk or stand, so Dwayne had to assist Peggy to the car when she got to the house. The true issue started when they arrived at the hospital and Peggy was brought into the acute care unit to start treatment because neither Dwayne nor Jolena knew what might have caused Peggy to feel the way she did. Peggy was now limited to lying down and groaning in agony. Her limbs still felt like they were on fire. Her heart was still pounding, and she was now throwing up and feeling sick. Peggy underwent a battery of tests in an attempt to identify her condition, but every test came back negative or indicated that she was in perfect health. The doctors were genuinely perplexed by this. Peggy was writhing in agony, and since the tests they had performed had revealed nothing wrong with her, it appeared as though her illness had struck out of the blue. The physicians chose to keep her in the hospital and monitor her because they had no other option. Peggy's symptoms appeared to get better after she was in the hospital for roughly 3 days. She was able to communicate, eat, and move around a little, but she still had intense agony in her limbs and her heart continued to race. The physicians made the decision to release her so she could recover completely at home because she appeared to be on the mend. On October 26, 1988, Peggy arrived home and slept in bed to recuperate. She saw that she was getting better. However, all of the symptoms returned after a day, this time with considerably greater intensity. She was feeling sick, her heart was pounding, her arms and legs felt like they were on fire, and she had dropped so much weight that she was a shell of her former self. However, Peggy's family decided it might be better for her to stay at home rather than go to the hospital, because they understood that even the doctors didn't know what was wrong with her. However, it appeared as though Peggy was collapsing before their very eyes. She was unable to eat, sleep, walk, or even speak. The anguish she was experiencing was so great that she was only able to lie in bed, writhing in agony and occasionally screaming into her pillow. Her family finally gave in and agreed to take her back to the hospital on October 30. The physicians recognized Peggy from the week before and that they had been unable to identify the reason behind her symptoms when she arrived at the hospital, but they were doing everything they could to be sure. To find out if they had missed anything, the physicians decided to give Peggy another round of tests. They checked for all the common illnesses that may afflict a 41-year-old woman, including food poisoning, since they believed Peggy had consumed something that was making her stomach hurt. However, the test results once more indicated that Peggy was in perfect health. Once more, the physician's only option was to place Peggy in a room and watch her. Peggy's cries of excruciating pain reverberated through the hospital corridors as she lay in her room, audible to other patients and personnel. Peggy had started to drift in and out of consciousness by October 31. However, things were going to become worse. Dwayne, Peggy's son, and Travis, Pi's 16-year-old son, were both sent to the same hospital as Peggy. The symptoms that Peggy had been experiencing for more than a week had suddenly started to affect them as well. Similar to Peggy, Dwayne and Travis underwent a battery of tests to find out what was wrong with them, but the results were likewise inconclusive. However, one of the neurologists treating Peggy, Dr. Robert Van Hook, observed something about their symptoms that caught his attention right away. Travis, Dwayne, and Peggy were all experiencing hair loss. The neurologist suspected that he understood the precise reason of their disease based on the other symptoms they were experiencing, but first, he ordered a very particular test kit to confirm his assumptions. The neurologist checked Travis, Dwayne, and Peggy after the test kit arrived, and the findings were positive. Each of the three had consumed thallium nitrate, a costly and uncommon substance. Once employed as rat poison, thallium nitrate is a tasteless, colorless, and odorless metal that was outlawed due to its high toxicity to humans, with symptoms including extreme hand and limb pain, nausea, hair loss, weight loss, and irregular heartbeat. Even a minor increase in the naturally occurring amount of thallium, which is present in the ordinary human body in trace amounts, can have deadly results. Dwayne and Travis each had roughly 20,000 times the amount of thallium that naturally occurs in their bodies, whereas Peggy had 50 times that amount. The remaining members of the family were tested by the doctors, and while their thallium levels were not as high as those of Peggy, Dwayne, and Travis, they were all elevated. The doctors had not previously thought that Peggy and her son's conditions might be criminal before the test results. However, they started to view the case differently once the test findings suggested that Peggy and her family might have been poisoned. The hospital informed the Polk County Sheriff's Office about the case and the possible criminal activity occurring there. No one knew where Peggy and her boys had encountered such a costly and uncommon substance. Were they intentionally poisoned, or was it an accident? As the authorities started their inquiry, Peggy's situation appeared dire. Even though thallium poisoning may be cured, Peggy's body had been so thoroughly damaged by the poison that she was unlikely to live even if therapy had been given. As they waited for the poison to kill her, the doctors told her that the only thing they could do was to make her as comfortable as possible. For the boys, however, there was hope. Everyone hoped that the treatment they received would be quick enough to save their lives. Peggy fell into a coma a few days after learning that she was not going to be saved. After 2 months in the hospital, her family opted to remove her from life support on March 3, 1989, although she would stay in the coma for the following 4 months. Dwayne recovered completely. Although Travis would finally recover from the poisoning and spend 6 months in the hospital, the severe damage the poison had done to his limbs meant that he would never be able to walk again. The situation involving Peggy and her sons was extremely difficult for Polk County Sheriff's Office Sheriff Judd. They had a murder and other attempted murders on their hands, and a killer was at large, regardless of whether they were poisoned on purpose or not. There was a chance that the poison's source was still available for other Alturas residents to consume if they had accidentally consumed it. Sheriff Judd was determined to find the truth because the stakes were high. Every surface and object in the Carr residence was examined for thallium by investigators, but the results were all negative. Meanwhile, panic broke out in Alturas as word spread that the Carr family had been poisoned and that the authorities were unsure of the source of the poison. Families feared they might already be dying and not be aware of it, or that the poison may have originated from their groundwater. Because the Carr's well water was connected to at least 2 other homes, detectives looked into it, but they discovered nothing. Furthermore, Peggy and her sons had experienced symptoms that no one else in the town had. The investigation was then joined by Prosecutor John Aguero of the Florida State's Attorney's Office, who began investigating the possibility that thallium originated from pesticides, insecticides, or any other plant spray. There were numerous orange groves in Alturas, and the pesticides used to maintain the trees may have contained thallium, but all test results were negative. Police found their first break in the case, an 8-pack of Coca-Cola bottles with tampered-with lids, while searching the Carr home for anything Peggy and her sons might have eaten or consumed that might have contained the poison. The bottles were sent for testing right away, and the results revealed that the Coca-Cola bottles had high amounts of thallium. The drinks had been filled with thallium before the covers were put back on. The first obvious conclusion was that the bottling firm had tampered with the product. If it was, almost everyone drank Coca-Cola, which may lead to a nationwide thallium poisoning problem. Many inhabitants of Alturas were afraid to drink Coke after learning about this additional lead. But as the investigation went on, it became clear that neither the Alturas Coca-Cola outlets nor the bottling firm were responsible for the poisoning. Investigators came to the horrifying conclusion that, although the bottles had been tampered with, the person who did it specifically targeted the Carr family. Pi Carr himself was the main suspect. On October 23, the day Peggy had started exhibiting symptoms, Pi had abruptly made the decision to go hunting, which kept him gone for the majority of the day. Investigators thought this might have been an attempt to hide his identity. Additionally, Pi had access to a chemical as costly and uncommon as thallium, since he worked for a phosphate mining company. Given that Pi and Peggy had been experiencing marital problems, it appeared highly likely that Pi was the one who poisoned Peggy. But there were some problems with this theory. Additionally, Pi and his kids tested positive for thallium poisoning, indicating that they drank the same Coke as Peggy and her kids. Therefore, it appeared more plausible that Pi would have planned it so that only she consumed the poison, or at the very least he would have ensured that his kids did not get it, if he really wanted Peggy dead. Nevertheless, Pi was taken in for interrogation by the police. Pi swore that the hunting excursion was a coincidence, and told them he had no idea how the poison had entered his house. He casually remarked something during his conversation that did not seem significant at the time, but when police investigated Pi's tip, they would uncover the next significant clue that would enable them to solve this confounding case and identify the person who had poisoned Peggy and her family. Pi was trying to explain himself as he sat in the questioning room when he suddenly recalled an incident that had occurred a few weeks prior to Peggy's illness. One day, Dwayne, Peggy's son, went to check the mail and discovered a printed note addressed to Pi. The note said, "You and your so-called family have exactly 2 weeks to move out of the state of Florida or you will all die. This is no joke." Peggy and Pi thought the death threat was a joke from some naughty teenagers, but now that the whole family had been poisoned, it appeared that the note might not have been a joke. It could have come from the poisoner of the Carrs. When authorities started looking into the note, they discovered a few details that quickly led them to believe that the sender was familiar with Pi and his family. For instance, the sender had correctly typed Pi's name as Pi instead of Pi, which is how most people would spell it. Armed with this fresh lead, police started questioning hundreds of people in Alturas to see if anyone had a motive to despise the Carrs and want them killed. But neighbors looked out for one another in a small, tight-knit town like Alturas. Police decided to approach FBI Special Agent Mark Young, a profiler with hundreds of cases under his belt, to assist in creating a profile of the likely criminal after failing to identify anyone with a motivation to harm the Carrs. Agent Young assumed that a person who killed someone with poison was probably someone who had been wronged and wanted to make amends. Additionally, the undetectable form of thallium was the particular kind that was used to poison the Coca-Cola bottles. It was pricey. You couldn't just walk into the store and buy it. This demonstrated that the offender was bright and had a solid understanding of chemistry. In light of this, investigators eliminated potential possibilities until they arrived at George Trapal and Diana Carr, the Carrs' neighbors. January 23, 1949 was George Trapal's birthday. He had several degrees and worked as a computer programmer and scientist. He established a thriving orthopedic surgery practice in Alturas with his wife Diana Carr, who was not related to Pi Carr. George was a calm man who rarely left the house, but he wasn't always so easygoing. Diana, on the other hand, was more gregarious and had a very strong personality. During his time at Clemson University in South Carolina in the 1970s, George enjoyed using drugs and was always open to sharing his stash with others, whether or not they gave their permission. It became a habit for George and his buddies to pick up hitchhikers and give them cookies or brownies laced with drugs to see how they would respond. He was given a 3-year sentence in federal prison in 1975 for operating a sizable methamphetamine lab. The fact that thallium was one of the results of George's meth cooking procedure was intriguing. George also read police manuals as a habit. He saw himself as an authority on how to handle crime scenes. Living next to George and Diana wasn't exactly the ideal option. From complaining that their dogs were barking too loudly to claiming that Peggy and Pi and their kids were laughing or playing music too loudly, They were constantly having issues with them. The cars were a nuisance to Diana and George, and despite Peggy's best efforts, they were never on good terms. Diana would constantly gripe about the cars, whom she particularly detested. George, however, appeared more amiable. In private, George detested the cars just as much as his wife did, but he waved and grinned at them and did not gripe as much. George accused Pye of breaking zoning restrictions in March 1988 when he attempted to turn his garage into an apartment for his stepdaughter Jolena and her infant daughter. As usual, Diana raced to the car house to complain 2 days before Peggy became ill. When they reprimanded her, she yelled, "You won't get away with this. This isn't over." In addition to being highly successful in their respective industries, George and Diana were exceptionally bright individuals who belonged to the esteemed Mensa organization. A lawyer called Roland Barrel and his buddy Dr. Lance Ware established Mensa in 1946. It is an elite club for very clever people who score in the top 2% of the general population on a particular IQ test. Applicants must pass a battery of unique IQ tests in order to be admitted to Mensa, and passing these tests alone does not ensure membership. After being accepted, members frequently host debates, seminars, gatherings, discussion panels, and other get-togethers to exchange ideas and have thought-provoking discussions. Despite having its headquarters in England, Mensa has locations all over the world. George and Diana were members of the Mensa branch in Florida, which hosted monthly entertaining and thought-provoking events known as murder mystery weekends. Over the course of a weekend, members would alternately plan a crime mystery that the other members would attempt to solve. All of the members would spend that weekend at a remote place, such as a hotel or inn, where they would stay and contribute to the murder mystery. A middle-aged woman called Sherry Gwen joined the Mensa Florida branch in April 1989, just a few weeks after Peggy passed away. Sherry had fled an abusive marriage in Texas and relocated to Florida. She felt a sense of belonging after joining Mensa, and she quickly grew close to George and Diana. George and Diana took turns organizing the murder mystery that would be solved for that month's murder mystery weekend the month Sherry joined Mensa. George, who was currently 40 years old, took this duty very seriously and worked for weeks to craft the ideal crime. All of the members had a difficult time attempting to solve the case and find the murder weapon, but their murder mystery weekend was a huge success. Sherry, however, was captivated when George eventually revealed the murder weapon to the gathering. In an attempt to find out everything George knew about the murder weapon and what would happen if it were used in real life, she would spend hours discussing it with him. George, who was sometimes eclipsed by his wife, was impressed by Sherry's attention and was pleased to respond to all of her inquiries. Diana relocated her medical business from Alturas to Sebring, a nearby town, in December 1989. Thus, she and George also made the decision to relocate there. Since they hadn't sold their house yet, Sherry requested if she might rent it as soon as she heard about it. Almost the whole Alturas Police Department swarmed into the house as soon as Sherry moved in. In reality, Sherry Gwynn was not a divorced woman who fled an abusive marriage in Texas and relocated to Florida. She was an undercover police officer tasked with looking into Diana Carr and George Trappell. Her real name was Susan Gorek. George was interrogated by police as part of their preliminary inquiry. When asked if he knew anyone who might want to harm the Carrs, he appeared modest and reticent, but he claimed that someone must have wanted them to leave the area. The death threat Pye had received weeks prior to Peggy's illness was reflected in this remark. Police became suspicious of George after learning of the fights between the Trappells and Carrs. He also resembled the FBI's description of the offender, which was a white man with a high level of intelligence who avoided confrontation and had a meek nature. Susan Gorek had been tasked with looking into them. Susan thought George was probably the murderer when she learned that thallium poisoning was the murder weapon George employed to plot his murder mystery. Additionally, he printed a pamphlet explaining the murder in this mystery, which stated, "When a death threat appears on the doorstep, prudent people throw out all their food and watch what they eat. Hardly anyone dies from magic. Most items on the doorstep are just a neighbor's way of saying, 'I don't like you, move or else.'" She thus requested assistance and directed a search of the house as soon as he and Diana left. The cops discovered a wealth of chemicals, including thallium, in the garage. They also learned that George had machines to take off and put back the bottle caps, since he frequently brewed his own beer. Investigators concluded that George chose to get rid of his neighbors because he had finally had enough of them. He was able to sneak a case of Coca-Cola into the car's kitchen, had the resources and motivation to conduct the crime, and fit the profile. People in the neighborhood of Alturas rarely closed their doors, and it was common to walk by and greet a neighbor. The police had sufficient evidence to bring George in for interrogation. George was bashful and avoided making eye contact with the interrogating officers when he first arrived at the Alturas police station. Despite all the evidence, he insisted he was not involved in the poisoning. The investigators didn't believe it. 1 count of first-degree murder, 6 counts of attempted first-degree murder, 7 counts of food or water poisoning, and 1 act of tampering with a consumer product were among the charges brought against Treppel on April 5, 1990. These 15 criminal charges, which included first-degree murder, 6 counts of attempted murder, food or water poisoning, and product tampering, were tried against George in January 1991. Following a 4-week trial that took place between January 7 and February 7, 1991, the jury found George guilty on all counts. He received a death sentence. George is still incarcerated at the Union Correctional Institution in Rayford, Florida, on death row today. George has appealed the FBI's investigation process and the reliability of the state's witnesses on multiple occasions, but each time his pleas have been rejected. Deanna Carr never faced any charges. She will eventually remarry after divorcing George in 1996. Since learning that the evil mastermind who killed their mother, paralyzed their stepbrother Travis, and almost killed Dwayne has been brought to justice, Peggy's children, Alan, Jelena, and Dwayne, have moved on. Peggy's life had been extremely difficult for a long time, and just as things were starting to improve, a neighbor who simply didn't like her and her family cruelly took her life away. At least her family can finally move on knowing that she received justice. However, do you believe Deanna Carr ought to have faced charges of murder, or at least attempted murder as well? And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Consider your knowledge of violent relationships, particularly if you were raised in a loving household where your parents never yelled at you. It's likely that what you comprehend is based on what you've read online or heard from friends or colleagues. Abuse, however, is far more than you may imagine. It all comes down to limiting and controlling someone else. The limitation of human freedom is one of the most heinous forms of aggression, and we will return to it repeatedly throughout this debate. Abusive individuals frequently believe they have the right to dictate every element of their partner's life, including who they speak to, who their friends are, where they go, what they wear, and when they return home. It sounds terrible, doesn't it? Even terrible, though, is that these individuals believe they are being giving. By letting their partner do things that wouldn't even be debatable in a healthy relationship, they are granting their partner independence. Our heroine lost her life as a result of her refusal to follow the restrictions that were imposed upon her. Let's begin the investigation to determine whether the public merely sought to portray the husband as an abuser in order to hold him responsible for the murder of his wife, or whether there was actual abuse in this household. For a peaceful family life, Cary, North Carolina is the ideal town. People quit securing their cars, or even their front doors, after years of living there since it's so safe. Great schools, open highways, amiable, smiling neighbors, and little racial friction or crime are all present. The Coopers decided to establish a happy life and create a family in this town. Outside of their house, Brad and Nancy Cooper appeared to lead the ideal life. Brad was a successful and intelligent IT engineer. Nancy was the best mother to their 2 young kids and was athletic, attractive, and entertaining. They lived in peace and quiet. Nancy looked after the girls in the house, while Brad worked. As a former competitive runner, Nancy took good care of herself and made sure she kept in condition. July 12, 2008 began as any other day would. Nancy never returned after going for her morning run. The events that followed are complex and unsettling, leaving you to question what actually transpired. The narrative is so heartbreaking that the only things left for Nancy and Brad's family were doubts and a glimmer of hope for justice. Jessica Adam reported her close friend Nancy Cooper missing to emergency services that afternoon. Jessica told the dispatcher, her voice trembling, that Nancy had left for a run at 7 a.m. but had not come home. Nancy never showed up for the planned meeting between the two pals. Even worse, Nancy's house phone and mobile phone did not answer when Jessica tried to call her for hours. Brad didn't give his wife's disappearance much thought because he was at work. Even in the evening, Nancy had not returned, so he figured she had simply gone for a longer walk than usual and would be back shortly. To determine Nancy's possible whereabouts, perhaps some answers will come to light on their own if we examine the Cooper family's past more closely. Harry Renz and Donna Audrey, both graduates of the University of British Columbia, made the decision to formally enter into marriage in the 1960s. They had 3 girls, Krista, Jill, and Nancy, who all lived in Edmonton, and a son, Jeff, during the course of the following few years. They provided a warm and nurturing environment for their kids. Harry and Donna founded an employment firm in 1988 that provided employment assistance, job training, and life management to persons in Alberta, Canada. On October 25, 1973, Nancy Renz was born as her sister's identical twin. In 1998, Nancy was only 24 years old when she met Brad Cooper in Calgary. Nancy was instantly drawn to Brad's height and black hair. She was drawn to his steady, composed demeanor more than his attractive appearance. He was as dependable as a rock. Nancy fell in love. It was a reciprocal emotion. In addition to being tall, blonde, and in good shape, Nancy exuded a subtle charm that won Brad over. Their romance progressed swiftly, and when Brad received a high-profile job offer from Cisco Systems in Raleigh, North Carolina, he wanted Nancy to follow him there in order to stay together and facilitate his immigration to the U.S. The fall of 2000 saw the marriage of Brad and Nancy. The pair had previously been arranging a wedding for the fall of 2002 once they moved to North Carolina, despite the first impression that they were married for immigration purposes, so Nancy could move with Brad. Nancy was compelled to become a stay-at-home mother, while Brad began establishing his career at one of the biggest corporations. Brad's career at Cisco Systems took off. As a VoIP engineer and architect, he specialized in fusing phones with internet technology. Brad was one of only 152 networking technology professionals. The family had a comfortable home. Nancy became a prisoner in her own house, even though each of them had a BMW in the driveway. To be in the United States, you can travel as a Canadian citizen, but you need a permission to work. The couple produced 2 lovely kids over the following several years, Bella in 2004 and Katie in 2006. Nancy, according to her neighbors, was a devoted and active mother who enjoyed spending time at the playground with her children. However, she was unable to work since she lacked a work visa in the United States. Nancy aspired to have a profession and be more than just a wife and mother, even though she was still a Canadian citizen and might have found some illegal work to supplement her income. Let's now discuss Brad Bradley. Graham Cooper was born in Medicine Hat, Alberta, around the beginning of the 1970s. Following high school, he graduated from the University of Calgary with a Bachelor of Science in Computer Science. He was hired as a network engineer at TransCanada Pipelines after graduating. He met Nancy Renz in 1998, and they clicked right away. He became close to Nancy's family over time, especially her parents, and impressed them with his technological prowess by participating in all of their family gatherings and lending a hand with their computers. He soon received a job offer from Cisco Systems in Raleigh, North Carolina, thanks to his skill and knowledge. Brad started pursuing an MBA at the College of Management at North Carolina State University in 2005. After that, he finished the degree with a focus on product innovation. Nancy became Brad's shadow as his career took off and he continued to expand his skill set. She was forced to sacrifice both her work and her goals. Nancy used to be a runner who dreamed of going to the Olympics. She continued to run marathons and other races, despite having a damaged knee, which irritated the more reserved Brad, because she brought new people into the running group and made new acquaintances. Their relationship quickly began to disintegrate. Friends claim that although there were rifts in Brad and Nancy's marriage from the start, Nancy never publicly discussed them, and instead tended to romanticize her husband. Although they still appeared to be the ideal family, Brad's manipulation and control over Nancy increased as he rose through the ranks of the company. She appeared to him to be a dull housewife who had lost her spark, spending her days taking care of the children and cleaning. When Nancy discovered in the spring of 2007 that her husband had been having an affair with her close friend Heather, things became even worse. After months of denial, Brad finally came clean on New Year's Eve, acknowledging the affair but claiming it had only occurred once, as if that somehow made it okay. So it's not a one-time thing? In order to improve their marriage, the pair began attending couples therapy, where Brad acknowledged lying to Nancy about his long-term affair with Heather. Following the revelation of that fact, they made the decision to divorce and sell the house. In retaliation, Brad canceled Nancy's credit cards and ensured she was unable to follow forward with her plans to return to Canada with the children. Brad refused to relinquish custody of the girls or allow them to move there. Nancy, her 2 small children, and no one else were left alone in a foreign country. Let's return to the disappearance of Nancy. Nancy's friends and officials accused Brad Cooper of being involved in her disappearance as soon as they heard about the couple's troubled marriage. When Nancy's parents, Harry and Donna Renz, learned that their daughter was missing, they became even more concerned and promptly organized a trip to Cary to assist in the hunt for her. When Nancy failed to appear, when police arrived at the Coopers' house in the late evening, Brad was asked about his wife. He informed them that she got up earlier than normal on Saturday morning and went for a run with a friend. Brad added that Nancy never brought her keys or cell phone with her. He added that she didn't drive to her running partner's coffee shop as she usually did. It seems that this seasoned runner, who had been preparing for a half marathon, altered her course that day and skipped one of her typical runs. When the police heard Brad's account, they were obviously taken aback, because Brad was the only one who had seen Nancy that day. Brad said that she left the house at 7 a.m., but the police needed concrete evidence to support this claim. Other than her husband, who witnessed her leaving, getting into a car, or even just strolling down the street that Saturday morning, where were the other witnesses? None existed. Nancy had been at a friend's house across the street on Friday night, and no one had seen her since. Later that day, Brad said she was going to meet up with a friend, who was actually her regular running companion. In order to locate the missing runner, a search party was created. Was it possible for her to flee her unhappy marriage? Her friends would have said not without her children. Nancy Cooper's body was discovered approximately 3 miles from her home, outside her usual running path, following many days of frantic searching. She was found face down in a drainage ditch by a man who was out walking his dog. In a stormwater drain, he discovered her body. She had a single diamond earring in one ear and was simply sporting a sports bra. Her hyoid bone was shattered, and the medical examiner concluded that strangling was the cause of death. Her body showed no further wounds or evidence of sexual abuse. However, the police had to identify the motive behind every murder. Brad was the most obvious suspect and was quickly blamed by many once Nancy's body was discovered. Investigators determined that Carrie's death was a homicide shortly after she passed away. As part of their investigation, police searched the couple's house and took many items. Although Nancy Cooper's friends told the authorities that she always brought her phone and keys with her, they reported that they were discovered inside the residence. Brad Cooper had some minor red marks and scratches on the back of his neck when he was interviewed by police the day his wife vanished. Although this was mentioned in the police report, no formal justification was provided. After Nancy departed the Friday night party at a neighbor's house, which she went alone, it also became evident that no one had seen her save Brad Cooper. Around 10:30 p.m. that same evening, a friend did talk to her on the phone, but no one else had seen her. Following that, investigators continued to look for proof of Nancy Cooper's killing and moved swiftly to identify their top suspect, which they soon discovered. The investigators were interested in the couple's relationship, but more significantly, Brad was the last person to see Nancy alive. The husband is typically the first person ruled out in homicide investigations before additional candidates are considered. Police used the evidence to get overnight warrants to search Brad Cooper, the Coopers' home, and both of their vehicles. The police were obviously eager to treat the automobiles in the family home as possible crime sites. They looked for additional evidence in the house or one of the cars and used luminol to examine for bloodstains. Brad's hair, fingerprints, and DNA were also gathered so they could compare them to whatever evidence they might uncover at the crime scene or the body's whereabouts. Additionally, they intended to examine Brad's hands and torso for any cuts, scratches, or other markings and take pictures of them. Any physical evidence linked to the crime would first need to be explained in terms of typical family life because the Coopers were married, shared a home, and frequently drove a car together. And strange information did surface. Investigators discovered that Brad had spent the morning vacuuming, mopping the floors, and doing laundry on the day Nancy vanished. The police thought it odd that he was thoroughly cleaning the house the morning his wife vanished, even though he acknowledged that he had purchased bleach and other cleaning goods the day before. Naturally, we don't know if Brad Cooper had any evil intentions when he purchased the bleach. The Cooper residence did yield a number of boxes and bags of possible evidence, all of which had to be examined to see whether they were related to Nancy's passing. According to the police's written evidence, what we learned from interviews with people who knew Brad and Nancy during their marriage doesn't match up with the information Brad Cooper provided about the extensive cleaning of the residence. Additionally, according to the authorities, Brad had cleaned his wife's car's trunk but not the inside. Although Brad claimed to have spilled gasoline in the trunk, neither the gas nor the cleaning fluid smell was detected by the police. The couple, who were both Canadian citizens, were divorcing at the time of Nancy Cooper's murder, according to the prosecution, and Nancy had intended to return to Canada with their children. In order to stop Nancy from leaving, Brad changed his mind in April 2008, confiscated the children's passports, and deleted Nancy's name from their credit cards and bank accounts. Brad's computer was examined for documents that would include instructions on how to murder someone or dispose of a body as part of the investigation. During cross-examination, Detective Adam Dismuck stated that when Nancy came home from the neighbor's party, several parts of the couple's house, such as the front hallway, suggested a potential battle. In an attempt to convince Detective Dismuck that Brad was innocent, Brad's attorney, Howard Kurtz, questioned him as they went over dozens of pictures taken at the Cooper residence when the matter was still being handled as a missing persons inquiry. The detective thought a struggle might have occurred in the foyer because of the missing bamboo sticks in a vase and decorative ducks that had been on the credenza in one of the pictures, which revealed that some items had been moved or altered between the afternoon of July 11, 2008, when Nancy was home, and the following day. However, Howard Kurtz maintained that a light and other objects in the hallway were unaffected. He emphasized that the cops never looked for the lost items and that the floor had no scuff marks. Kurt added that other items in the house, such as a computer in the home office and a glass coffee table and lamp in the living area, had also not been harmed. According to Dismuck, Brad Cooper stated in a subsequent interview that he believed the detectives had already identified him as a suspect when they searched their house. On the drive home, Brad Cooper strangled his wife in their car and left her body a few miles away, according to police testimony. Detective Adam Dismuck stated, "I think Mr. Cooper killed Nancy Cooper when she came home early on the morning of July 12. More than 3 months after his wife, Nancy Cooper, was discovered dead 3 miles from their Cary home, Brad Cooper, 37, was taken into custody in October 2008 after sufficient evidence was gathered. But it wasn't until March 2011, more than 2 years later, that his trial began. The jury heard arguments from the prosecution and defense during the 36-day trial. Brad was given a life term in jail after the jury judged him guilty of first-degree murder, despite his insistence that he was innocent. According to the evidence used in court, Brad had been having an affair and was acting more and more violently and controllingly toward his wife. According to the prosecution, he killed Nancy in order to get rid of her and carry on with his affair. After a while, Brad disconnected Nancy from their joint bank accounts, and she had expressed her desire to move back to Canada with their 2 children. Andy Gilbert, the jury foreman, claims that the jurors entered the trial with an open mind. Until he was proven guilty, Brad Cooper was innocent. 2 FBI agents specifically testified that Brad's laptop had internet searches on it, including maps of the area where Nancy's body was discovered. According to Andy Gilbert, the case's conclusion was impacted by the evidence that Special Agents Chris Chappell and Gregory Johnson provided. It gave much of the other circumstantial evidence greater weight and legitimacy. Brad first consented to the divorce and the division of their assets, but he later had second thoughts after learning how costly it would be. The defense attorneys contended that the prosecutors had bribed the couple to keep the couple from going bankrupt because they were having financial difficulties. They also said he had reconsidered his decision to go to Canada after realizing he wouldn't be able to spend as much time with his children as he would have liked. Brad entered a not guilty plea in 2011, but when the jury considered the evidence, he was found guilty. On May 5, the jury, which consisted of 2 males and 10 women, took almost 10 hours over 3 days to render a decision. After Wake County's longest non-death penalty murder trial, he was given a life sentence without the possibility of parole. Over the course of 36 days, nearly 100 witnesses gave testimony as prosecutors attempted to establish that Brad Cooper, who was fed up with his wife, planned and executed her murder in the early hours of July 12, 2008. Nancy's parents petitioned the court after the verdict. They claimed that Brad had verbally attacked Nancy, yelled at her, and had been engaging in an affair. Additionally, they asserted that Brad was dangerous to the children and emotionally disturbed. Brad had made several attempts at suicide as a youngster and more recently the previous winter, according to court filings. He filed an appeal in 2013 to have his conviction reversed, and a retrial was considered. He entered a guilty plea to second-degree murder while awaiting trial and was sentenced to 12 to 15 years in prison, including time already served. Brad, meanwhile, persisted in battling Nancy's family for custody of their 2 daughters. Nevertheless, his guilty plea resulted in the forfeiture of his rights, so granting custody to Nancy's twin sister. Since the jury was never given access to the evidence indicating Brad's laptop had been tampered with, defense attorneys think they have a good chance of appealing the conviction. Additionally, they said that the police only looked into their assumption that Brad was the murderer of Nancy, ignoring evidence that would have pointed to the real murderer or murderers. Theory: who is Brad Cooper then? A ruthless despot or a victim of the circumstances? Although Brad Cooper's youthful suicide attempt and winter 2008 threat are well known, suicidal thoughts and behaviors frequently indicate manipulative motivations, a means of proving something to someone when disagreements and the will to fight are gone. Throughout the trial, Bradley insisted he was innocent, but in 2015 he admitted to killing Nancy, saying he strangled her during a fight and disposed of her body in a drainage ditch. In Wake County Superior Court, Brad Cooper, then 40, entered a guilty plea to the murder of his wife, Nancy. He was first found guilty of first-degree murder in 2008, but the North Carolina Court of Appeals reversed that decision in 2011. Cooper was subsequently given credit for the 5 years he had already spent when Judge Paul Gessner sentenced him to 12 years in jail. After successfully appealing the first-degree murder conviction in 2011, Brad Cooper pled guilty to second-degree murder and stayed in the Wake County Justice Center under an agreement that reduced his life term without parole. He was given a minimum 12-year sentence instead. Only a few years after disposing of his wife's body in a drainage ditch while only wearing a bra and reported her missing following a run, did the unfaithful husband admit to killing her. When the judge questioned Brad about whether he had murdered Nancy, the mother of their 2 children, and concealed her body at a building site in Cary, North Carolina in 2008, Brad replied in the affirmative. He has never before confessed to the crime in court. As part of the agreement, Brad, who is now in his 50s, had affairs with other women including a neighbor, while his wife attempted to dissolve the marriage and return to Canada, according to the prosecution. Cooper also relinquished his parental rights to their children, Bella, now 10, and Katie, now 8, so that Nancy's twin sister, Crystal Lister, may adopt them. When we started this process many years ago, I said I wanted the person responsible for this crime to come forward, admit guilt, and acknowledge their actions. Harry Renz, Nancy's father, said following the hearing. That has finally occurred. Nancy was a 34-year-old mother of 2 little kids and an athlete. She had begged her husband to move out and allow her to leave their home because she was in a bad marriage, but he refused and handled the situation his own way. On November 23, 2020, Bradley Graham Cooper was released from the Mountain View Correctional Institution in Spruce Pine, North Carolina, following the completion of his 12-year term. U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement detained him as soon as he was released in order to start the deportation process back to Canada. According to reports, he currently resides in Canada but is not authorized to speak with either of his daughters. It appears that he would rather remain anonymous and out of the spotlight these days. Individuals in Brad Cooper's shoes must discover how to satisfy their wants in interpersonal connections. To be honest, kids need to learn how to listen, communicate, and compromise, as well as how to create relationships where they feel heard and understood. Although it's more difficult than using manipulation to acquire what you want, it's much more fruitful and presents a genuine opportunity for intimacy, self-awareness, and release from the crippling burden of loneliness. I strongly advise anyone in a challenging relationship at the moment to take the appropriate precautions to protect themselves, as Nancy's murder is an example of domestic abuse at its worst. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. On January 24, 1991, at 4:45 p.m., 13-year-old Paula Hilera came home from school in East Harlem, New York. As she stepped into the elevator of her apartment building and made her way to her family's 30th floor apartment, her mother buzzed her in. But on that little trip, she unexpectedly disappeared. Paula's lifeless body was found half a mile from her home 3 hours later, at 7:30 p.m. by a man walking his dog. The community was left with unanswered questions as the sun set on that terrible day. What happened to Paula, and who might be responsible for her death and disappearance? East Harlem, sometimes referred to as El Barrio, is a neighborhood in the center of Manhattan, New York City, where Paula and her family lived. This enclave of diverse cultures is well known for its vibrant blend of customs, artwork, and camaraderie, as shown by its vibrant festivals, restaurants, and vibrant murals that line its streets. East Harlem is home to a varied population with a strong Hispanic and Latino background. The renowned Museum of the City of New York, which displays the history of the city, is located in the area. Our narrative started in East Harlem, where the odds of becoming a victim of crime are roughly 1 in 22. In the late 1970s, Paula Hilera was born in Colombia to Cesar and Olga Hilera. Alexandra and Julio were her older siblings. In search of a better life, Paula, her mother, and 2 siblings relocated to East Harlem, New York City, in June 1990. They stayed with Paula's uncle Guillermo Ospina at 420 East 111th Street on the 30th floor of an apartment complex. In order to finally join them in New York, her father, Cesar, continued to work as a taxi driver in Colombia. Paula enrolled in junior high school once they arrived in New York. Paula was a bright student who spent her free time studying math and English, according to her sister Alexandra. She wanted to be a lawyer to help people in need, but she only had a few friends, most of whom were classmates. She was quite smart and advanced for her age, thinking above her years, according to her uncle Gilmo. He added that Paula's passion for the English language was the reason she was so content in New York. As a young girl, she had a lot of plans for the future. According to her uncle Guillermo, Paula and her family seemed to be living a happy life until a tragic incident abruptly altered it. Paula was only 13 years old when she left school on the chilly afternoon of January 24, 1991, and returned to the comforting confines of her apartment complex. She reached the building's entrance at around 4:45 p.m. and called her apartment via the intercom. Olga, her mother, responded and pressed the button to open the lobby entrance, allowing her in. This mundane exchange would be the last Olga would have with her cherished daughter. Sadly, Paula never reached their flat on the 30th floor, even though the door was now open and she went into the lobby and into an elevator. When Paula hadn't returned home after 10 minutes, her brother and uncle became concerned. They decided to go look for her because they sensed something was wrong. They rushed down to the lobby and saw it was deserted. They started frantically looking throughout the area for Paula, but she seemed to have disappeared. Around 7:30 p.m., 3 hours later, a man walking his dog discovered a terrifying find. On a sidewalk beside the East River, he noticed a dead body. Drug objects such as used lighters, syringes, and vials were scattered across the area. Sadly, what he discovered was Paula's thin body, and she was dead. She lived in an apartment building roughly half a mile south of the location where she was discovered. Detectives were confronted with a rather depressing situation when they got there. Upon closer inspection, it was discovered that she had a ligature around her neck and that the stab wound in the middle of her chest was barely bleeding. No hints were found to suggest the identity of the perpetrator. The only items they found on Paula's body were a piece of chalk in her pocket and a New Kids on the Block watch on her wrist. The murder of Paula had a significant impact on the area as a whole, in addition to her family. Olga, her mother, was distraught and had a hard time accepting that her daughter was gone. Following this incident, both teachers and students at Paola's school were in shock. In order to help those close to Paola deal with their loss, teachers met with pupils to offer support. For safety considerations, they also cautioned every student against going out alone. The principal and district authorities refused to meet with media after the incident, and reporters were denied access to the school. Many questions remained unresolved for detectives. In an attempt to locate witnesses who could have seen Paola in the vicinity where her body was eventually found, they visited door to door throughout the 32-story building. Unfortunately, no one who had seen her there could be found. Furthermore, the detectives were clueless regarding the identity of the culprit behind this catastrophe. Whether Paola was murdered at the remote location, surrounded by crack bottles where her body was discovered, or elsewhere, was still unknown. The detectives were able to piece together some crucial information during their investigation. They learned that Paola frequently stayed after school on Wednesdays and Thursdays to attend her journalism program. She had been writing an article on her father on the day of her terrible murder, with the intention of sending it to him as a Valentine's Day present. The detectives also learned that Paola and a buddy traveled north along First Avenue on that fatal day, after Paola left the school after the workshop at about 4 p.m. At 106th Street, they split off, with Paola going on to her family's apartment complex. The cops discovered during their investigations that Paola had entered the same elevator as another kid, Aaron Walford. When they spoke with him, though, he stated that Paola went higher while he got off at the 19th level. Consequently, the detectives stopped considering him as a suspect. The totality of Paola's horrific ordeal was made clear during the autopsy. She had been stabbed 3 times close to her heart, strangled, and molested. Her thighs also had odd, lengthy markings that the medical examiner saw. Paola had obviously fought off an attack with courage, and her assailant had yanked her legs away with such force that the bruises on their thighs resembled the curve of their fingers. Male hair was also taken from her body by the examiner. This was kept as proof. Paola's remains were interred at St. Michael's Cemetery in East Elmhurst, Queens on February 2, 1991. Victim Services, a private group that supports victims of violent crimes and their families in Flushing, New York, provided assistance to Paola's family when they moved to Flushing 4 months after her sad murder. Through counseling at Victim Services Families of Homicide Victims program, Olga found comfort. The family clung to the faith that justice would be served for Paola while they dealt with and recovered. But, as time went on, Paola's situation progressively got less interesting, and finding the solutions became more difficult. In any place at any time, the murder of a 13-year-old girl ought to have made headlines, but this horrible incident in East Harlem went mostly unreported in the violent New York of 1991. Over 2,000 murders were reported in the city annually between 1990 and 1992, with an average of 6 bodies found every day throughout New York City's 5 boroughs. Regretfully, the majority of these took place in underprivileged, primarily minority communities, including East Harlem, the South Bronx, and East New York, Brooklyn. Unfortunately, the media paid little attention to any of these situations. Instead, free from political or media pressure, the media frequently covered more affluent, white victims of more expensive crimes in gorgeous settings. A low-priority homicide was assigned to Paola's case. As a result, her murder was mostly forgotten and unsolved for the most of the 1,990s. New York City's crime rate was declining by the middle of the 990s. Nonetheless, a troubling pattern continued in East Harlem's housing buildings. Regardless of whether they were Hispanic or Black, a string of seemingly unconnected cases started to happen, all of which involved the assault and killing of young, attractive youths with thick skin. In 1994, a 15-year-old girl was attacked by a person with a knife and was the victim. This case exposed a pattern that the attacker would use again throughout the course of the following 4 years. He would come up behind the teenager and lead her to a remote spot. There, he would force her to undress, blindfold her with a piece of her own clothing, and then attack her. The 15-year-old survivor was remarkably able to describe her assailant. He was a muscular, well-groomed young man who exuded an overabundance of self-importance. Incredibly, he even informed the woman that she was lucky to have been attacked by someone as attractive as him. Firefighters responded to a rooftop fire at the George Washington houses on East 104th Street on September 10, 1997, a few years later. Following this, they found the dead corpse of a woman who had been severely abused, hit by a blunt weapon, and severely burned, rendering her unrecognizable. Johalis Castro, a 19-year-old who had relocated to New York from the Dominican Republic with her family, was subsequently identified as the victim. Johalis, a young woman with a daughter, had been attending a Bronx community college to study computer science. The second victim in the same neighborhood was a 13-year-old girl in April 1998, 7 months later. Fortunately, the little victim was able to flee unharmed. Rashida Washington, 17, died tragically 2 months later on June 2, 1998. She had been robbed, beaten, and strangled when she was discovered in a stairway on the 15th floor of a housing project on East 112th Street. Like the previous victims, her dead body, with its bare chest hidden by a shirt, had been placed in a sat position against the wall. Rashida, a 100-pound fashion student who worked at a clothes boutique, was small in stature. Unfortunately, 3 days after celebrating her 18th birthday, she was slain. 2 further young teenagers were assaulted in the same region in the fall of that year. On September 21, 1998, a 15-year-old was attacked, and on November 16, a 14-year-old. Fortunately, these 2 teenagers made it out alive, probably because they were blinded before they had a chance to see the assailant. The likelihood that a serial killer was targeting teenage females in East Harlem was not openly acknowledged by the authorities, despite the growing number of similar incidents. However, the police ultimately made the decision to move quickly in response to the victims' parents' concerns. Since widespread testing of convicted felons had not yet started, the database of DNA samples on file in the 1990s was very tiny. But in the fall of 1998, there had been a major development about the East Harlem cases. Experts in forensics from the New York Police Department reviewed bodily fluid evidence from the murder of Rashida Washington, with evidence from 2 other nearby instances that were comparable. The same offender was unmistakably connected to all 3 crimes by these tests. One rape victim was first thought to be a part of a distinct pattern. However, it turned out that the homicide victim, Rashida Washington, and this rape case had produced a new pattern instead of being part of the previous rape pattern. At last, investigators had concrete proof that a serial killer was preying on kids in Harlem. Police authorities responded by forming a specialist task force of investigators whose only goal was to capture the suspect. In response, the authorities distributed a wanted poster with a sketch of the serial killer. The victim's descriptions served as the basis for this sketch. A tipster who called in shortly after the flyer was posted in East Harlem recommended that the investigators look into a 25-year-old man named Ace, who lived on the 19th floor of the same building Paula had occupied. Ace was promptly recognized by the cops. His true name, Aaron Key, evoked a recollection. In the course of investigating Paula's murder, the name Aaron had first come to light. Aaron Walford, a youngster who had been spotted getting into the elevator with Paula and claiming to have gotten out on the 19th level, was remembered by detectives. In the 1997 murder inquiry of Johalis Castro, the unusual first name Aaron had also resurfaced. According to phone records, Johalis had called a man named Aaron Key multiple times in the days before her death. Police interrogation revealed that Aaron's girlfriend, Jacqueline, had been friends with Joe. He explained his repeated phone calls by saying that on the day of Johalis's death, the 2 women had been organizing a shopping excursion. Jacqueline, who was also questioned by the police, corroborated Aaron's account. The authorities didn't discover that Aaron Key and Aaron Wofford were the same individual until much later. His mother's surname name was Key, while his father's was Wofford. 2 of the 3 victims in the alleged serial killer case were linked to Aaron Key as a result of this finding. He had a lengthy history of phone conversations with Johalis in the days preceding Paula's passing, and he was the last person known to have seen her alive. These links couldn't have happened by accident. Investigators made the decision to learn more about Aaron's past. They discovered that he was a reasonably well-spoken and intellectual person. He was raised primarily in East Harlem and was born on September 18, 1973. He was sharing the same building as Paula, with family members when she vanished in 1991. Aaron was seen as a gregarious individual with a talent for computers. Despite the lack of evidence, he claimed to be involved in the production of rap music. He was only 5 feet 8 inches tall and rather attractive. He had only been arrested once for robbery in 1990, according to his criminal record, and he had served little to no time in prison. But neighbors saw Aaron in a different light. He has a troubling side, they said. He frequently roamed around with a portable video camera, trying to get improper footage, and he had a habit of looking through the peepholes of women in his building. Despite the lack of strong evidence against Aaron at this point, the police recognized the value of a comprehensive investigation. They concentrated on the attacker, who had left behind a gray hoodie and a black boo-boo cap in the September 1998 incident. In search of leads, the investigators made the decision to examine these articles of clothing more closely. When they discovered a laundry tag on one of the clothes, their efforts were fruitful. The cops soon found a dry cleaner close to Aaron's building thanks to this tag. The fact that Aaron's mother, Cynthia, was on the dry cleaner's client list added even more significance to this revelation. Law authorities grew more certain that testing Aaron's DNA would prove his involvement in the crimes, since all the evidence seemed to point to him as a major suspect. There was a major obstacle, though. Since DNA testing for convicted felons in New York would not be required until 2000, Aaron's DNA was not on file. It wasn't as simple as bringing a suspect in and requesting a swab to get a DNA sample in the 1990s. The acquisition of a sample required judicial authority based on reasonable suspicion, and DNA tests were still seen as intrusive procedures. Detectives knew that even while there was a lot of circumstantial evidence suggesting Roan was involved, the laundry tag, phone calls, and elevator ride wouldn't be enough to convince a judge to require Roan to give a DNA sample. As a result, the cops had to come up with another strategy. Their first strategy was to follow Roan Key in the hopes that he might inadvertently leave a sample of his saliva behind, such as when he spit or disposed of chewing gum, but this strategy soon looked like a failure. Detectives finally got a break on February 8, 1999, when Aaron was taken into custody for his role in stealing a computer hard disk. In order to get a DNA sample, the police had to use some deceit, because there were no regulations in New York at the time requiring DNA testing for anyone who were arrested. They came up with a scheme in which a female detective dressed in white hospital attire and pretended to be a doctor. She went up to Aaron and requested a sample of his saliva for what she said was a standard test for tuberculosis. She hoped he would sign a release form as she handed him the documents. Aaron, on the other hand, studied the text carefully. He refused to participate when he saw a line that mentioned DNA analysis. He asserted that he was a devout Jehovah's Witness and that he was not allowed to receive any medical care because of his beliefs. Aaron knew what the cops were looking for, and he was not going to give it to them. He tore his paper cup into pieces and flushed them down the toilet when he finished his supper that night. He switched his cup with his cellmates to further perplex investigators. But the cops were ahead by one step. Aaron had been in a holding cell with a number of other inmates shortly after his detention. They had been given cups of water by attendants while they were there. These cups were found in a waste paper basket by detectives, who then sent them for DNA analysis. A sample taken from the lip of one of the cups discovered in the police holding cell matched the East Harlem criminal's DNA, according to the results, which were returned in a matter of days. Since Aaron was merely charged with a misdemeanor computer theft offense, he was already free without bail by the time the DNA test results were available on February 12, 1999. The New York Police Department, meantime, promised to pay $11,000, 0 cents, for any tip that would result in his apprehension. Aaron's parents thought they were going on a Valentine's Day date, but authorities quickly found out that he had gone to Brownsville, Brooklyn, and met up with his 16-year-old lover, Angelique. But rather than following their plans, Aaron and Angelique got on a bus from Newark, New Jersey, that was bound for Florida. Investigators began to worry that Angelique might be in danger and would end up like the other victims. Aaron called a second woman in New York twice after he got to South Florida. His notoriety as a suspected serial killer on the loose had made headlines by this point. When the second girlfriend saw what was happening, she immediately called the police and gave them a tip that Aaron was staying at the Miami Sun Hotel on Northeast 1st Avenue in downtown Miami, which is only 2 blocks from the beach. 2 detectives from New York hurried to the hotel in response to this report and started monitoring it. They summoned a Miami-Dade SWAT unit for help when they saw Aaron and Angelique moving about inside. Aron and Angelique were found hiding beneath the bed on the 6th story of the hotel as the SWAT team attacked the building. Additionally, Aron was captured and taken into custody on February 19, 1999. Detectives tried to question Aron about the crimes in East Harlem, but he refused to talk and gave no information. But the police had a strategy. Later, they let Angelique into the interview room while they watched and heard from behind a two-way mirror. Aron and Angelique thought they were saying their goodbyes in solitude. Angelique pushed Aron to give an explanation for his misdeeds during this exchange. Aron's answer was unclear. He claimed to have been ill and said that he had bugged out. Aron was finally extradited to New York to stand trial on 22 felony charges pertaining to 4 assaults and the killings of Paula Hilera, Johalis Castro, and Rashida Washington, following a protracted 4-month legal fight. Aron was linked to 6 of the 7 cases by DNA evidence. Prosecutors John Irwin and Richard Plansky made a strong case against Aron at the trial in the fall of 2000, using a flurry of witness statements and DNA evidence. 2 of Aron's victims were among the 130 prosecution witnesses they called. Aron himself demanded to testify as the first defense witness. Aron showed a variety of emotions during the 2 days of her testimony, from wailing like a baby to grinning like a schoolgirl. He also talked about how angry he was to be charged, pop culture, narcotics, rap music, jail cuisine, and his thoughts on the criminal justice system were just a few of the subjects he spoke in his monologue, which was mostly unhindered by the judge, prosecutors, or his own lawyers. Aron constructed a peculiar narrative to explain why he was charged with horrific serial assault against young women, while many of the relatives of his victims were in the courtroom. He said that a dishonest medical examiner who was involved in the harvesting and sale of human organs had arranged for the police to frame him as a participant in a cover-up. He even asserted that what he called genetic shuffling had been done to his DNA. But his long story did not convince the jury. The courtroom erupted in applause on December 16, 2000, the day the guilty verdict was given. During the sentencing, Aron swore at the family members in the crowd as he was escorted past them. In January 2001, a month later, Aron's victims' relatives had the chance to speak with him face-to-face. Paula's mother, Olga, spoke to him, wishing that he would comprehend the agony of restless nights, appetite loss, being unable to walk or breathe, and the lack of tranquility, while simultaneously reflecting on her daughter's suffering at the moment of her passing. Having brought her kid to the country to pursue the American dream, Olga talked of her ongoing pain. During the sentencing hearing, Aron broke down in tears and apologized when it was his turn to speak. Johalis Castro's male cousin became enraged at this and tried to get over the barrier to attack Aron. The sentence was then pronounced by Justice Jones Sadonic. For the 3 murders, she sentenced Aron to 3 life terms without the chance of release. He was also sentenced to 400 years in prison for 4 counts of abuse. Aron was a prisoner at Dannemora, New York's Clinton Correctional Facility. Legislators in New York and numerous other states had passed legislation mandating DNA testing for anybody detained in relation to serious crimes by the time Aron was convicted. Since then, the majority of felony arrests for both violent and nonviolent offenses are now included in this testing. Additionally, some jurisdictions have started testing people's DNA when they are detained for the pain of losing Paula is still very much there for Olga. She is all too aware that the pain caused by the unexpected and needless death of a loved one never goes away, especially when there are still so many unanswered questions. We are left with the memories of Paula and the other victims. As we get to the end of this heartbreaking trip through her awful narrative, we are left with difficult issues after considering Aron's activities and the repercussions he encountered. What motivates someone like Aron to carry out such atrocities? And how can society recognize and deal with the causes of such behavior? And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. Be careful who you let into your home, they say. What if you were Cheryl, though? Would you let your ex-convict brother-in-law in the middle of the night? This movie, however, explains everything. The biggest mass murder in Connecticut history occurred on July 22, 1977. The crime was so heinous that the state's Supreme Court characterized it as vicious and seemingly unmotivated. And believe me when I say that the graphic details will stay with you for a very long time. Furthermore, sensationalizing is not our goal. It's unvarnished, heartbreaking, and genuine, and as always, we're dissecting this horror to find out what actually transpired with the Baudoin family. First, let's learn more about the family and their world. On Cedar Hill Drive in Prospect, Connecticut, the Baudoin family resided in a tiny, close-knit neighborhood. In 1977, there were just over 6,500 people living in this small village. Neighbors knew one another, and the allure of country living brought a feeling of security and tranquility. Although it may seem like a minor detail, this close-knit atmosphere is crucial to the events that transpired later. Since the Baudoin family was not your average family, let's now discuss them. 10 people shared a single residence. Frederick Baudoin, the father, and Cheryl, the mother, who was just 29 at the time, were the family's leaders. They had 7 kids together, ages ranging from babies to pre-teens. 10-year-old Sharon Lee, 9-year-old Deborah Ann, 8-year-old Paul, 6-year-old Roderick, 5-year-old Holly Lynn, and 4-year-old Mary Lou were the next in line after the oldest, 12-year-old Frederick Jr. As if that weren't enough, they also had a niece, Jennifer Santoro, who is 6 years old. Their home must have been a bustling, hectic place with all the daily ups and downs of a large family, because there were so many young lives involved. The Baudoin family enjoyed a really exciting and enjoyable day together, as you may expect, and on the evening of Thursday, July 21, 1977, it was unquestionably the case. In Prospect, Connecticut, the 8 children were having a great time playing and swimming in their neighbor's pool. It was a normal summer evening, with splashes, laughter, and carefree moments all around. The BOD family wasn't exactly living in luxury, but they also weren't having a hard time. They were thankful for what they had and had enough to get by. They made a cozy, loving household that exuded joy despite their lack of income. The mother, Cheryl, was watching the children that night as they were having a great time at the pool. The father, Frederick Baudoin, was attempting to support his family while working his 3rd shift at the Pratt & Whitney factory. However, when a man arrived at the pool, things took an unexpected turn. This was no stranger. Now, the children were actually very happy to see him. The neighbor remembered how they all ran to meet him and gave him kisses and hugs. He was obviously someone they trusted and knew well. After some time, the neighbor went inside. The kids finished their fun in the pool, and they went home with this man. The evening then proceeded as it would for any other family. However, nobody could have predicted that this night would soon take a tragic and dark turn that would permanently alter everything. When neighbors began to smell smoke around 4:15 in the morning, the early morning silence was broken. They initially believed it might be someone burning trash or leaves, but then they heard cries coming from the Baudoin residence, which was much more frightening. They promptly called 911 and 11 to report the fire after realizing something was gravely off. With sirens blaring through the night, fire engines from Prospect and the neighboring town of Bethany raced to the site. After roughly half an hour of valiant efforts, the firefighters were able to put out the fire, but none could have predicted what would happen next. Firefighters started searching the house as the smoke cleared and the flames subsided. They found an unimaginable tragedy within. The house was filled with the bodies of Cheryl Baudoin, her 7 children, and her niece Jennifer Santoro, age 6. Before the fire, they had all been mercilessly murdered. The burned body of Cheryl was discovered on the kitchen floor. 2 of the children were found in another bedroom, while 3 were found in another. There were 2 children in the back and 1 in the master bedroom. The situation in the bathroom was very horrific. Cheryl was among the numerous victims who had their hands bound behind their backs, which added to the misery. Before their bodies were burned by the fire, all of the youngsters seemed to have suffered significant head injuries, and 2 of them had their feet shackled. Even the most seasoned investigators were astounded by the heinousness of the crime, which was of unfathomable depravity. Edward P. Leonard, the state police commissioner at the time, said that all of the victims had been severely charred. Nevertheless, his testimony only alluded to the unspeakable tragedy that police and firefighters had seen. Later, a few neighbors acknowledged that they had woken up to the smell of smoke but didn't give it much thought at first. They didn't see the danger until they heard the icy howls and decided to call for assistance. Joseph Paulino, a neighbor, made an effort to assist. He dashed over to the Baudouin residence and tried to get inside, but the fire was already too fierce. A rush of heat drove me back when I opened the back door. He subsequently recalled the horrifying incident. The family's father, Frederick Baudouin, was working the third shift at the Pratt & Whitney factory in North Haven at around 5:30 in the morning when the picture window blew out. To pick him up, police showed up to his place of employment. They just told him that he had to accompany them, without explaining what had transpired. The family's Reverend Joseph Donnelly was waiting to break the heartbreaking news to him at his mother's house, so they took him there. Frederick turned to Reverend Joseph and asked him a question that neither husband nor parent should ever have to ask. Are they all dead? His greatest suspicions were validated by Joseph's solemn reply. Frederick lost everything he valued in a single terrible night, including his wife, kids, and entire family. He reportedly sobbed as he remarked, "There's only one thing, to see the bastard pay." He was shaken by grief. But even as Frederick struggled with this unfathomable loss, detectives were already putting in endless effort to uncover the truth. Determining to stop every vehicle on Route 68, they established a command post outside Prospect Town Hall and started halting traffic. Police also carried on their investigation at the Baudouin residence. At that moment, they became aware of an oddity. Every window and door was locked. An unsettling issue was brought up by this. How could the murderer have gotten away if the interior of everything was secured? It raised the terrifying possibility that the criminal had either locked the doors behind them or was already inside the residence. The detectives, of course, began to speak with neighbors. They then found out about Lorne Quinn, who happened to stop by when the children were having a good time at the neighbor's swimming pool. That wasn't all, though. About a mile from the house, the neighbors reported seeing him again early on Friday morning, sitting by himself in a black automobile, parked in a neighboring church parking lot. The investigators were alarmed by this information. Why was this individual lingering at the house both before and after the catastrophe, and who was he? Additional information regarding Lorne's relationship to the Baudouin family was provided by the neighbors. He wasn't merely a haphazard character on the outside of their life, as it turned out. In fact, he had been living in their basement for approximately 2 years. Then, suddenly, he disappeared from their lives. However, he reappeared on that fateful Thursday night, the same night the Baudouin children were swimming at the neighbor's pool, just as suddenly as he had vanished. Investigators, meanwhile, couldn't afford to ignore anyone, not even the distraught father, Frederick. The individuals closest to the victims are frequently examined in the early phases of any investigation. Frederick therefore didn't think twice when police requested for his consent to search his truck. He had nothing to conceal. The search was a necessary step in ruling him out, but it turned up no proof or suspicious objects. The probe was a flurry of activity by the time it reached the 24-hour mark. No time was being wasted by the police. They had examined more than 100 witnesses, including Frederick and Lorne, set up roadblocks and talked to neighbors. No information was too minor to be taken into account, and every detail was crucial. Officers discovered something much more concerning than anything they had heard from the neighbors, though, when they entered Lorne Aquin's name into their system. This was not a man who had a few small legal issues. He was portrayed as having a hazardous and unpredictable streak by the patterns found in his criminal record. Lorne received a prison sentence for stealing in April 1974. Released in February 1975 after less than a year of service, freedom didn't last for him. He was back in jail by March 1976 after making a frantic and careless attempt to break out of custody, which suggested his audacious, unbridled personality. He was released on parole in September 1976 after serving time for that charge. When the incident at the Baudouin residence occurred, this is the aspect that really sparked concerns. It had just been 7 months since Lorne's release from prison. There was barely enough time for him to establish a stable existence again, let alone demonstrate that he had changed, and yet he was linked to one of the most heinous atrocities the community had ever seen. It was hard for investigators to overlook the circumstances and timing of Lorne's comeback. It was difficult to ignore the picture painted by his criminal history and his peculiar actions in the days preceding the tragedy. Why had he spent so much time away from the Baudouin residence? Why was he seen the morning after the fire sitting in a black automobile in a neighboring church parking lot? Investigators discovered a startling twist to add to the intensity of the situation. Lorne was more than a stranger with a criminal history. In reality, Frederick's foster brother was him. What a crazy turn of events. Investigators went to Lorne's residence at around 9:30 a.m. on July 22 and asked him to come in so they could question him. To the surprise of all, he nodded without question. He accompanied them to the police station with composure. However, what followed caught everyone off guard. Lorne did more than simply respond to inquiries. He explained everything. He didn't just deliver an evasive or ambivalent response. He was prepared to confess. Rather, he provided a comprehensive and terrifying description of the crime that made everyone shudder. He said that in order to make sure his sister-in-law and the kids were headed in the correct direction, he had attacked them. The police did not end their interrogation there. Even when they brought in his psychiatrist to speak with him, his account remained consistent despite the fact that they asked him the identical questions 3 times. Lorne remained firm in his confession. By this time, it was obvious that Lorne was to blame. Investigators weren't taking any chances, so they arrested him and charged him with 9 murders and 1 arson charge. He was forced to submit a 7-page confession outlining all the specifics of what had transpired. No one else could have learned the facts, certainly not from the news or any outside sources, because they were so precise and particular. All of it came directly from Lorne. However, the narrative did not finish there. Investigators discovered additional, more incriminating evidence on July 23. Later that day, more horrifying, bloody shoes and socks were found in the trunk of Lorne's car, the same vehicle that people had seen him parked in at the church the night of the crime, and a garbage bag full of bloody clothing was located next to his driveway. This was all quite consistent with what Lorne had admitted. The evidence was pointing straight toward him and was piling up like a mountain. However, if you believe that the case was concluded at this point and that Lorne was permanently imprisoned, you're not exactly right. Even though everything appeared to be moving toward a speedy conviction, things were about to take another unexpected turn. The defense unit led by Lorne wasn't prepared to give up just yet. They continued to search for methods to sow uncertainty and change the situation to their advantage. His lawyer was working tirelessly to find weaknesses in the prosecution's case. Even as the evidence against him, his confession, the bloody clothing, and the witnesses, was mounting. It would not go unchallenged without a significant pushback from John R. Williams. The defense team began to fight for a delay, even though it seemed like everything was pointing to Lorne's guilt. They claimed that the court had gone too far in asking for a blood sample from Lorne without any concrete proof. They attempted to provide fresh possibilities, such as the idea that Cheryl's brother might be the true murderer, and they wanted the confession and the blood evidence to be omitted from the trial. The court, however, didn't buy it. They refused to allow the defense to divert attention from the evidence, which they saw for what it was: terrifying, consistent, and unambiguous. The trial proceeded according to schedule there, and on July 16, 1979, the jury was sworn in, and it seemed as though the last chapter was drawing near. Then came the day that everyone had been anticipating. Lorne's confession was made public. And it didn't let me down, I can assure you. It described what he had done in graphic detail. Lorne described every moment with icy accuracy as she confessed to killing Cheryl, her kids, and other people. He even described how, before the violence started, he went to the house in the evening to pick raspberries with the children. Although it was difficult to accept, Lorne's story was not over yet. He claims that after leaving the house at 8:30 p.m., he returned early the next day at 2 or 3 a.m. by sneaking in through the unlocked basement door. Cheryl walked down to see what was happening when he casually turned on the light in the kitchen. Lorne claims that she didn't appear overly shocked to see him, and that she didn't give him any trouble when he asked to borrow some equipment from the basement to fix his automobile. But after obtaining the lug wrench, things swiftly took a tragic turn. Returning upstairs, Lorne requested a beer from Cheryl. He was family after all, so she didn't see anything wrong with it. However, Lorne struck her over the head with the lug wrench as soon as she turned around to retrieve the beer. And it didn't stop there. He continued to swing, striking her repeatedly and without hesitation. The worst thing, according to Lorne, was that Cheryl didn't cry out for assistance or scream. What was going in her head at the time is beyond my comprehension. Was she attempting to be silent in order to avoid disturbing her kids? Did she want to live through this assault without being noticed? Regretfully, it was unsuccessful. After running to the kitchen after hearing the commotion, one of the children was hit by Lorne using the same wrench. He then proceeded to use the wrench and tire iron to assault the other kids, but he returned and began stabbing Cheryl after hearing her moaning in the kitchen, indicating that she was still alive despite the severe injuries. Later, Lorne told the authorities that he had tragically beaten 10-year-old Sharon before killing her after tying up some of the kids with twine. Imagine the anguish this young child went through at the age of 10, being beaten senselessly and then attacked. He then poured gasoline all over the house, including Cheryl and the kids, and set it on fire. But Lorne's story completely changed on September 5, 1979, when he took the stand. All of his confessions were disputed by him. "I didn't do any of that," he said. He asserted that the only reason he signed the confession was because his psychiatrist advised him to do so. "It would be better for you if you signed," the doctor had told Lorne. During his interview, Lorne also said he constantly asked to talk with a lawyer, saying he wanted to do so repeatedly, but the police consistently turned down his petitions, claiming they already knew he was guilty. They persuaded him that it would be in his best interests to just confess. Lorne had a peculiar response when asked about the bloodstains on his clothing. He asserted that the blood came from a fight he got into the night of the killings, rather than the murders. Lorne claims that some men attacked him outside the cafe in retribution while he was out for coffee. He claimed that after fighting back, he beat them. The blood originated there. Many were suspicious of his claims since he maintained that it was an odd and improbable scenario. When Lorne talked about how he felt when he heard about the killings, things took an even stranger turn. He claimed that he was so furious when the police first told him about the murders that he hit a wall at the police barracks. In his rage, he allegedly told the state trooper that they had better apprehend the murderers before he did. The jurors had never seen the innocent faces of the 7 dead children until the prosecutors showed them in a picture during the trial. Lorne's attorney used this photo as justification for a mistrial, arguing that the image's emotional impact might unjustly sway the jury's verdict. But the motion was denied by the court, and the trial went on without any problems. As the case developed, some pieces of evidence, such as Lorne's initial reaction upon learning of the incident, seemed to support his version of events. Murders reflected exactly what his confession had said. This alignment made people wonder if he had been forced to confess to the crimes or if he had truly done them. Furthermore, during the trial, a fingerprint expert from the state police stated that the bloody handprint discovered in the bathtub was not Lorne's. Indeed, his handprint did not match the one on one of the door jambs. Given that the prints didn't resemble any of the victims or even Frederick the father, this revelation cast more suspicion on his involvement. Additionally, there was the issue of a previous interview that writer Lincoln Milstein from the local daily The Current had done with Lorne in October 1977. More discrepancies were exposed by this interview, which had been kept secret until the confession was made public. Lorne acknowledged to Milstein that he didn't remember the murders. He only vaguely recalled seeing bodies and blood all over the place, chatting to Cheryl, and the home being on fire. He asserted that his memory of what had transpired was blurry since he had been so terrified and perplexed by it. But in October 1977, for security considerations, Lorne was moved to a state mental hospital in Middleton, and a few weeks later he was formally committed. There were questions regarding his mental state at the time of the confession, when a psychiatrist testified that he might have epilepsy or schizophrenia. In light of this, others contended that his comments lacked credibility, which raised more concerns about his responsibility for the crimes. Let's go on to October 1979. After 3 days of hours of deliberation, the jury found Lorne guilty on all counts of murder. They did not prosecute him, despite rumors that he may have been motivated to murder after experiencing embarrassment after reportedly harassing one or more of the Bode ladies. Although it was never established beyond a reasonable doubt, Chief Assistant State's Attorney Walter Scanlon speculated that this might have been the motivation. The state attempted to obtain the maximum penalty of 245 years in jail, which consists of 20 years for arson and 25 years for each homicide. However, Lorne was given a sentence of 105 years to life in jail, with the option of release after 50 or 55 years, by Judge Walter Pickett. After the verdict was reached, Lorney's lawyer promptly submitted an appeal, so fast that it appeared as if the appeal had already been prepared and was ready to be filed. But Lorney was imprisoned after the court rejected his appeal. Lorney persisted in challenging his conviction over time by submitting requests for a habeas corpus hearing. Each petition was denied in spite of his best efforts, and his court cases appeared to be fruitless. For those who are not familiar with the word, habeas corpus is a writ that is used to bring an accused individual from another jurisdiction to the court where the crime was committed. This essentially allows the case to be reviewed. Lorney contended that his confession shouldn't have been used against him and that he was unfairly condemned. After a while, Lorney was moved to Suffield, Connecticut's McDougall-Walker Correctional Facility, where he was imprisoned for 38 years. He accrued 8 disciplinary offenses during this period, including violence, drug possession, contraband, and other infractions. He was accused with violence and refusal to submit a specimen in 1997, which was his most recent offense. Then Lorney's health took a sharp turn in June 2015. Following a serious medical crisis, he was admitted to the intensive care unit and put on a ventilator. Lorney had no family that could or would make medical decisions for him, according to the Department of Correction. The judge was summoned to decide how to treat him, but Lorney died of a serious brain bleed before the discussion could begin. Having been incarcerated from the age of 27, he was 65 years old when he passed away. Since no autopsy was conducted and the source of the brain bleed was never identified, his death remained mysterious. After cremating Lorney's remains, the funeral home's previous owner, Robert DeClark, requested and was granted custody of his remains after his passing. In an effort to locate any family members who might come forward, DeClark occasionally carried Lorney's ashes to the Department of Correction after they had been preserved. However, nobody did, and in all honesty, it seems like Lorney received just what he was due. It's nearly impossible to comprehend the violence and cruelty involved. No child, not even Cheryl, deserves to die that way, abandoned and forgotten. For the rest of the family, especially the father, Fred, the lingering heartache must have been intolerable. Can you picture the devastating conclusion that his loved ones had been killed by his own foster brother? It had to be beyond description. The million-dollar question is thus raised. Did Lorney somehow get away with a punishment that wasn't appropriate for the offense? Or was the sentencing fair? Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon.